Chen you're a monster. Lin On Yu huddled beneath the quilt, sobbing so hard that her whole body shook. I lifted the old cotton comforter. The blood on the bedsheet and the terror in her eyes hit me like an explosion inside my skull, snapping me fully awake. I pinched my arm. The pain was far too real to be a dream. Without even stopping to dress, I rolled out of bed and looked around. The broken wooden table, the old wardrobe, the drafty earthen walls, even the missing chunk from the corner of the table looked exactly as I remembered. This room had appeared in my nightmares more times than I could count. I was not dreaming again. I had truly returned to the summer of 1977, to the night that destroyed two families. The door flew open. My father, Chen Yuan Chao, charged in with a shoulder pole clutched in his graying hands and smashed it across my shoulder. Pain shot through the bone and into my chest. I nearly dropped to my knees, yet I could not bear to look away from him. She's only 18. How could you do that to her? I did not dodge. The furious man before me was my father, who had been dead for many years. Seeing him again should have filled me with joy, but I understood far too clearly what I had just done. That night in my previous life, several men from the village and I had gotten blind drunk. I barged into Lin On Yu's room and used the alcohol as an excuse to force myself on her. She fought and cried for help, but I did not stop. When the truth came out, I refused to admit what I had done. I blamed the liquor and fled to a neighboring village, where I hid for half a month. By the time I returned, Lin On Yu had already thrown herself into a well. Even the seventh-day mourning rites were over. Her older sister, Lin Anru, could not withstand the shock. Her mind deteriorated, and a few years later she disappeared in the mountains. My father believed he had betrayed Uncle Lin, the comrade who had taken a bullet for him and entrusted his daughters to him before dying. He volunteered to guard the forestry station in the back hills and was eventually killed by a black bear. My mother, Lu Shufeng, fell gravely ill after all of that and passed away only a few years later. Every tragedy began with my crime and my refusal to face it. Alcohol had not committed the evil for me, and youth was no excuse. I alone was responsible. I remembered clearly how the entire village learned about it the next day in my previous life. Because I ran, every rumor fell on Lin On Yu, as though the victim were the one who ought to hang her head in shame. What truly drove her to despair was not only that night, but the cold indifference I showed afterward. If I did not run this time, I could at least stop that second wave of harm. Later, burdened by guilt, I left Nujiagwan. I caught the opportunities created by China's reform and opening up, rose from nothing, and eventually became the owner of a publicly traded company. Half a lifetime of struggle taught me to recognize opportunity and brought me wealth beyond anything an ordinary person could imagine. Yet no amount of money or status could buy back 4 lives. What I had done never truly passed. Late at night, I always dreamed of that well, of the missing Lin Anru, of the blood on my father's forestry patrol uniform, and of the oil lamp going dark beside my mother's sickbed. Even as I lay dying from illness, I kept thinking that if I could live it all over again, I would accept the consequences and never let our two families be torn apart. Now that chance had truly come. I got out of bed and dropped to my knees before my father. Dad, I was wrong. I failed you. I failed Uncle Lin, and above all, I failed on you. I did this. I won't run, and I won't shift the blame. I'll do everything I can to make amends to her. With that, I bowed until my forehead struck the floor. My father froze for an instant with the shoulder pole still raised. He knew the old me too well. I was lazy, stole whatever I could get my hands on, caused trouble everywhere I went, and worst of all, never admitted fault. Whenever I got into trouble, I blamed the liquor or pushed responsibility onto someone else. Seeing me suddenly kneel could only make him suspect another act. Besides, Uncle Lin had not been merely an ordinary comrade. The bullet that killed him had been meant for my father. Uncle Lin threw himself into its path and took it in his place. Before he died, he made only one request: take good care of his 2 daughters. My father had honored that promise for years, only for this to happen inside his own home. A few weightless words of apology could never make him forgive me. It's too late to admit you were wrong. Go apologize to Uncle Lin in the underworld. The shoulder pole whistled toward my head. Instinctively, I twisted aside. The end grazed past my ear and slammed into the wall. If I died here, my father would have blood on his hands. Lin On Yu might still choose death, and neither my mother nor Lin Anru would escape the fate they had suffered in my previous life. Dying at my father's hands would not be atonement. It would only leave the living with another debt to bear. I had to stay alive and accept responsibility. You still dare to dodge? My father chased me around the room, swinging the pole. The commotion alerted my mother, and she rushed in and planted herself in front of me. Chen Yuan Chao, he's the only son you have left. Are you really going to beat him to death? I'd rather never have fathered a beast like him. Then hit me too. If all of you die, I won't go on living either. My mother had an even fiercer temper than my father. She thrust her forehead straight toward the pole. My father could strike me, but he could not truly bring himself to hurt his wife. With a loud clatter, he threw the pole onto the floor, his chest still heaving. She turned to the bed. When she saw Lin Onyu crying so hard she could barely breathe, my mother's eyes immediately reddened. She loved me, but she did not try to hide what I had done. You poor child. Our Chen family has wronged you. She leaned over, tucked the quilt around Lin Onyu, and comforted her in a low voice. I stood off to the side, afraid to move closer and fully aware that I had no right to demand that she listen to me. Rebirth could not erase the harm that had already occurred. It only gave me a chance not to run again, and to spend the rest of my life bearing the consequences I had caused. The first thing I had to do was make sure Lin Onyu lived through the next day. After comforting Lin Onyu for a few moments, my mother looked back, saw me still standing in the room, and could no longer contain her anger. Why can't you be sensible like your brother was? She snatched the wooden dressing box from beside the bed and hurled it at me. I never expected the mother who had just shielded me to attack without warning. I failed to dodge, and the box split my forehead open on the spot. Stars flashed before my eyes, followed by hot blood running down my temple. I crouched and covered the wound without crying out. That blow was much lighter than my father's shoulder pole, and nothing compared with the harm Lin Onyu had suffered. My father gave a cold snort and was about to keep berating me when he suddenly remembered that a young woman who was not fully dressed was still in the room. No matter how angry he was, he knew he should not linger there as a man, so he left with a dark expression. Holding my wound, I followed him into the courtyard. Before stepping out, I glanced back. My mother sat beside the bed, gently speaking to Lin Onyu. At this point in my previous life, I had already fled without a trace. This time, I would not leave. Back then, I thought I could hide until the uproar died down, just as I had after every other trouble I caused. I even treated Lin Onyu's cries for help as an attempt to humiliate me. Only after her death did I understand that some wrongs did not fade with time. Running only left the heaviest consequences for someone else to bear. My father stood beneath the ginkgo tree smoking a long-stemmed pipe, his shoulders looking as if they had suddenly collapsed. The Chen family had been poor peasants for 3 generations, and life had always been hard. Yet my father never believed poverty made a man inferior. He had served in the army and valued his reputation and responsibilities more than his life. He always took the hardest jobs on the production team and never took so much as a penny of public property. Uncle Lin had taken a bullet for him on the battlefield and entrusted his 2 daughters to him before he died. My father treated that dying request like a military order. Over the years, he would rather go hungry himself than let Lin Anru or Lin Onyu suffer. Yet the person who harmed Lin Onyu was his own son. I also had an older brother. He was steady and hardworking, a model laborer for the production brigade who had won several rotating red banners of excellence, and he was my father's greatest source of pride. The more villagers praised my brother's diligence, the more disgusted they sounded when they mentioned me. In the past, I never reflected on why. Every comparison only made me more defiant. 2 years earlier, the upstream communes had organized a dam-building project. My brother was the first to volunteer. In the second month, a flood swept him away, and not even his remains were recovered. Lin Anru had been very close to him, and likely would have become my sister-in-law. She had never married after his death. After my brother died, my father forced himself to hold the family together. My mother looked after the food and clothing of 5 people, and Lin Anru took on a great deal of the heavy work. I was the only one who did nothing but consume grain. My father had lost his eldest son and now had only his worthless younger son left. Yet I had trampled the promise he had spent his life protecting. No wonder he would rather beat me to death with his own hands. I walked over and knelt before him again. Dad, this isn't an act. I'll take responsibility for what happened today, all the way to the end. My father raised his pipe, his eyes filled with disappointment. You ruined an innocent young woman. How could you possibly take responsibility for that? If Onyu is willing, I'll marry her and care for her for the rest of her life. If she isn't willing, I'll accept her decision. But I still won't shirk the compensation and responsibilities I owe her. My father stared at me for a moment, then sneered. You can't even feed yourself. How are you going to support her? Onyu is a girl from the city. A proper marriage will require at least 200 yuan in bride price. Who's going to pay that? 200 yuan was no small amount in 1977. It was roughly half a year's wages for an ordinary factory worker. In Nujiagwan, an entire family could work from dawn to dusk for a year and still fail to save that much cash. The Chen family not only had to feed my parents and me, but had also supported the Lin sisters for years. 5 mouths depended on the production team's grain rations and work points, and the household ran at a deficit every month. My father was a man of principle. He would never count all those years of care toward the bride price, and he certainly would not treat Lin on you lightly just because both her parents were dead. But I knew where I could earn the money. Nujiagwan backed onto the great mountains of the southwest. Deep in those mountains lived pheasants, roe deer, wild boar, and many valuable medicinal plants. Meat could solve the family's food shortage, while hides and herbs could be exchanged for cash through buyers in the county town. In an era when the planned economy was still strictly enforced, openly buying and reselling goods was risky. I could not conduct business with the fanfare I had used in my previous life. First, I had to use game to solve my family's own needs, then exchange the rest for cash through legal purchasing stations, supply and marketing channels, or trusted acquaintances. The more urgently I needed money, the more important it was not to land myself in prison with my very first step. Other people feared venomous insects, miasma, and dangerous animals, and did not dare go deep into the mountains. I had grown up here and knew the nearby terrain and waterways. After becoming successful in my previous life, I spent years practicing shooting, hunting, and wilderness survival. I knew firearms, tracking, wind direction, and animal behavior. Before, all I lacked was a young body and a second chance. Now I had both. This was still an age when hunting rifles could be legally used. If I could first obtain a reliable gun, then prepare rope, knives, and medicine, I had a chance to turn those mountains into my hunting ground. My father was still waiting for an answer. I lifted my head and said, one word at a time, I'll earn the 200 yuan bride price myself. I won't make this family pay a single cent. I was not trying to buy Lin Anyu's forgiveness with money. The money would only prove that I could shoulder the burden of a household and that I was determined to stop living off my parents. You? Earn it. My father looked as if he had heard a joke. Our whole family rose before dawn and worked until dark, yet could not save 200 yuan in a year. In the past, I could not even earn my full share of work points. He stared at the blood on my forehead and assumed I was once again trying to smooth things over with a few pretty promises. And don't think marrying on you will wipe this clean. You wronged her. She gets to decide what happens to you. With that, my father went into the woodshed. A moment later, he emerged holding a gleaming woodcutting knife, its blade cold in the moonlight. Come inside with me. If Anyu refuses to forgive you, I'll send you on your way myself. Then I'll go down there and apologize to Uncle Lin. He was not trying to frighten me. My father had fought in a war. He was fiercely loyal and unyielding, and when he made up his mind, he truly dared to stake his life on it. As far as he was concerned, he had failed to protect his comrade's daughter, so he shared the guilt as her elder. I glanced at the courtyard gate. If I ran now, I could preserve my life for a while just as I had before, but I would also drive Lin Anyu into utter despair and send my guilt-ridden father toward the forestry station. I looked away from the gate and followed my father back into the room. Lin Anyu had put on her outer clothes and sat leaning against the wall. My mother had just managed to calm her a little, but the moment she saw me enter, she shrank into the corner of the bed. Get out. Her voice was hoarse from crying, yet she clutched the quilt like a terrified animal. I stopped immediately beside the doorway and did not dare take another step. Any attempt to approach might make her believe I intended to hurt her again. My mother blocked me as well. Why did you come back in here? Isn't this mess bad enough already? The kerosene lamp flickered in the night draft. Beneath its light, patch lay upon patch on my mother's clothes, and her cuffs had been washed nearly white. Our family was this poor, yet she still had to bear the consequences of my actions and comfort the person I had hurt. I knelt before her. Mom, I've been a terrible son. There were tears in my mother's eyes, but she did not accept my apology. The person you truly owe an apology to is Anyu. Don't disappoint us again. I turned toward the bed, but did not move closer. Anyu, I'm sorry. Alcohol is no excuse. I hurt you. You can hate me, and you never have to forgive me. I won't ask you to hide what happened, and I won't push the blame onto you. I paused, making certain I did not move any closer. This wasn't your fault, and the shame is not yours to pay for with your life. If the villagers want to condemn someone, they should condemn me. It had taken me decades in my previous life to truly understand those words. Back then, I valued my so-called dignity more than her life. It was already too late to say them now, but speaking was still better than remaining silent. In my previous life, She threw herself into the well the next day. I could not tell anyone that I had been reborn. I could only do everything possible to make her understand that I was the one who deserved the blame. As long as you keep living, I'll pay any price. I told her that if it would ease her anger, I was willing to accept whatever punishment I deserved. The moment my mother heard the word life, she panicked. She feared that Lin On Yu might try to kill herself, but she also feared my father might truly kill me and destroy our family for good. On you, it's my fault for not raising him properly. You've suffered a terrible wrong, and you can vent your anger however you want, but please don't hurt yourself. My mother embraced Lin On Yu, and both of them began to cry. Aside from their sobs, the only sound in the room was the faint hiss of the kerosene lamp. My father stood guard outside the door with the knife, while I remained on my knees, not daring to pressure her into a decision with any more promises. My knees grew numb against the hard-packed earth, and the wound on my forehead was still bleeding. I did not move. In the past, I treated the slightest discomfort as a reason to run from responsibility. This pain did not even count as punishment. After a long time, Lin On Yu finally raised her head. Her face was soaked with tears, and hatred still filled her eyes when she looked at me. Auntie, I don't want you to die. My mother first breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately tensed again. Then do you want Xinyang's life? I don't want anyone's life. Her voice was soft, but her face was frighteningly pale. Instead of feeling fully reassured, my mother held her even tighter. A person who did not even care whether her enemy died might already have stopped caring about her own life. My father heard those words from outside and also mistook her silence for despair. He came in carrying the woodcutting knife, his voice trembling with guilt. On you, the Chun family has wronged you. I'll give you justice right now. He advanced straight toward me. My mother threw herself at him like a mother beast protecting her cub and tried to wrestle away the knife, but my father clung tightly to the handle. I could not fight back against him. All I could do was prepare to dodge when the blade fell, then try to explain everything. Just as our family was about to produce a second death, Lin On Yu suddenly spoke. Uncle, please spare Xinyang. The knife stopped in midair. Saving me did not mean she forgave me. She was only remembering how my parents had cared for her in the past. She did not want the two elders of the Chun family to lose their last son because of my crime. At least in that moment, she did not let my father take a life on my behalf. That made it even more important that I never treat her kindness as an excuse to escape responsibility. My father slowly lowered the knife at last, though my mother did not release her grip. No one in the room knew what to do next. I did. The truly dangerous time would come tomorrow. As long as Lin On Yu still believed she had no way to go on living, this momentary calm could turn into the well from my previous life at any time. My father stood frozen, gripping the woodcutting knife. My mother seized the chance to wrap both arms around his and keep him from taking another step. I raised my head and looked at Lin On Yu. Her eyes were red, and nearly all the color had drained from her face, but her voice was utterly cold. I just don't want Uncle and Annie to lose their family line because of me. Make him get out. I never want to see him again. My father let out a heavy sigh when he heard her. At last, the point of the knife dropped toward the floor. My mother remained between us, afraid that one wrong sentence would ignite everything again. I knew her hatred would not vanish because of a single apology. What frightened me more was that she had made my father lower the knife in exactly the same way in my previous life. Everyone thought the matter had calmed down for the moment, but the next day, when no one was watching, she jumped into a well. I could not be sure whether she was planning the same thing now, but I knew the outcome of my previous life, and I could not gamble with hers. I could not reveal the secret of my rebirth. All I could do was give her a choice she could see and enough time to make it. On you. If you're willing, I'll marry you properly and take care of you for life. But if you aren't, I will never force you again. Whether we marry will be your decision. First, I'll show you that I'm prepared to bear my responsibilities. In my previous life, I had also thought about marrying her, but only because I treated what had happened as a way to claim her once the deed was done. I never considered whether she wanted it. This time, I could not use marriage to cover up my crime. Offering marriage meant giving her one possible arrangement for her future, not deciding the rest of her life for her. She stared at me, a bitter smile touching the corner of her mouth. You? What could you possibly do to make me believe you? Give me 7 days. I'll earn the entire 200 yuan bride price myself and lay the money in front of you with honor. I also told my father that if I failed after 7 days, I would stop making grand promises and accept whatever the family and Lin On Yu decided. Words were easy. Only bringing home real cash could prove this was not another temporary show of remorse. My mother anxiously slapped my arm. Do you even know how much 200 yuan is? Where could you earn that in 7 days? My father's face darkened further. He would rather hear me admit I could not do it than listen to a wastrel keep bragging. To the Chun family as it stood, earning 200 yuan in 7 days sounded like fantasy. They assumed I was using another empty promise to delay the consequences in front of me. I did not take it back. Even if I earn the money in 7 days, you can still reject me. I only ask you to promise one thing: stay alive for those 7 days. Wait for your sister to come home, then decide what you want to do. I committed the wrong. You shouldn't pay for it with your life. At those words, my father raised his foot to kick me, cursing the guilty bastard who still dared make demands. My mother clung to him, and I did not retreat. I'm not bargaining with Anyu, and I'm not using 200 yuan to force her to marry me. I only want to give her a reason to wait. If she tells me to leave in 7 days, I'll leave at once. I'll still give her the money and compensation I owe. Lin Anyu stared at the quilt covering her legs and remained silent for a long time. She did not believe I could earn 200 yuan in 7 days, and she had no obligation to believe me. In the end, however, she told my mother, I want to wait for my sister to come back. Lin Anru would not return to Nujiagwan for another 2 days. At least those words meant Anyu would not leave for the time being and was willing to wait for her sister before making a decision. My mother visibly relaxed, and my father's grip on the knife slowly loosened. My parents carefully withdrew and closed the door behind them. Before leaving, my mother repeatedly told her to call out if she needed anything. My father returned the knife to the woodshed without looking at me again. I had only preserved my life for the night. I had not earned anyone's trust. I did not continue pestering her. I left the room. My parents stayed to keep her company, and I began thinking about how to turn my promise into reality. 7 days. 200 yuan. There was no time to earn it through work points. My only option was the mountains. But our family had no hunting rifle, so I would have to begin with small game. An abandoned chicken coop stood in one corner of the courtyard. Our family could barely feed its people and had long since stopped keeping chickens. Only dry straw and broken boards remained inside. I dug through the clutter and found a slingshot I had once used while fooling around in the mountains with the other village youths. The rubber was old, but fortunately it had not cracked. I pulled it several times to test the recoil, then picked more than a dozen smooth stones of the right size from beside the courtyard wall and stuffed them into my pockets. My young body was stronger than I remembered. The judgment, touch, and wilderness experience I had gained through years of practice in my previous life were all still there. The only thing I truly lacked was equipment. Tonight, I would hunt pheasant or rabbit on the outer slopes behind the village and earn my first food and money. After that, I would find a way to get a gun, prepare medicine and tools, and enter the deeper mountains where game was more plentiful. Once I took the first step successfully, the 200 yuan would no longer be empty talk. Night hunting required more than courage. I had to judge the wind, moonlight, feeding paths, and escape routes in advance. A slingshot could handle small game, but if I encountered a wild boar or black bear, I would have to withdraw immediately. I could not throw away my life merely to meet a deadline. I tucked the slingshot inside my clothes, glanced back at the room where the kerosene lamp was still burning, and walked out of the courtyard beneath the moonlight. My parents and Lin Anyu would not forget the words I had spoken. The countdown on those 7 days had already begun. Entering the mountains at midnight was dangerous, but I had only 7 days. I could not waste the first night. My young legs carried me swiftly along the familiar mountain trail. More than an hour later, I reached the outer slopes behind the village without recklessly entering the deep forest. Black bears, wild boars, venomous snakes, and perhaps poisonous miasma waited there. With only a slingshot in my hand, any one of them could kill me. Wild animals also moved through the outskirts. Moonlight washed across the ridge. Not far away, wings fluttered inside a thicket, followed by a series of clucking calls. I had grown up in these mountains. From the sound alone, I knew ring-necked pheasants were hiding inside more than one. If I were lucky, I might even encounter a masked palm civet on the outer slopes. Its meat was edible, its pelt useful, and there were buyers for its fat, making it far more valuable than a pheasant. But palm civets were alert and agile, and an ordinary slingshot would have little chance of stopping one. I did not stake my hopes on luck. I focused on prey I could actually take. One pheasant carried roughly 2 jin, a little over 2 pounds of meat. In 1977, an ordinary farm family might not be willing to buy that much even for the Lunar New Year. This year, my father bought only a little more than 2 liang, roughly 4 ounces of pork belly from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. My mother minced the lean portion into chives and cabbage to make dumplings. When you broke one open, you saw almost nothing but leaves. You had to chew carefully to catch the faint taste of meat. The remaining fat was rendered into lard, and the cracklings were chopped into tiny bits and stored away. Only when our cravings became unbearable would my mother sprinkle a few crumbs into a soup made from vegetable stems. That counted as meat soup for the entire family. In this era, bringing someone too young of meat when asking a favor often worked better than 10 flattering speeches. The pheasants before me could improve our meals and be exchanged for money. One bird obviously would not produce 200 yuan, but it could prove that rebirth had not robbed me of my judgment or touch. More importantly, our family had just endured something terrible. If I could put meat in the pot tomorrow, it would at least help everyone regain some strength. The problem was that I had only an ordinary slingshot. The birds were hidden behind brush, and any stone passing through the branches would lose most of its force. If my first shot missed, all of them would scatter, and I was unlikely to get a second chance tonight. Instead of firing at once, I crouched low and retreated downwind so my scent would not drift into the thicket. A stand of silverberry bushes grew to my left, heavy with goat nipple fruit. At this time of year, the skins were still hard, and pheasants would not waste the effort pecking them open. In September, once the fruit ripened and split, the sweet juice would draw the birds. The fruit was not ripe yet, but I could open it for them. I crept over to the silverberry bushes and picked several fruits. I pressed one with my thumbnail. As expected, the skin was hard and tough. I bit them open one by one, then tossed the leaking fruit onto bare ground outside the thicket before retreating into the darkness. The mountain wind quickly carried the rich, sweet scent into the woods. Several urgent calls came from the thicket, then everything fell silent. I lay motionless in the shadows and even softened my breathing. Hunting depended on patience as much as accuracy. Wild animals were exceptionally sensitive to anything unusual. One unnecessary movement could ruin everything. A moment later, a head the size of a walnut emerged between the branches. Its neck stretched and withdrew as it surveyed the surroundings. It did not approach the fruit at once. Only after waiting a long while and confirming there was no danger did it slowly walk into the open. Two more followed. The three clustered together, but I could choose only one. As soon as the slingshot fired, the other two would certainly escape. Instead of growing greedy and missing everything, I aimed at the lead bird, the fattest of them, determined to secure my first harvest. Once the fattest pheasant stepped fully into the open, I drew the slingshot to its limit. The stone tore through the air and struck its neck. The startled pheasant leaped upward, wings beating frantically, while the other two instantly took flight. The wounded bird landed with weak legs, but it could still recover and flee. I did not rush forward carelessly. Keeping my distance, I fired several more shots. Only after it stopped struggling did I stride over, seize it by the neck, and inspect it. The slingshot had limited power. The pheasant was merely stunned, not fully dead. The return journey would take more than an hour. If I failed to tie it securely, it could wake and break free at any time. My first prey was in hand. I was about to break off a long, flexible branch and bind its wings and feet when a faint rustling came from inside the thicket. At first, I assumed one of the fleeing pheasants had returned. But the branch I pulled free was coated with something slick. When I held it to my nose, I caught the unmistakable scent of blood. I stopped immediately. The three pheasants had been crowded in this same spot, fluttering without pause. That did not resemble simple hiding. It looked as though something had drawn them here to feed. The blood on the branch was still wet, which meant whatever lay inside had appeared recently. I placed the pheasant at my feet, fitted another stone into the slingshot, drew it back, and used my free hand to ease aside a layer of leaves. Something else was clearly hidden deep inside the thicket. It might be another injured animal, or it might be a predator that had just finished feeding and had not yet left. Moonlight could not reach beneath the brush. I had to listen for movement and inspect the blood before deciding whether to move closer or retreat at once. The slime on the branch was translucent, and beneath its fishy stench was the smell of raw egg. I did not reach in immediately. Instead, I used the moonlight to examine the ground. Several white eggshell fragments lay scattered deep inside the thicket, each no larger than a fingernail. Judging by their size, they were not pheasant eggs, but more likely belonged to a turtle dove or another small bird. The three pheasants had probably been crowded here fighting over eggs that had already broken. Every drop of egg had been pecked clean, so I assumed there was nothing else to gain. Just as I prepared to leave, the leaves beside my foot moved again. The greatest taboo in the mountains was blindly reaching towards something you could not see. I stepped half a pace back and stomped hard several times. Most ordinary snakes fled when they sensed vibrations. Only an aggressive king cobra might rise to confront the threat. The movement had been right beside my foot. If it were truly a venomous snake, it could already have attacked while I tied up the pheasant, so the danger did not seem especially high. I waited for a while. When nothing else moved, I used a long branch to part the leaves and found a wild bird with gray feathers, a round head, and a slender beak lying on its side in the grass. It was a turtle dove. It was smaller than a pigeon and carried no more than half a gene, about 9 ounces of meat, but it had some value as food and folk medicine. A little of it could be especially nourishing for the elderly. By habit, a turtle dove should have been sleeping in a nest up in a tree, not lying beneath a thicket at night. The small amount of meat seemed insignificant on its own, but in a Chun household where even pork cracklings were rationed crumb by crumb, half a gene of meat could not be wasted. Besides, my parents were growing old and had gone years without enough fat or protein. Keeping the turtle dove for them made more sense than exchanging it for money. I prodded it with the branch and confirmed it was dead. Peck wounds marked its neck, and many of its feathers were missing. Combined with the eggshells on the ground, the sequence was easy to reconstruct. Either the turtle dove's nest or its eggs had fallen into the thicket. Pheasants came to fight over the food, and they pecked the bird to death in the chaos. Finding a turtle dove for free and shooting a fat pheasant on my first night was already excellent luck. I did not greedily push farther into the mountains. It was only March or April, and the difference between day and night temperatures in the southwestern mountains was extreme. I wore nothing but a thin undershirt. One gust of mountain wind immediately raised goosebumps across my arms. If I stayed until dawn, I might fall ill from hypothermia without ever encountering a wild animal. I bound the pheasant securely with flexible branches, carried the turtle dove in one hand, and retraced my path down the mountain. It was still dark as I descended, and the cold, damp wind cut through my sweaty shirt. I did not relax merely because I had game. I stayed on my own footprints and listened to the woods before rounding every bend. The smell of pheasant blood could draw small predators. If anything tracked me, I would abandon the animals to save my life. The lights in my parents' room were already out when I returned to the Chin courtyard. There was no sound from Lin Anyu's room either. I stopped outside her door for a moment, confirmed the room was quiet, then walked softly toward the kitchen. I neither knocked nor approached her. The kitchen was so low and cramped that at my height of 6 feet, I had to duck to squeeze in front of the stove. When I opened the cupboard, I found a large porcelain bowl turned upside down. Beneath it was only a small dish of cold dressed fish mint, with a tiny cup of pork crackling crumbs left from the new year hidden beside it. The fish mint had been mixed with chilies and a little sesame oil. It was a common side dish in the Southwest, but the Chun family ate it nearly every day, not because we loved it, but because the strong flavor made it possible to swallow thin soup made from vegetable stems and coarse flour buns. My mother had hidden the tiny amount of cracklings at the very back of the cupboard, clearly planning to divide it across many future meals. My mother disagreed. Tumu could yield several thousand gene of sweet potatoes, and in previous years even the two of them needed several days to finish. My father was already in his 50s. If he forced himself to do it alone, he might work himself into the ground. Then what else can we do? This family supports something that does nothing but eat. If I don't go to the fields, who will? He meant me. My mother walked to the outside of my door. Hearing me breathe inside, she quietly said that their son was home. My father's anger instantly flared again. After doing something like that last night, he can still sleep soundly today? Do you expect him to watch over anyone or support a family? Not one sentence was pleasant, but not one was unfair. I had slept for less than 2 hours and was truly exhausted. Even so, I remained in bed partly because I did not want to rush outside and upset Lin Anyu. I did not open the door to argue. I planned to wait until my parents had settled their arrangements, then volunteer for the field work. My mother suggested that my father work during the morning and let her replace him in the afternoon. That way someone would always be home with Lin Anyu, and the tumu of sweet potatoes would not be completely neglected. My father grumbled stubbornly, but in the end he did not reject the arrangement. My mother planned to make breakfast so my father could eat before leaving. But the longer my father spoke, the angrier he became, and he brought up the fact that the grain jar was nearly empty. At the beginning of spring, he had managed to save a few grain coupons. The old me stole them, sold them for cash, and lost the money at the card table. No matter how poor the family became, I still stole from cupboards and grain sacks to fund my gambling. My father could not forget those old debts. Now I had to repay them one by one. Then my father's curses rang through the courtyard. He had discovered that the white radishes left out to dry were gone. Assuming I had stolen and sold them again, he lifted his foot to come settle the score. My mother held him back and told him to save his strength for the sweet potato harvest. As they discussed this year's grain, I understood the Chun family's desperation in numbers for the first time. The 2 mu of sweet potatoes were expected to bring 800 jin in grain coupons, but 200 jin of that had to go to Old Zhang at the Supply Marketing Cooperative. Last year, the family borrowed 20 jin of ducklings, failed to raise the ducks successfully, and still had to repay the debt this year. After deducting those debts and accounting for the extra mouth, when Lin Anru returned, the remaining grain might not last even 3 months. My father had originally estimated that the grain would last half a year. Once my mother included the duckling debt and every other expense, that estimate immediately shrank to 3 months. It was still spring, and the next harvest was far away. If we had no new grain after 3 months, the family would have to borrow again, or someone would have to take dangerous work. The courtyard remained quiet for a long while, broken only by my father's repeated sighs. Then he mentioned signing up for forestry patrol duty. He had heard it was dangerous, but came with an additional allowance. Every trace of sleep vanished from me. In my previous life, my father volunteered for the forestry station in the back hills because his guilt over Lin Anyu's death would not fade. A black bear eventually killed him. The timeline had moved forward, yet he had already formed the same idea. Whether I wanted to compensate the Lin family or solve our grain shortage, I had to earn money before he signed up. The forestry allowance might bring temporary relief, but it would also send my father into the range of dangerous animals every day. Someone from the village had already died beneath a black bear's claws. My mother's fear was no exaggeration. I could not tell them that I had seen my father's fate. I could only earn enough money to close off that path. My mother immediately objected. Black bears are roaming those mountains, and people have already died. If you dare take that job, you'll answer to me. My father tried to explain, but my mother drove him away and stormed into the kitchen. Not long afterward, she suddenly cried out, "Old Chun, come here." I sat up, but did not go out at once. When my father reached the kitchen, the pot lid came off and the aroma of chicken soup quickly filled the courtyard. Where did this come from? Look at the floor. Those are pheasant feathers. My mother remembered that I had left the courtyard in the middle of the night and guessed that I had hunted the bird in the mountains. My father dipped in a ladle and brought it up overflowing with meat, though suspicion remained in his voice. Did that boy really cook this? He was willing to leave so much for us. Whenever the family had anything good to eat in the past, I always pushed forward to grab the first share. Seeing an untouched pot full of meat naturally made him doubt that I had done it. My mother reminded him that I left with a slingshot last night and that pheasant feathers remained beside the stove. Everything matched. My mother said perhaps the events of the previous night had finally taught me remorse. My father cursed that a leopard could not change its spots, but he clearly remained beside the pot instead of leaving immediately. My mother filled a large bowl and handed it to him. My father swallowed as the aroma reached him, but in the end he refused to take it. One pot of chicken soup can't erase what he did. If he's sincere about changing, let him earn that 200 yuan within 7 days. Then he turned and left the kitchen. My mother called him a stubborn old mule behind his back and told him to at least dip a bun in the broth. My father did not argue further. He only told her not to keep all the meat for herself and to reserve the first share for Lin Anyu. Even while hating me, he still put his comrade's daughter first. I heard every word through the door. My father was not refusing the meat I had hunted. He was refusing to let me trade one small deed for forgiveness. That suited me perfectly. The chicken soup was only a beginning. The 200 yuan 7 days from now was the first promise I had to fulfill. In the end, my father did not drink the chicken soup. My mother steamed 2 coarse grain buns, soaked them in broth, and practically forced them into his hands before he hurried to the fields. I dozed for a while longer. When I woke, I heard my mother working in the courtyard. The smell from the pot was still rich, which meant plenty of chicken remained. The last time the Chin family truly ate meat had been at a village wedding half a year earlier. Only 5 jin of pork went into an entire cauldron of soup for the whole village. Each bowl held nothing more than a few cubes of meat and a sheen of oil. My mother talked about that nearly meatless bowl for a long time afterward. Today, real pieces of chicken filled the pot. She reserved enough for everyone else before serving a bowl for herself. She did not praise me for hunting it. She merely treated it as household work a son should have been doing all along. After drinking her own bowl, my mother set aside a portion for me. Then she carried another bowl to Lin Anyu's door. From nearby, I could hear both of them. Lin Anyu's voice was hoarse. She clearly had not slept all night. My mother entered and urged her to eat while the soup was warm. Her first question was where the meat had come from when our family did not raise chickens. My mother only told her to eat first and discuss everything else later. The scent of chicken soup filled the room, yet Lin On still did not reach for it. She was not refusing because she lacked hunger. She did not want to accept anything that might be interpreted as my plea for forgiveness. My mother did not answer directly. After a few seconds of silence, Lin On guessed the soup had something to do with me and refused it. When I returned from the mountain last night, I had stopped outside her door. Thinking back, she might not have been asleep at all and had no way of knowing what I intended to do outside. To someone who had just suffered what she had, even my mere presence there could create fresh terror. I had only wanted to confirm that nothing was wrong inside, but I had failed to consider that my appearance itself was a threat. Until she chose to accept my presence, I could not enter her room alone or repeatedly approach her under the excuse of caring. My mother came out carrying the untouched soup just as I opened my door. Go apologize to Anyu. She shoved the bowl into my hands. I first asked about Lin Anyu's condition, and my mother glared at me. Thanks to you, she's hanging on by half a life. Don't think bringing home one chicken will let you muddle through this. I don't. You'd better not. My mother pointed at the wound on my forehead. You said last night that you'd take responsibility. Start today by listening to Anyu. If she tells you to leave, you leave immediately. I did not want to barge into the room without permission, but my mother insisted that I bring in the food and followed behind me to prevent trouble. I spoke from the doorway first. The answer was still a terrified, "Get out." I did not look at her or walk toward the bed. I placed the bowl on the table closest to the door and immediately stepped back beside my mother. Lin On still clutched her bedding, as if one extra moment from me would end with me losing control again. Her reaction made me understand that any face-to-face apology had to begin with her willingness to see me. Otherwise, the apology would be nothing but another burden I forced upon her to ease my own guilt. My mother sat beside the bed and gently told her, "The Chen family has wronged you, but you can't punish your body for it. Eat a little. When Andrew comes home, we'll discuss everything together." Lin Anyu's eyes reddened again when she looked at my mother. "Auntie, I'm only 18. Why should he be allowed to ruin me? He's nothing but a good-for-nothing. How could he ever take responsibility?" She said the entire village would learn what had happened soon. She did not know how anyone would look at her or even where she could go once she left the house. My mother did not use the fact that it had already happened to force her to accept her fate. She only told Anyu that her sister would return in 2 days. The sisters could decide together whether to stay or leave, and the Chun family would never drive her out. She was not wrong. The old me lived off my parents, gambled, drank, and stole from the family. No promise to treat her well from now on held the slightest credibility. My mother embraced her and gently patted her back. She did not argue on my behalf. She only repeated that she would stay with Anyu and never make her shoulder this alone. Lin Anyu had cried all night and had few tears left. Only broken sobs remained. My mother's eyes also reddened. She ached for Lin Anyu and felt ashamed of raising a son like me. No pot of meat could cover these wounds. My presence in the room only increased her distress. Once I confirmed my mother would remain with her, I withdrew voluntarily. One apology and one pot of chicken soup could never make up for the harm I had caused. Only sustained action could matter. Stop depending on my parents. Fulfill the 200 yuan promise. Keep my father away from the dangerous forestry station and give Lin Anyu enough time and freedom to choose. For now, the most urgent task was to return to the mountains. Daylight would give me better visibility. I could bring a medicinal herb hoe to search for valuable plants and test whether last night's baiting method worked reliably. I could never collect 200 yuan in a week on pheasants alone. Today, I had to find a more valuable breakthrough. After leaving Lin Anyu's room, I went to the kitchen for food and prepared to mix coarse flour for steamed buns. My mother came in behind me. Seeing that I had left the chicken I hunted untouched, she spoke with lingering anger. "Your father won't eat it, and Anyu won't eat it. How much can I eat by myself? If you don't finish this bowl, I'll dump it out for the dogs." She slammed the bowl of chicken soup Lin Anyu had returned onto the stove and walked away. I did not continue putting on airs. I ate the meat and drank every drop of broth, then washed the pot and cleaned the stove on my own. I transferred the remaining meat into a large basin for the family's lunch. In the past, my mother did all of this. I merely tossed down my bowl when I was finished. Washing one pot now did not make me a dutiful son, and I certainly could not expect my mother's anger to disappear because of it. I wiped away the grease on the stove and disposed of the remaining feathers and wood ash from last night before organizing my mountain gear. With warm food in my belly, much of my strength returned. Before leaving, I strapped on a bamboo basket and packed the slingshot. From a corner of the courtyard, I found a rusty sickle and an unused herb hoe. My mother was drying corn and did not answer when I said I was going up the mountain, but she watched me take a small handful of kernels from the winnowing tray. Only when she failed to stop me did I put them in my pocket. The sickle could clear a path and serve as an emergency weapon against a snake or small animal. The herb hoe would let me dig out medicinal roots intact. The bamboo basket would keep game separate from plants. The equipment was crude, but at least it was safer than carrying nothing but a slingshot as I had last night. I divided the small handful of corn into 2 portions, one for bait and one for another attempt on the return trip. I could not scatter the family's food all over the mountain merely to try my luck. Before leaving the courtyard, I described my route more precisely. I would remain on the outer slopes behind the village, use the earthen gully halfway up the mountain as my boundary, and return around noon. My mother still did not respond, but she looked up at me. At least she would know where to search if something happened. That herb hoe came from a failed venture 2 years earlier. Nujiagwan was desperately poor. The production team once organized villagers to plant honeysuckle, saying a buyer in the city would pay a high price after harvest. The entire village joined in. Then someone apparently reported them. Not only did the promised buyer refuse the honeysuckle, but the authorities took away the production team leader. He had not returned to this day. Every seed, handful of fertilizer, an hour of labor the villagers invested went to waste. Since then, whenever anyone mentioned growing medicinal herbs, everyone immediately backed away. For the same reason, ordinary villagers did not dare trade valuable things from the mountains even when they found them. The herb hoe had sat abandoned at our home ever since. I carried it now so I could harvest anything valuable I encountered. But that old lesson also reminded me to confirm the rules and sales channel before conducting any trade. I could not let the family glimpse hope only to expose them to a new danger. Daylight provided far better visibility than the night. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, and every birdsong and trembling branch helped me locate animals. Before long, a familiar clucking came from inside a thicket. Last night, I lured a pheasant out with goat nipple fruit. Today I had corn, which would make the method more reliable. I first placed the basket beneath a tree and moved downwind. Then I scattered corn kernels across open ground outside the brush. A pheasant soon poked out its head, but it did not expose its body at once. It repeatedly stretched its neck and surveyed the area. Corn lasted longer than the fruit and made the bait placement easier to control. I concentrated most of the kernels 2 or 3 steps from the thicket, scattering only a few along the path. That forced the bird to move gradually away from cover rather than pecking at the edge of the branches. I raised the slingshot and waited patiently for several minutes. Only when the pheasant stepped forward and fully exposed its neck did I release the rubber. The stone struck accurately. The pheasant flapped twice and toppled over. I rushed forward, struck it again, bound its feet and wings, and placed it inside the basket. The shot was cleaner than last night's, showing that my young body's strength and the touch from my previous life were beginning to work together again. But a slingshot still had very limited power. Only a hit to the head or neck mattered. A shot to the torso would merely frighten the game away. I had taken another bird, but the small success did not go to my head. Pheasants could provide food. To earn 200 yuan in 7 days, I needed more valuable game or medicinal plants. I continued deeper into Nyoshin Mountain, watching the terrain and wind as I went. Nyoshin Mountain stretched for several hundred li, and its main summit resembled the heart of an ox, rising nearly 2,000 meters above sea level. The richest wild resources lay in the deeper regions. There were suro and sun bears there, while farther in lived clouded leopards, wild boars, and black bears. Medium-sized game required at least a homemade shotgun with a range of 60 or 70 meters and iron pellet shells. Dangerous animals demanded more. Experienced hunters often used modified Winchester shotguns. A gun was only the first step. Traveling dozens of kilometers into the mountains also required fire-making supplies, rope, salt, first aid medicine, and a way to identify poisonous miasma. Otherwise, even if I shot an animal, I might not live to carry it home. No matter how urgent the 7-day deadline was, I could not skip those preparations. The slingshot in my hand did not even qualify me as a beginner hunter. About 1 kilometer into the back hills, I reached an earthen gully running across the mountainside. It was 7 or 8 meters deep and 2 or 3 meters wide. Beyond it, the chances of encountering large animals and poisonous miasma increased. Without a gun or antidotes, I decided to make this my current boundary. I would search the relatively safe area within the first kilometer, then upgrade my equipment based on what I found. I walked a short distance along the gully, memorizing 2 crooked neck trees and a pale exposed rock as markers for my return. Damp moss covered the bottom. Climbing down carelessly might leave me unable to climb back or trap my legs in loose soil. A boundary had to be tied to recognizable terrain, not merely the comforting thought that I had walked about a kilometer. Finding valuable game in this area would require judgment and a little luck. Near the end of the morning, I brought down another pheasant with the slingshot. Together with the one I caught at dawn, there were now 2 inside the bamboo basket. My plan was simple: take one home to add to our food supply and find a way to exchange the other for grain, flour, or cash. The 2 pheasants weighed only a few geen altogether and did not burden me much. I covered the mouth of the basket with leaves, both to keep the stunned birds from waking and fluttering out, and to reduce the spread of the bloody scent. As the temperature climbed at noon, I did not hurry down the mountain. I picked some goat nipple fruit in the shade to quiet my hunger. Since last night, I had taken 3 pheasants and 1 turtle dove. The beginning looked smooth, but real hunting could not depend on luck forever. That afternoon, the wild animals seemed to vanish. Several pheasants heard my footsteps from far away and took flight. Every other sound remained hidden behind dense leaves and branches. I searched for 1 or 2 shurchens several hours without finding anything else. Once, the target slipped into the woods just as I raised my slingshot. Another time, I found fresh tracks, but the animal had already left. Repeated failures brought me back to reality. This was not a commercial hunting ground from the future. Animals did not appear according to a person's schedule. Nyoshin Mountain's abundant resources did not mean that game covered the outer slopes. Generations of villagers had lived beside these mountains and still survived by farming precisely because the valuable things lay in the dangerous depths. Experienced hunters had guns and dogs, yet even they did not return with a full load every time. I had knowledge from the future, but lacked local hunting equipment and years of tracking experience here. I could not treat the first 3 pheasants as stable income. As I considered my next step, a dark gray shadow burst from one thicket and disappeared into another patch of grass in the blink of an eye. It was a wild rabbit. I had seen it several times that morning. Its long ears could detect distant sounds, and it accelerated so quickly that even a hunting rifle might have trouble hitting it, much less a slingshot. That was why I had not wasted stones firing after it. But after half a day without any new harvest, I decided to change tactics. Rabbits ran quickly, but usually traveled along fixed routes. A trap worked better than chasing and shooting them. Old hunters made a running noose in the center of a rope, used a short stick to brace the trigger, and fixed both ends of the rope to 2 elastic saplings bent under tension. When a rabbit stepped on the trigger stick, the saplings sprang back and the noose instantly tightened around its leg. With branches springing in 2 directions, the noose tightened faster than a one-sided snare. The center stick had to withstand the tension while remaining sensitive enough to release beneath the slightest weight. If any part was wrong, the trap either sprang prematurely or failed to tighten at all. This kind of snare did not necessarily need bait. The important things were selecting the right rabbit trail, hiding human scent, and using a strong enough rope. I did not have the foxhide cord experienced hunters normally used. Such cord was made by drying fox skin, rubbing it with grass oil, and twisting it into a strand as thin as hemp twine. It was both tough and elastic and less likely to alarm rabbits. For now, I could only use what the mountain provided. I pulled 2 slender vines from beneath a tree, stripped away the bark, and twisted the inner fibers together into a makeshift cord. It was nowhere near as strong as hide rope, but as long as I stayed nearby and attacked as soon as the rabbit was caught, it could still work. I repeatedly pulled the vine cord by hand to make sure it could bear ordinary force, then wrapped an extra layer around the points most likely to fray. Even then, it was only a disposable tool. I could never set it and leave after an animal was trapped. On the shaded side of the slope, I found a rabbit trail. The grass had been repeatedly flattened, and fresh droppings lay nearby, proving that rabbits passed through often. 2 citron trees stood at the proper distance. I bent their branches down, secured the cord, and buried the noose and trigger stick flat against the earth. Then I concealed them beneath a thin layer of fallen leaves. Covering a trap too heavily would alter the shape of the ground and alert the animal. Once the trap was set, I retreated more than 10 meters downwind and hid behind an earthen slope. Rabbits had sharp hearing and a keen sense of smell. I rubbed rotting leaves over my hands to mask my scent and took a curved route back to my hiding place so I would not leave an obvious human trail. After hiding, I did not lift my head even when I heard birds call or grass rustle in the wind. The old forests of Nyoshin Mountain had accumulated fallen leaves for generations. Step on the ground, and black water sometimes seeped up. The rich soil made the vegetation grow like walls. Often, A hunter could hear an animal but never see how it approached. I waited for almost an hour without it ever showing itself. Only after a short, sharp scream did I discover that a wild rabbit had somehow stepped into the snare. The running noose was wrapped firmly around its left hind leg. It had appeared without a sound, proving that I would never have had a chance if I relied only on my eyes and slingshot. A trap truly was the best way to take this kind of prey. All four paws tore frantically at the ground, flinging soil and leaves in every direction and bending both citron trees. Tiny breaking sounds came from the makeshift vine cord. It could snap at any moment. I immediately drew my slingshot. A terrified wild animal could unleash astonishing power. If I delayed even half a second, it might break free. There was no time to aim shot by shot. Relying on instinct, I launched 3 stones in rapid succession, all toward the head and neck. The first flew too far forward. The second grazed past an ear. Only the third found the proper angle. The entire sequence took less than a second. I did not even have time to reset my stance. Snap! A sharp crack and a dull impact sounded almost simultaneously. The vine cord broke. At the exact same moment, one stone struck the rabbit's head. When the vine cord snapped, the rabbit was already leaping forward. Fortunately, the third stone struck it squarely in the head. Its body stiffened, then it toppled onto the fallen leaves. The slingshot had limited force. Against a human head, it would leave no more than a swollen lump, but it was enough to stun a much smaller rabbit. I did not immediately grab it with my bare hands merely because it had fallen. A rabbit's teeth were sharp enough to bite through a finger when it woke, and ordinary branches could not restrain it reliably. I selected a stick of suitable thickness from beneath a tree and approached carefully. After confirming it was still breathing, I quickly ended the animal's suffering. That prevented it from suddenly breaking free and spared me an unnecessary risk in the mountains. Lifting it by hand, I estimated that the rabbit weighed 5 or 6 gene, roughly 6 or 7 pounds, and was far sturdier than an ordinary domestic rabbit. From twisting the vine rope, setting the trap, and waiting for my chance, I had spent nearly 2 hours on it. Rebuilding the snare would cost at least 2 more hours, and a second rabbit might still not pass before nightfall. I decided to stop. 2 pheasants and 1 rabbit were enough to validate both my baiting and snare methods. Continuing out of greed would only make the descent more dangerous. I placed the animals in the basket and cut edible wild greens with my sickle to spread over them. The greens masked the scent of blood and kept anyone from seeing the game when I returned to the village. Several villagers recognized me from a distance on the way down and looked as if they had seen something strange. Isn't that the Chun family's younger son? You know how to gather wild greens now. I had never worked in the past. Seeing me with a bamboo basket, sickle, and herb hone naturally drew attention. Someone moved closer and tried to look inside the basket. I casually wiped sweat from my forehead and let him see only the layer of wild greens. There's nothing to eat at home, so I came up here to find some. He still did not believe me. He asked whether I had stolen something else from my family to gamble, then been whipped by my father and forced to work. I did not rush to prove I had changed. Instead, I followed his lead with a grin. Nothing gets past you. Keep your voice down. Don't let my father hear. Seeing me speak in the same unserious tone, the villager quickly lost interest. Showing off after one successful hunt would only invite jealousy and questions. Once I earned money reliably, I would not need words to prove anything. I deliberately tilted the basket backward as well, exposing only a few wild greens. If they saw the 2 pheasants and fat rabbit, the entire village would know by nightfall that I was hunting. People might follow my route, compete for the hunting area, or question where I sold the animals. Any of those things could disrupt my 7-day plan. When I returned home, only a little chicken soup remained in the pot, which meant someone had eaten at noon. The door to Lin Anyu's room was open, and my mother was still inside with her. I did not disturb them. First, I poured the remaining soup into a basin and scrubbed the iron wok clean. There was still one shirchen about 2 hours before dinner. I decided to make another hot dish. A string of dried chilies hung on the wall, and some rapeseed oil pressed before the new year remained in the cupboard. I took out 1 pheasant, boiled water to clean it, and chopped it into small pieces. Less than half a bottle of oil remained. I heated it in the wok, then added dried chilies, scallions, and garlic and fried them until fragrant. In my previous life, I practiced shooting and wilderness survival to distract myself from guilt, but I had also studied cooking seriously for a time. Wok temperature, oil quantity, and the order of ingredients had become habits. When the chicken entered the wok, a spicy aroma quickly filled the cramped kitchen. My mother followed the smell. Seeing me stir-fry with practiced movements, she stopped in shock at the doorway. When did you learn to cook? And you found another pheasant. I nudged the bamboo basket with my foot. She lifted the wild greens and discovered another pheasant and a fat rabbit hidden beneath them. She looked several times to make certain. Did you really hunt all of these today? I found them on the outer slopes behind the village. I didn't have a gun, so I never went deep. My mother saw the mud on my clothes and moss on my trouser legs and did not keep questioning me. Instead, she immediately began agonizing over the oil in the wok. The previous year, my father and several villagers went into the mountains to snare roe deer. Several strong laborers waited for 3 days and 2 nights. They returned covered in mosquito bites without bringing back so much as a strand of roe deer hair. My mother had witnessed that empty-handed return and knew perfectly well that mountain game did not simply lie on the ground waiting to be picked up. She examined the snare mark on the rabbit's leg and felt both pheasants. Only after confirming that none of the game had spoiled did she believe I had truly worked all day in the mountains. You've poured all the family's rapeseed oil into the wok. What will we eat tomorrow? And all those chilies, do you think you're a landlord? Let's give everyone one good meal today. Tomorrow, I'll go to town and replace the oil and seasonings. And what will you use to replace them? My mother demanded. I told her the other pheasant would remain at home, while I planned to take the rabbit to town and ask about prices. If I could not sell it, I would bring the meat back. I would never again steal from the family to raise money. I rattled the spatula against the wok. My mother knew she could not stop me and walked away muttering. At dusk, I carried spicy chicken and stir-fried wild greens to the table. My father had spent the entire day digging sweet potatoes. The aroma caught him the moment he entered the courtyard. As he washed his face beside the water jar, he asked what we were eating that night. He moved stiffly when he bent over. A day of heavy labor had clearly overtaxed his back. That made me more certain that I could not let him dig both moo alone, much less trade his life for an allowance at the forestry station. My mother handed him a towel and deliberately withheld the answer. The good things your son brought home, of course. My father entered the room, saw the spicy chicken and wild greens on the table, and visibly swallowed. My mother told him I had cooked both dishes. At first he refused to believe her, then asked where I had learned. I had already eaten and taken the remaining pheasant and rabbit back to my room to prepare them. The door was thin, and I could hear my parents' conversation clearly outside. The first thing my father asked about was not the game, but Lin on you. My mother said she had eaten almost nothing all day and still refused to leave her room. My father sighed and told her to keep trying to persuade on you to take a few bites. Her body could not endure this forever. The uproar last night had also brought several village women around to ask questions. My mother only told outsiders that I lost money gambling and my father gave me a beating. She did not reveal what had happened to Lin on you. Until Anyu and her sister made their decision, I would not spread the matter through the village either. My father sat at the table and smoked his pipe for a while. At last, he picked up his chopsticks. I've raised him all these years. Cooking one meal for the family is the least he should do. Despite his words, he did not take the largest piece of meat first. He put the first piece in my mother's bowl and told her to set aside a portion for Lin Anyu. My mother reminded him that Anyu currently refused to accept anything I had brought home. My father only told her to keep it warm and serve it whenever Anyu was willing to eat. My mother deliberately brought up the time my father and several others spent 3 days and 2 nights trying to snare roe deer the previous year, only to feed a body full of mosquitoes. Afraid she would continue exposing his embarrassment, my father immediately placed a piece of chicken in her bowl. Eat. Bury the bones in the courtyard when we're done. Don't let the neighbors find out. He still refused to praise me, but he drank 2 small cups of baijiu with dinner for the first time in ages. I did not go out to listen for compliments, nor did I mistake one harvest for my father's trust. There was still 1 pheasant, 1 5 or 6 gene rabbit, and the turtle dove I found the previous night in my room. The weather began warming in March and April, so the game could not be kept for long. I reserved the pheasant for tomorrow's food, placed the rabbit back in the basket, and prepared to take it to town before dawn to test the price. The rabbit was already dead. The longer it sat, the lower its value would fall. I wrapped it in a clean white cloth, separated it with wild greens, and kept everything as neat as possible. The turtle dove went into another cloth bag and would not be sold for the time being. It might have greater value later in exchange for a hunter's help. The town lay more than 10 kilometers from Nujiagwan. I needed to arrive when the market was crowded to have the best chance of finding a buyer for mountain game. Most villagers lit their kerosene lamps early that night. The city had electricity, but Nujiagwan still relied on kerosene and candles. As soon as their work was done, people put out the lights rather than waste fuel. After reviewing my route and minimum acceptable price, I quickly fell asleep. My mother knocked on my door once to ask whether I needed hot water. When she heard my even breathing, she left without disturbing me. In the past, I often stayed away all night at the card table. Today, repeated trips into the mountains had exhausted me so badly that I fell asleep almost immediately. The household was finally quiet, but that calm still depended on Lin On Yu remaining behind her closed door. Before dawn the next day, I left with the rabbit on my back. My young body recovered quickly. I jogged along the way and reached town in roughly 3 hours. It happened to be a market day held on odd-numbered dates. By 8 or 9 in the morning, the market was already crowded with people buying grain, selling vegetables, and trading daily necessities. The mountain road of more than 10 kilometers was uneven. With the rabbit on my back, I could not run the entire distance as I could empty-handed. I accelerated only on downhill and level stretches and controlled my breathing uphill so sweat would not soak the rabbit's outer wrapping. By the time I reached the town entrance, mud coated my soles and bits of grass clung to my clothes. I looked exactly like an ordinary mountain villager. Most stalls sold common agricultural produce, with very little meat available. A 5 or 6 gene wild rabbit was indeed rare, but an ordinary family might still be unwilling to buy it. Instead of blindly shouting through the middle of the market, I first observed who had stable demand and the money to pay. Grain and vegetables at the market were affected by ration coupons and controlled prices. A private buyer needed not only cash to purchase an entire rabbit, but also the willingness to pay noticeably more than ordinary meat cost. If I went from stall to stall asking, I would reveal my desperation to sell and make it easier for buyers to force down the price. A supply and marketing cooperative restaurant stood along the street. It was a state-owned business. Most customers who could afford to eat there were relatively well off, and the restaurant needed ingredients that were difficult to find in an ordinary market. To them, a wild rabbit was not merely meat. It was a mountain delicacy that could attract customers. If the restaurant purchased it, payment could be made legally through its books. Compared with a private deal with a stranger, the price would be more transparent and the channel better suited to regular future deliveries. In my previous life, I valued distribution channels above almost everything in business. One high-price sale could not compare with finding a long-term buyer. I stopped outside the restaurant and placed the bamboo basket at my feet. If they were willing to purchase game regularly, I would gain more than the price of one rabbit. I would gain a stable sales channel. I did not barge through the door or block the customers. I sat to one side and waited for someone inside to notice me. Before selling anything, making the other party willing to listen was often more important than shouting a price. I had barely sat down outside the supply and marketing cooperative restaurant when a young waitress with 2 braids came out to drive me away. Go beg somewhere else. Look at what kind of place this is. Jobs at state-run restaurants were highly sought after, so waitresses naturally spoke with confidence. I did not argue. I stood straight and explained why I was there. I'm from Nujiagwan. I brought fresh mountain game and wanted to ask whether the restaurant buys it. At the words, mountain game, her attitude softened slightly and her gaze shifted to the bamboo basket. I lifted the white cloth and revealed the rabbit inside. Once she saw that I was not begging, she realized she had judged too quickly, but still warned me not to enter. The mud on my clothes and the basket would harm the restaurant's appearance. I accepted that request and remained where I was. I had no intention of ruining a deal because of her attitude. Is that a rabbit? A wild rabbit from the mountains. 5 or 6 gene. At the time, an ordinary meat rabbit could sell for 12 to 16 yuan. Wild rabbit was rarer, and restaurant customers were willing to try something unusual. The waitress could not decide, so she told me to stay outside while she fetched the kitchen chef. I did not volunteer an outrageous price. When dealing with an unfamiliar organization, the probability of success was higher if someone who truly understood ingredients inspected the goods first, then negotiated according to whether the animal was alive, its freshness, and its weight. A moment later, a heavy-set cook wearing a dark blue apron came out with her. The waitress called him Chef Yi. He wasted no time on pleasantries and told me to lift the game for inspection. There was blood beside the rabbit's nose, and its body had already stiffened. Chef Yi frowned as soon as he saw it. It's dead. It was killed recently. I guarantee it's fresh. He explained that restaurant customers preferred mountain game slaughtered fresh. Live and dead goods did not command the same price. I acknowledged the shortcoming instead of insisting that a dead rabbit was worth the price of a live one. I only told him that I could keep supplying game in the future. Name a fair price. I didn't have proper hunting tools this time, so I had to finish it on the spot. If I bring a live one next time, I hope the restaurant will pay the live game rate. I also invited him to inspect the pelt eyes, and abdomen to prove that this was not old game kept for several days. Chefy had worked in kitchens for years. One touch told him the body temperature and degree of rigor. Any lie would only destroy future business. Seeing that I spoke logically, Chef Yi conferred with the waitress and offered 18 yuan. That was already higher than the going rate for ordinary domestic rabbit. I calculated briefly but did not bargain. Chef Yi mistook my silence for dissatisfaction and immediately explained that a dead rabbit was worth no more. I stopped him and asked, "What about a live one? If you can truly deliver it alive, 5 yuan per gene. The condition is that you manage to catch one." A live rabbit weighing 5 or 6 gene could sell for about 25 yuan. 8 of them would come close to the 200 yuan bride price. Catching 8 rabbits would not be as simple as the arithmetic, but for the first time, my goal had a specific price and a buyer. The difference between 18 yuan for a dead rabbit and 25 for a live one was 7 yuan. Foxhide snares could improve the capture rate and gave me a chance to keep the animal alive. If the cord's old PGA gave me worked reliably, that 7 yuan difference alone could pay for a great deal of grain and oil. I handed the rabbit to Chef Yi and accepted 18 yuan. The waitress issued the money through the restaurant's accounts and counted it in front of me. I stitched the notes into the pocket inside my waistband and made an arrangement with Chef Yi to bring live, fresh game here first in the future. The first cash payment was not large. More important, I had opened a channel through the restaurant. From now on, I would not have to wander the streets hoping to sell game, and the transaction risk would be lower. According to my promise, I should have reserved all 18 yuan toward the bride price. But the grain jar at home was nearly empty, and my father was considering dangerous forestry work. Hoarding cash while ignoring the family's food shortage would be another way of running from responsibility. I returned to the area near the market and exchanged for grain and oil coupons through someone familiar with the going rates. I could not publicize the process, so I exchanged only the amount our family urgently needed. Then I purchased 20 gene of millet and 10 gene of rapeseed. The millet could be processed into grain at home, and the rapeseed could be pressed for oil. Having cash did not mean I could buy every material directly. Many goods required ration coupons as well. I made only one small coupon exchange, asked no questions about the other party's source, and did not plan to treat it as a permanent solution. Once my situation stabilized, I would rely as much as possible on official supply channels. My mother's clothes had been patched for years, so I also went to the store for fabric. One chi about 13 inches cost 30 cents and required 1 chi of cloth coupons. I bought 2 zhong, or roughly 22 feet. Including the cost of the coupons, it came to nearly 10 yuan. 2 zhong was enough for my mother to make a new outfit and patch several of the family's most badly damaged garments. I did not choose anything bright or showy, only a color that would hide dirt and withstand wear. Every inch of cloth had to serve a purpose right now. Cash had seemed easy to obtain, but real purchasing showed how quickly it disappeared. Grain, oil, and fabric alone consumed most of the income. I truly felt the pinch, but the money had not been squandered. I exchanged it for the food and clothing the family needed most. Once I improved my hunting equipment and proved the live rabbit price, future income would rise. I had not forgotten the 7-day deadline. The remaining 5 yuan would serve as working capital. The second pheasant and the foxhide snares could continue producing income. From now on, I had to increase the daily harvest and stop spending every cent I earned each day. As I left the fabric counter, I saw a blue floral dress priced at 22 yuan. By the standards of the future, the style was hopelessly dated. In 1977, however, it was a new garment beyond the means of an ordinary family. I thought it would suit Lin on you, but did not buy it. She currently refused even the chicken soup I sent her. Giving her a dress without warning would only make her believe I was trying to purchase forgiveness. I memorized the price and continued shopping. In addition to the 20 gene of millet, 10 gene of rapeseed, and 2 zhong of cloth, I bought vegetables, sesame oil, salt, vinegar, and several pastries. My father had smoked homemade pipe tobacco for years. I spent 40 cents to obtain cigarette coupons and bought him an entire pack of Dakiaman cigarettes. If he refused them, I could use the pack when visiting someone I needed to deal with, so it would not be wasted. 40 cents was no small amount to our family. In the past, my father helped the village chief repair a cellar. The chief handed each worker only 1 Dakiaman cigarette, and all of them praised his generosity. A full, unopened pack was both the first thing I had ever intentionally bought my father and a respectable visiting gift. The miscellaneous goods cost 13 yuan altogether, leaving only 5 from my 18 yuan income. I stitched the remaining cash securely into place and headed back to Nujiaguan with the bamboo basket full of supplies. Before leaving town, I counted the goods again beside the road. 20 jin of millet, 10 jin of rapeseed, and 2 zhang of cloth were the large items easiest to verify. Salt, vinegar, sesame oil, vegetables, pastries, and cigarettes made up the rest of the spending. The goods plus the 5 yuan at my waist accounted for the entire 18 yuan income. If I forgot the price of a small item, I could ask the cooperative later. I could not invent a price list on the spot merely to appear capable. It was afternoon when I returned home. My father sat in the courtyard smoking his pipe. My mother had replaced him in the fields to harvest sweet potatoes, while he remained home with Lin on you. His first reaction to seeing me return with a full load was still suspicion. Where did you run off to fool around all morning? I took out the 20 jin of millet and 10 jin of rapeseed first, then lifted out the new deep blue cloth. I exchanged yesterday's wild rabbit for these. He glanced toward the courtyard gate, lowered his voice, and pressed me for exactly who bought it and how much they paid. I told him truthfully that the restaurant paid 18 yuan for the dead rabbit and offered 5 yuan per jin for a live one. Then I showed him the remaining 5 yuan in cash. The supplies, prices, and balance matched one another, so he could no longer immediately conclude that I had stolen something. I also named the supply and marketing cooperative restaurant and Chef Yi, the man running its kitchen. If my father still distrusted me, he could verify the transaction in town instead of relying on my word. A bad reputation accumulated over years would not disappear because of one basket of goods. Leaving an external point of verification in the accounts was more useful than swearing repeatedly. My father stared at the grain and cloth for a long time and asked again whether I had stolen them. I told him to investigate as much as he wanted. No household in Yuan had an identical collection of goods. My mother had seen the rabbit last night, and the cooperative restaurant in town could confirm the sale. He still could not believe I had caught such an alert animal. Only after I put away the salt, vinegar, sesame oil, and other urgently needed household supplies one by one did his tone gradually soften. When I carried the grain inside, I deliberately did not display it in front of Lin Onyu. These were household supplies first, not a way to remind her that she owed me anything. I gave the pastries to my mother as well, leaving her to decide when and how they should be offered. I held out the pack of daikyamen. My father knew a pack cost 40 cents, enough to feed our household for 2 days. In the end, he refused it. Instead of immediately cursing me for wasting money, he asked how I had captured the rabbit. I explained the running noose trap, made with 2 springing branches. I also admitted that the vine cord snapped at the final moment and that only a follow-up slingshot strike prevented the animal from escaping. My father said the idea behind the method was sound, but the materials were too crude. When he was young, he learned a little hunting from old Pijia and knew how much explosive strength a struggling rabbit possessed. Vines frayed and broke under repeated friction. If I wanted to sell rabbits alive, I needed a resilient hide snare and had to learn how to cage an animal without injuring it. I don't want the cigarettes. Take them to old Pijia at the village entrance and ask him to teach you how to make a proper snare. Old Pijia was Yuan's most capable veteran hunter. In his youth, he had hunted tigers and black bears alone and even dared face a crazed wild boar. Now in his 70s, his night vision was poor and he rarely entered the mountains. He stayed home and trained several native dogs. Villagers said he seldom returned empty-handed whenever he entered the mountains. Some laughed because he spent all day playing with dogs. In reality, he was selecting for nose, courage, and obedience among ordinary village dogs, hoping to train genuine hunting hounds. That skill was exactly the local experience I lacked. The fact that my father offered advice meant he at least acknowledged my actions that day. I agreed immediately, but did not intend to rely on the cigarettes as my only gift. I had kept the turtle dove I found the previous night. Folk belief said turtle dove benefited the eyes, and its bones and meat were often used as nourishment after preparation. Whatever the actual effect, it was precisely the kind of mountain game the old hunter would accept. It showed more sincerity than an ordinary pack of cigarettes. I did not treat the folk claim as proven medicine. I only knew old Pijia liked to eat this kind of game and genuinely had poor night vision. The bird had been an extra find. Using it to build a mutually beneficial relationship held greater long-term value than dividing half a gene of meat at home. I placed the turtle dove inside a cloth bag, tucked the daikyamen cigarettes into my clothes, and walked to the courtyard beneath the slope at the village entrance. Several dogs began barking in succession. From the sound, old Pijia was training them. I did not push open the gate without permission. I remained outside and knocked. "Uncle, I'm little Chun from Chun Yuan Chao's family. Do you have a moment? I brought you something from the mountains." The barking in the courtyard stopped the instant my voice fell silent. A moment later, a half-grown yellow dog jumped onto the wall. Its bright black eyes locked onto me before it began barking again. A vigorous old voice issued a command from inside. Yuan down. The yellow dog immediately fell silent and jumped back into the yard. Then the gate opened. A gray-haired old man stepped out. He was short but energetic, and several native dogs of different sizes followed behind him. He looked me up and down. "You're that boy of Qin Yuan Chao's?" "Yes. My father told me to come ask for your advice. I also brought you something." I was about to open the cloth bag when old Pijiao pressed a hand over it and pointed inside with a smile. "Where did you get the cooing bird?" Cooing bird was the local name for a turtle dove. The bag was still closed, yet he identified the species from smell alone. That genuinely surprised me. Old Pijiao explained that he had spent most of his life in the mountains. The scent, call, and tracks of every kind of wild animal were already etched into him. One of the dogs approached to sniff the bag, but he gently moved it aside with his foot. The mouth of the bag was tied shut. An ordinary person standing nearby could smell only a little blood. The fact that he could identify the exact bird meant neither his nose nor his experience had entirely faded with age. More important, several dogs became quiet after one command, proving that his ability to train animals was equally reliable. That kind of perception could never come from reading a few wilderness books. I handed him the bag and explained that turtle dove was believed to nourish an elderly person's eyes. He weighed it in his hand, then first asked how I caught it. I did not pretend an accidental find proved my skill. I honestly explained how the pheasants fought over the eggs and pecked the turtle dove to death. Only after hearing the story did old Pijia step aside and invite me into the courtyard. Once we sat in chairs, he stated my purpose directly. "Young people like you never remember this old man unless you're after something in the mountains. Niuxin Mountain is ancient forest. It has poisonous miasma, fog, and dangerous animals. Even locals get lost. I don't advise you to charge inside on courage alone." He told me that many dangers in the mountains gave no warning. Poisonous miasma could collect in low, sheltered places, while an old game trail might lead straight into a predator's den. Merely remembering the direction of the village was nowhere near enough. A hunter also had to read waterways, tree species, slope direction, and the day's wind. I told him that I currently remained within the 1-kilometer perimeter inside the earthen gully and would never cross that line without a gun. He nodded, then continued discussing hunting tools. I described the entire process of using vine cord, 2 spring-loaded branches, and a trigger stick to snare the rabbit, including my mistake when the cord broke at the end. He asked how deeply I buried the noose, where I placed the trigger on the rabbit trail, and whether I hit upwind or downwind. Only after hearing that I chose the downwind side and used a thin layer of leaves did he approve the overall method. His only criticism was that I failed to test the vine for friction damage beforehand. Old Pijia became interested. "You usually drift around without a care, yet you know how to build a spring snare. Who taught you?" I could not explain my previous life, so I said I had worked it out myself. The old man mentioned how my father and several others tried the same technique to snare roe deer last year, but returned empty-handed. Then he said I at least possessed some instinct for it. He went inside and returned with several slender cords. They were only as thick as yarn, yet their surfaces were smooth, oiled, and tightly twisted. When I rolled one between my fingers, I felt the resilience hidden inside. I recognized the material immediately. Made from fox hide. Old Pijia raised his eyebrows. "You even know that?" "That's right. Dry the fox hide, rub it with grass oil, then twist it into snare cord. Forget rabbits, even a mountain weasel will have trouble breaking free once it falls into one of these." A genuine foxhide snare was stronger and better concealed than my vine cord. It solved the most important problem in capturing rabbits alive. I had not expected a turtle dove I happened to find to bring me several finished hide cords in exchange. "I won't take your cooing bird for free. Bring the cords home and practice." Old Pijia also warned me, "Don't start showing off just because you have the tools. First learn to read the wind, recognize the paths, and study tracks. Only then should you talk about entering the deep mountains." He also demonstrated the proper orientation of the running loop. If the loop was too large, it might catch the body and damage the pelt. If it was too small, it might only brush the toes. For rabbits, the trigger had to match their normal stride, and the tightened loop needed enough slack to avoid severing the leg. Only then could the animal be delivered to the restaurant alive. I stood and thanked him solemnly. He did not drive me away because of my old reputation. He only said, "You should have started acting like a decent man long ago. Do better from now on." Stop making your father too ashamed to hold his head up. Those words hurt more than mockery. Very few people besides my parents were still willing to give me sincere advice. I promised to break my old habits and live up to the tools he had given me. I did not treat the cords as a free bargain. The turtle dove covered only this exchange. If his technique helped me earn money in the future, I would return with food and appropriate supplies. A lasting apprenticeship or partnership could not be sustained by taking advantage of someone once. When I lowered my head, the half-grown yellow dog called Yuan came over to sniff my trouser legs. It had a broad chest and narrow waist, giving its body the shape of a long, slender leaf, and its eyes were alert. After circling and sniffing several times, it stopped barking and wagged its tail at me instead. Old Pijian narrowed his eyes at it. That's strange. Yuan normally isn't friendly with strangers, but it seems to like you today. When I left old Pijia's home, Yuan followed me all the way to the gate. It barked several times, but its tail wagged furiously. I turned to study its build. It had a broad rib cage, a tight waist and belly, and limbs proportioned for long-distance running. It was no expensive breed, but possessed endurance, explosive speed, and alertness. Old Pijiao was clearly training it as a hunting dog. I already had the fox-hide snares. A hunting dog was not something I could ask for yet. I remembered Yuan's behavior and returned home to prepare dinner and my second round of hunting. My father was already busy in the kitchen. He had stayed home during the day with Lin On Yu and had also milled the 20 gene of millet I brought back into roughly 15 gene of edible grain. Instead of scattering the husks, he dug a pit in the courtyard and buried them so the neighbors could not estimate how much grain had suddenly entered our home. I asked why he had not pressed the 10 gene of rapeseed at the same time. The smell of pressing rapeseed oil can drift across half the village. Are you afraid people won't know we have supplies? My father mentioned that the aroma from last night's spicy chicken had already attracted Wang Wu from next door. Wang Wu was nearly 50. For earthen walls were all he owned, and he still lived alone. His poverty was not shameful. The problem was that he was gluttonous and lazy and had long exploited my father's principles. At first, he stole only 1 or 2 sweet potatoes from the Chun family's field. Whenever he was caught, he pleaded poverty and said a veteran could not stand by while someone starved to death. My father was naturally willing to share food with someone truly near starvation. Wang Wu seized on that and turned emergency relief into regular demands. Each time he took something, he promised to repay it in the future, yet never once did. My father found it difficult to refuse. After several tacit permissions, Wang Wu grew bolder. He not only kept digging sweet potatoes but entered our home whenever my mother was absent, took a little of whatever food he saw, and praised my father's high political consciousness as he left. My mother once went to his house to fight over it. From then on, he deliberately came only when my father was home alone. The old me knew Wang Wu visited often, but never cared what he took. Now that our family had only enough grain for a few months, I could no longer tolerate it. Did he come today? He smelled the pheasant and came asking questions. I admitted nothing. My father drove me out of the kitchen, then added, "He'll probably come back later." My father cooked only white rice and stir-fried wild greens. He left the remaining pheasant untouched, clearly unwilling to let Wang Wu arrive at dinner time and take advantage. The sunset had not fully faded, so I simply stood guard outside the courtyard gate. Before long, a man emerged from a broken house more than 20 meters away and walked directly toward the Chin home. Seeing me block the gate, Wang Wu first pretended to be friendly. "Nephew, you didn't go out to play today? Let me in. I'll put in a good word with your father. Don't call me so affectionately. There's nothing in this house for you to take. Go home." He grinned, exposing yellow teeth, and continued edging forward, assuming I was still the same unserious fool. When I refused him again, he invoked my father to put pressure on me. "Your father treats me politely. How dare you stop your Uncle Wang? My father helped you before because he knew you were struggling, not because he owed you. From now on, you are not allowed to enter my home and take things, and you are not allowed to dig sweet potatoes from our field." I did not insult him for being poor and gave him a clear way out. If he stopped stealing now, I would not pursue the few sweet potatoes he had taken in the past. If he faced a genuine emergency, he could stand outside the courtyard and ask for help. He could no longer enter without permission. When the gentle approach failed, Wang Wu turned sideways and tried to force his way past. I pushed his shoulder and sent him back toward the roadside. He stumbled several steps, became furious with embarrassment, and picked up a stone to throw at me. Once he took up a weapon, I did not wait for him to throw it. I moved forward, kicked his balance out from under him, took him down, and pinned the hand holding the stone. Wang Wu tried to struggle. I punched the side of his face and shoulders several times until he released it. He immediately began shouting for my father, claiming that the Chun family's son was murdering him. Not one neighboring gate opened, and my father did not emerge from the kitchen. The villagers were clearly tired of Wang Wu's shameless behavior. I controlled my strength and avoided dangerous areas such as the back of his head, throat, and abdomen. My goal was to take away the stone and stop him from forcing his way through the gate, not seriously injure a man in his 50s. Once several punches destroyed his courage to keep fighting, I stopped hitting him and merely pinned his wrist while questioning him. The louder you shout, the more you prove that you tried to break into someone else's home with a stone. Promise me now, will you ever come back? Wang Wu realized no one would answer his cries and that he could not break free. He covered his face and begged, I won't. I'll never come back again. I made him repeat that he would never enter the Chun home or steal sweet potatoes from our fields, then released him. He retreated toward his house holding his face. His mouth admitted fault, but his eyes remained dark. After walking several steps, he looked back as if committing today's debt to memory. I did not chase him home or continue insulting him. The conflict had ended. Expanding it would only make the Chun family responsible in turn. The beating might restrain him temporarily, but not necessarily make him give up. A scoundrel feared immediate loss, yet was also quick to hold a grudge. I had to watch for retaliation instead of treating one promise as the end of the matter. I would soon be traveling frequently into the mountains and town, often leaving only my parents and the Lin sisters at home. If Wang Wu did not dare confront me directly, he might cause trouble while I was absent. In addition to my warning, I had to make my father change his old habit of yielding endlessly. After Wang Wu left, I returned to the courtyard. My father happened to be carrying a plate of pea shoots out of the kitchen and said nothing about the conflict outside. He could hear everything from inside but had not intervened, meaning he also wanted Wang Wu to receive a clear warning. Father and son maintained an unspoken understanding. If the man stopped taking advantage, the matter would end there. If he retaliated, we would respond according to what he actually did. My father only reminded me to reason with people first in the future. I could defend myself once the other person truly attacked with a stone, but I could not bully others simply because I was younger and stronger. I nodded in agreement and repeated exactly what Wang Wu had promised so the family could judge whether he broke his word later. As the sky darkened, my mother returned from the sweet potato field. I brought a basin of clean water for her to wash her face. She visibly froze. In the past, I had never volunteered for small tasks like that. After washing, she pulled me aside. Anyu has barely eaten for 2 days. I thought of a way to persuade her. Don't go into her room tonight, and don't ask too many questions. I agreed immediately. Lin Anyu's physical condition mattered more than whether she was willing to speak to me. If my mother could make her eat, any arrangement was acceptable. Dinner consisted only of white rice, vegetable dishes, and green vegetable soup. The 15 gene of newly milled rice allowed the family to eat pure white rice for once, which already satisfied my parents. I volunteered to clear the bowls and chopsticks afterward and saw another bowl of leftover chicken soup covered inside the cupboard. The soup had remained since morning. Each time my mother reheated it, she warmed only one portion to avoid ruining it through repeated boiling. That bowl contained the most meat and had clearly been reserved for Lin Anyu from the beginning. My mother entered the kitchen, lit the fire, and reheated the chicken soup thoroughly in a water bath. When I asked whether Lin Anyu would accept it, she immediately drove me out. Stay out of it. Seeing you makes it even harder for her to eat. I returned to my room to inspect the 3 foxhide snares and prepare a chicken cage for the night's trip into the mountains. Before long, my mother took the deep blue fabric I bought from her room and went to Lin Anyu. The hide cords and running loops on all 3 snares were intact. I tested the spring action one by one and adjusted each loop according to old Pijia's demonstration, making certain it would not immediately break the bones after catching a foot. I also tested the latch on the chicken cage. There was no point capturing a live rabbit if it escaped on the way down the mountain. I did not go over to eavesdrop. Only after my mother returned carrying an empty bowl did she tell me what happened. She first asked Lin Anyu to help measure the cloth and discussed how many garments 2 zhang of fabric could make for 5 people. The new cloth temporarily shifted the subject away from that night's trauma and toward cutting, measurements, and Lin Anru's return. My mother did not initially say I had bought the cloth. Only after Lin Anyu began speaking did she mention it in passing. According to my mother, Lin Anyu first stared at the fabric without touching it. My mother pretended not to understand the measurements and placed the cloth beside her, asking her to help. Only when they discussed making something for her sister did she speak to correct the cutting method. Her voice was steadier than during the day. The moment she heard my name, Lin On Yu stopped touching the fabric. My mother did not continue praising me. Instead, she asked whether her sister would arrive at the station tomorrow afternoon. Lin Anru had worked in the north for 2 years, and the sisters had not seen each other in a long time. My mother proposed that someone from the family meet her in the city and promised that once she returned, the sisters could make every decision together. Talking about her sister finally drew Lin On Yu slightly out of her complete isolation. My mother then brought in the hot chicken soup and told her only, "Your sister comes home tomorrow. Her heart will break if she sees you've starved yourself like this. Keep your strength up first." Lin On Yu did not take the bowl immediately. My mother left it on the table, turned away to fold the fabric, and gave her room to decide. After a while, On Yu picked up the bowl and drank in small sips. My mother did not seize the chance to mention me again or ask for any promise. This time, she accepted the bowl. The empty bowl proved she finally ate the chicken and drank the soup. A long absent look of relief appeared on my mother's face, and I relaxed as well, but I did not interpret it as the beginning of Lin On Yu's forgiveness. She ate because she was hungry, because her sister would soon return, and because she trusted my parents. The fact that I had provided the food did not mean she accepted me. I still had to keep my distance and never use my mother's care to pressure her into marriage. At least the immediate threat to her survival had eased. Her willingness to wait for her sister and eat meant we had time to handle the decisions ahead. My task was to provide food and security steadily, not interpret every reaction in her vulnerable state as a change in emotion. My mother told me Lin Anru would arrive at Binyang City Railway Station at 3 tomorrow afternoon and asked me to meet her. My father had to continue harvesting sweet potatoes, and my mother had to remain home with Lin On Yu. I was the only person available to make the journey. I agreed. Lin Anru understood her sister and had the right to know what had happened. She would probably hold me accountable the moment she returned. That was another consequence I had to face. Whether she demanded that the authorities be notified, took her sister away, or imposed other conditions, I could not run again. Taking responsibility to the end did not mean forcing Lin On Yu to marry me. It meant respecting the sister's decision and accepting every financial, reputational, and legal consequence I owed. After meeting Lin Anru tomorrow, I would not reveal her sister's private trauma in the train station. I would first bring her home safely, then let Lin On Yu choose when and through whom the truth should be told. The one thing I could not do was hide it until she heard from an outsider. Meeting Lin Anru would consume 2 days, but part of my 7-day deadline had already passed. I could not waste tonight as well. The supply and marketing cooperative restaurant offered 5 yuan per gene for live wild rabbit. Old Pijia had given me 3 foxhide snares, so I found an unused chicken cage and placed it inside the bamboo basket. Rabbits had sharp teeth and could not be tied with branches like pheasants. Once caught, the cord had to be removed promptly and the animal placed in a cage to have any chance of reaching town alive. After my mother returned to her room, I took the slingshot and rusty sickle and left beneath the night. The sickle was useless against black bears or wild boars. It could only clear a path and handle small dangers. Fortunately, I continued to restrict myself to the outer reaches of Nyoshin Mountain and never crossed the earthen gully. More than an hour later, I returned to the slope where I caught the previous rabbit. Dense leaves cut the moonlight into fragments, leaving patches of light and darkness across the ground. I first located 2 eucalyptus trees in suitable positions and took out a foxhide snare. Navigating at night could not depend on moonlight alone. I followed the gully, fallen trees, and rocky slope I had memorized during the day. At each fork, I left a temporary marker without damaging bark and planned to remove it on the return trip. If fog rose or clouds hid the moon, those ground references would be more reliable than looking up for direction. The hide cord felt slightly oily, both flexible and resistant to water. Following old Pijia's method, I calibrated the running loop, the direction of the springing branches, and the position of the trigger stick, then covered everything with a thin layer of shredded leaves. The 3 foxhide snares could not be crowded into one place. I set them along separate suspected rabbit trails and left an inconspicuous marker at each so I would not step into them while collecting them. The first went into a gap in the brush, the second where grass roots had been pressed flat, and the third beside a narrow path on the slope. The distance between them increased coverage and prevented one animal's struggle from alerting everything near all 3 traps. Half an hour later, every snare was ready. Carrying the chicken cage, I searched nearby and hoped to bring down another pheasant with the slingshot. But the woods held nothing but quail calls and insect song. I found no target, even near the gully. I retreated downwind and waited for an hour, then inspected each snare. All three were empty. The leaf cover at one had shifted slightly, but the trigger had not released. A rabbit might have smelled something and detoured, or I might have chosen the wrong place for its stride. I inspected the trigger stick and found it still properly seated. That meant an animal only brushed the edge. The snare itself was sound, so the failure more likely came from its angle. Leaving it unchanged would only repeat the same mistake. It was not yet midnight. I collected the snares and searched again for tracks. In the moonlight, black droppings the size of peas lay scattered among the grass. A narrow trail nearby had been repeatedly flattened. This proved rabbits passed through often, but my first traps had missed the main route. Rabbits habitually traveled fixed paths. I reset all three snares near the droppings, with one in front and two staggered behind it. Unless they remained in their burrows all night, they would encounter at least one while following this route. Before resetting them, I rubbed rotting leaves over my hands and the hide cords to reduce the human scent, then restored the disturbed leaves at the original sites. Foxhide treated with grass oil blended more naturally into the forest, but sweat from the person setting it could still reveal a trap. I retreated 20 meters downwind, lowered my body, and waited. An hour passed without movement. Much more time followed, yet the traps remained silent. I began to wonder whether I had left too much scent while handling the cords. I even wondered whether old Pijia deliberately gave me several worn-out snares that could not work. Emotion most easily misled a person while waiting. Capturing a rabbit quickly with a vine snare last time did not mean every hunt should produce results on the same schedule. The animal might have just eaten, or a predator might be nearby. Tools improved probability. They could not order an animal to pass at a certain time. I quickly suppressed those thoughts. Whether the foxhide snare succeeded depended on route, wind, trigger sensitivity, and the animal's condition. I could not blame the tools after one empty attempt. March and April nights were still cold. Wearing only a thin undershirt, I lay on damp ground until my body gradually began shaking beyond my control. If I remained, I might catch a chill without taking a rabbit and then be unable to enter the city tomorrow. My fingers were already stiffening, and my ability to draw the slingshot steadily had noticeably declined. Even if game appeared now, I might fail to finish the shot. Staying was no longer perseverance. It meant letting my body temperature and judgment deteriorate together. I decided to collect the snares and descend. As I approached the first marker, a faint hiss came from the grass ahead. The insects and birds seemed to fall silent simultaneously, and the woods abruptly went still. I stopped at once and slowly wrapped my hand around the sickle at my waist. Most ordinary non-venomous snakes avoided people. Continuous tongue flicking and warning hisses usually meant the animal was preparing to attack or had become trapped. I could not see its position in the dark. If I stepped too close and was bitten, I would have little chance of receiving treatment in time. I did not retreat immediately because the snares and chicken cage were still ahead. Turning carelessly might also make me step on another snake. The safest choice was to establish the distance and direction of the sound first, then move along the route I had already trodden. The sound came again. It did not seem to be gliding past from the side. It came from one of the foxhide snares I had set. The tongue-flicking hiss continued from the direction of the snare. It had not caught a rabbit. It had most likely entangled a snake. I raised the sickle and moved toward the sound one step at a time. Rotting leaves whispered beneath my feet. The moonlight revealed only several moving segments of white pattern. When I came within 5 meters, I stopped to identify it. Only after confirming that the cord truly restricted it did I approach from the side. Once it entered the sickle's reach, I chopped repeatedly to eliminate the risk of a bite. Only after the snake stopped struggling did I see the alternating black and white rings clearly. It was a many-banded crite, an extremely venomous snake. In the dark, only the white portions of its black and white bands were visible. No wonder I initially thought I was looking at several separate, unidentified objects. If the foxhide snare had not limited its movement, waiting until I was within 5 meters to identify it might already have brought me into striking range. The snare had caught the crite by accident, which also explained why rabbits had failed to appear. With a predator occupying the rabbit trail, the prey had probably hidden in their burrows. An intact live crite might be worth more than a rabbit, but trying to control it by hand at night risked a fatal bite. I did not gamble my life for the price. The snake had been cut apart, but its gallbladder could still be priced as medicine, and its meat could be eaten after proper preparation. I patted the bamboo basket with thick grass and used the sickle to lift the snake sections inside, avoiding all direct contact with the head. Even when the body no longer moved, a severed head could still bite reflexively for some time. I could not be careless. Once it was loaded, I pressed the head separately into the bottommost layer and covered it with more grass in the chicken cage so it could not shift near my hands as the basket moved. Even at home, I would need to immobilize it with tools. I could never grab it barehanded merely because it was dead. The other two snares remained empty. I collected all three and descended immediately. It was 3 or 4 in the morning when I returned home. I had to travel to Binyang City the next day to meet Lin Anru. After sleeping for only a few hours, I rose at daybreak to process the animal. I removed the skin, placed the gallbladder in a small bottle, cut the meat into sections, and soaked it in water. My father could decide whether to stir-fry or stew it. I told my mother only that I caught an ordinary rat snake and did not reveal the danger of the crite. The deception was not honorable, but I feared she would immediately forbid me from entering the mountains again. From now on, I had to obtain long-handled tools, lighting, and basic first aid supplies. I could not continue depending on luck. My father recognized the rings after inspecting the skin. In private, I asked him not to tell my mother and promised never again to approach a snake blindly at night without proper equipment. His expression became ugly. In the end, he told me that I must always abandon the prey rather than trade my life for money. When my father learned I was entering the city to meet someone, he told me to bring the 10 gene of rapeseed and stop at a workshop in town on the return trip to press it for oil. My mother confirmed that Lin Anru's train would arrive at 3 in the afternoon. Only 2 buses traveled from town to the provincial capital each day, 1 in the morning and 1 at noon. The last bus from the city back to town left at 2 in the afternoon. I could not return the same day after meeting her and would have to spend a night in the city. My father allowed me to stay at a guest house, but sternly warned that I must book 2 separate rooms, behave properly, and never cross another boundary with either of the Lin sisters. I agreed to every condition, put the rapeseed on my back, and left with the snake gallbladder. First, I walked more than 10 kilometers into town and caught the second bus before noon. The vehicle bumped along dirt roads for more than 3 hours before reaching Binyang, the provincial capital. Binyang sat among mountains and was not developing especially quickly. Most people on its broad, paved roads rode bicycles. Buses passed occasionally, private motor vehicles were rare, and taxis could not simply be hailed on demand. The bus station lay several kilometers from the railway station. I asked for directions as I walked. More than 2 hours remained before 3 in the afternoon, so I first searched for a traditional Chinese medicine clinic willing to purchase the snake gallbladder. The 10 gene of rapeseed remained in the basket and added to the burden. I did not check into a guest house first because I could not be certain any rooms would be available that night. I had to carry everything. An ordinary clinic might not distinguish a crite gallbladder and might not be able to afford it. I asked around for nearly an hour before finally finding a traditional Chinese medicine clinic about 500 meters from the railway station. The elderly doctor wore reading glasses. He carefully examined the color, size, and preservation, confirmed the source, and offered 30 yuan. I did not describe how I captured the snake. I only explained that it accidentally entered a snare and that the gallbladder had been removed that same day. The old doctor inspected the bottle opening and smell again. Only after confirming it was genuine did he take out the money from a drawer. 3 10 yuan notes equaled a full month's wages for many city workers. In this era, a bowl of noodles at a restaurant cost a little more than 10 cents. 30 yuan was a considerable sum. I accepted the money in front of him and stitched it into the pocket inside my waistband. The old practitioner told me to bring him any suitable medicinal materials I found in the future. I did not promise to hunt venomous snakes intentionally, but remembered this legitimate medicinal goods channel. Hunting could produce income. It could not justify deliberately exposing myself to a deadly risk for a high price. The transaction also made me reassess the value of Nyoshin Mountain. Medicinal herbs and animal materials found by chance might be worth far more than ordinary meat. From now on, carrying the herb hoe and learning to identify resources would be just as important. My income could not depend only on the number of rabbits. It was still before 3 when I reached the railway station. I waited in the plaza, repeatedly thinking about the person I was about to meet. Lin Anru was 20 years old this year. After finishing high school, she had spent 2 years teaching in the north. This time, she applied to return to the southwestern mountains as a community-supported teacher. She was not merely Lin Anru's older sister. She was the person most entitled to demand an account of my crime. In my previous life, Lin Anru taught in the town after returning home. Educational resources were desperately scarce in the mountains, and many families could not afford even tuition or basic stationery. A community-supported teacher's base pay was only 5 yuan. With the town allowance added, she actually received no more than 7 or 8 yuan a month. Yet she regularly paid tuition for 3 impoverished students and squeezed several extra cents from her living expenses to buy eggs for malnourished children. I had not imagined those facts. After her death in my previous life, I gradually heard about them from her students and coworkers. The children she helped remembered her years later, but she did not live long enough to see educational conditions improve. Such a serious, responsible person could have lived a steady life in the classroom. After her sister's suicide, however, her mind collapsed, and she eventually disappeared in Yoshin Mountain. That was not an accident unrelated to me. It was one link in the chain of consequences I caused. The train arrived at 3:20 that afternoon. People poured from the station exit, and I quickly recognized Lynn Anru. She wore a blue floral dress and had her hair in a neat braid. In one hand, she carried a woven plastic sack stuffed with clothing and daily necessities. Her eyes and features resembled her younger sister's, but her bearing was calmer and steadier. She had clearly traveled a long way alone. The cord of the bag had cut red marks into her fingers, yet she still held it tightly. Many people at the exit looked at her, but she concentrated only on finding the person meeting her and never spoke to a stranger. Seeing someone who disappeared in my previous life standing before me again stopped my gaze for a moment. When Lynn Anru spotted me, her steps clearly slowed and her brows drew together. The old me had a terrible reputation and had once looked at both sisters in ways that made them uncomfortable. She did not know I had been reborn. She could only interpret today's stare as the return of my old behavior. I immediately withdrew my gaze and approached while keeping some distance. "That looks heavy. Let me carry it." She stepped back and avoided my outstretched hand. "No, I can carry it myself." I did not insist. Respecting her refusal mattered more than putting on a public display of attentiveness. She asked only why my father and mother had not come. I explained that my father was rushing to harvest 2 mu of sweet potatoes and that my mother had remained home with her sister. When I mentioned Lin Anyu, I did not say she was sick or invent another excuse. I said that once we returned, Anyu herself would explain the specific situation. Lin Anru heard that something was wrong in my tone and demanded to know whether her sister had been hurt. I admitted that a serious problem had occurred at home, but the crowded station was not the place to expose her sister's private affairs. Her expression grew colder, yet she did not continue arguing at the exit. The last bus from Binyang back to town left at 2. "We'll have to stay in a guest house tonight and take the first bus tomorrow morning. We'll open 2 rooms and stay separately." The first things Lin Anru confirmed were the expense and sleeping arrangement. 2 rooms. We each pay for our own. All right. I repeated my father's requirements as well. 2 rooms, each locked separately, and we would travel together again in the morning. Only after I agreed without objection did she follow me toward the goose houses. I did not tell her that I had just earned 30 yuan by selling the snake gallbladder. Together with the 5 yuan left from the rabbit, I held 35 yuan in cash, more than enough for lodging and the return trip. But 3 days of my 7-day deadline had already passed, and I remained far from 200 yuan. I could not spend recklessly merely because I temporarily had money. Most goose houses near the station were state-owned, and passenger traffic was concentrated there. We searched the area around the railway station first. After asking at several places, we found that not only were there no 2-room openings, there was not even space for a temporary cot. Lodging required not only cash, but a letter of introduction or identity registration. Lin Anru carried work and returned to hometown documents, so the paperwork was not a problem. The true obstacle was that every place was full. Each front desk sent us to the next, and none could promise an empty bed. Lin Anru carried the heavy woven sack for a long time without allowing me to help. I slowed my pace, did not rush her, and never reached for her luggage. When no rooms remained near the railway station, we walked to the area around the bus station. Several goose houses there were also full. The sky gradually darkened, and we had to catch the bus tomorrow morning. If we kept searching blindly, we might not find any safe place to stay. I offered to sleep in the waiting room or outside in the courtyard and find only 1 room for her. She refused such an uncertain arrangement and insisted that we locate 2 separate spaces with doors that could close. Her caution was entirely reasonable. I could not make her bear the consequence of my inadequate planning. At the final guest house, the manager saw Lin Anru's large luggage and heard that she was a teacher returning to her hometown, so he agreed to help. He led us around to a traditional courtyard behind the guest house. The courtyard held the boiler room and several temporary employee dormitories. 2 workers had returned to their hometowns a few days earlier, theoretically leaving rooms vacant. The manager explained that the rooms were not official guest rooms and contained only wooden beds and simple bedding. we would still need to register and pay. We both said that was acceptable, but emphasized again that we required separate rooms. I thought we could finally honor the arrangement. But after opening the door to the room on the right, the manager said, "You're lucky. This one has already been cleaned. You can stay here tonight." He said this one, not 2 rooms. Lynn Andrew stopped outside, without setting down her luggage. I did not step inside either. First, I asked the manager why the other room was unavailable. If there was ultimately only one, I would rather sleep outside the boiler room than break the promise I had made at the station. The manager clearly said that workers had returned home, yet he would release only one room. Lynn Andrew immediately asked why the other could not be used. "Someone is already staying in the room on the left." The manager pointed next door. "Everything near the station is full. You're lucky to have a roof. Make do for one night." Lynn Andrew refused to accept make do. We had agreed at the railway station to sleep separately. Her unwillingness to share a room with me was entirely justified. The manager grew impatient as well. He had never verified whether we were husband and wife, and privately placing us in an employee dormitory already fell outside normal guesthouse procedures. Once she heard that, Lynn Andrew preferred that he take back the room according to the rules rather than let us stay under those conditions. "Are you, a young woman, really going to sleep in the street?" The manager tossed me the key. "This room is discounted 50 cents for the night. Take it or leave it." There were no available rooms nearby, and dragging luggage around after dark would be even less safe. I first asked Lynn Andrew what she wanted. After a moment of silence, she required an additional quilt to spread on the floor. The extra bedding cost 10 cents. I paid 60 cents altogether, carried back the second quilt, and spread it on the floor farthest from the bed. I left the bed and every lockable area entirely to her. In front of her, I placed the key on the table and explained that if there was no second room tonight, she could bolt the door from inside. Whenever I needed to enter, I would knock first and never use the key without permission. My pallet lay near the entrance. The bed was on the inner side, and ample distance remained between them. The room was extremely simple, containing only one wooden bed, a cabinet, a small desk, and a thermos. Lynn Andrew still stood by the doorway without setting down her luggage. I neither hurried her nor approached. I went out and bought 4 white flour buns. After returning, I fetched hot water from the boiler room and borrowed a wash basin from the manager. I placed everything on the table for her to use as she wished. For buns without a meat dish cost less than eating at a restaurant near the station. I left 2 for her, took only one into the courtyard for myself, and reserved the last as food for tomorrow's bus. The thermos and basin were also set out separately, so she would never have to ask to borrow anything from me. "You've been on the train for a long time. Wash your face first. I'll eat in the courtyard." She glanced at the pallet I had made and finally set her woven sack beside the bed, then carried the wash basin to the boiler room. I stayed outside eating my bun so she would not fear that I might suddenly enter while she washed. The wall of the room on the left side of the courtyard was thin. A man was crying inside, while a woman repeatedly urged him to receive treatment. From their broken conversation, I understood that the man had a lung disease and the family's savings were gone. The doctor said there was still hope. His wife wanted to suspend their child's schooling and use the tuition for treatment, but the man insisted he could give up on himself while the child could not give up school. The wife did not undervalue education. She feared that if her husband, the household's primary laborer, collapsed, she and the boy would lose even the means to survive. The man did not truly want to refuse treatment either. He knew continued spending would consume his child's only opportunity to study. Their 7 or 8-year-old son heard the argument and cried too, saying he did not want school and only wanted his father to recover. Lynn Andrew returned from the boiler room just in time to hear them. She stopped outside the left-hand door. Only after the man mentioned returning to Nyojia town to find another solution did she walk over and knock. "Who's there?" "I'm a teacher preparing to return to Nyojia town." When the door opened, she first introduced herself, then asked whether the boy attended elementary school in town. The family of 3 was uneasy about a stranger's visit. She did not press them for details about the illness, only explained that she had heard the words, "leave school," from outside. Nyojia town had only one community-supported elementary school. This boy would likely become her student. Lynn Andrew told the parents that they must keep searching for treatment for the adult, but could not simply abandon the child's education either. She asked the boy's age and grade and confirmed whether he had already registered in Nyojia town. The little boy was about 7 or 8. Although nervous, he answered clearly. Lynn Andrew did not use his grades to judge whether he deserved help. She emphasized that no child should leave school merely because of a sudden illness in the family. The man said tuition was only 4 yuan per semester, but the family no longer had even that. His wife held the boy and could do nothing but wipe away tears. An ordinary worker might find some way to raise 4 yuan. For a family that had already spent its savings on medical care, it was the final barrier. More realistically, tuition was not the only cost. There were paper, pencils, travel, and living expenses. Even if someone paid the tuition, they would still need long-term support. Across the courtyard, I heard Lin Anru make a promise. The boy must stay in school. Don't worry about tuition for now. I'll advance it for him. She earned only 7 or 8 yuan a month, yet accepted a 4 yuan tuition obligation without knowing when the family could repay her. The decision matched the Lin Anru I remembered, and it also made me wonder whether she truly carried enough money. I did not immediately interrupt from outside. She had made a promise in her capacity as a teacher. If I barged in and produced money, I would only embarrass the family and might make her think I was deliberately showing off. It would be more prudent to understand the actual shortfall first, then choose an appropriate way to help. After promising to cover 4 yuan in tuition, Lin Anru quickly discovered that she could produce only 2. She had saved that money by scrimping for more than half a year. A community-supported teacher's salary was already low, and her journey home and ordinary expenses consumed part of it. The cash that remained was nowhere near enough. She had already left her 2 yuan with the family and kept only the money essential for her own return trip. The missing 2 yuan had to be found before the early bus the next day. Once the family left Binyang, contacting them again would become difficult. The guest house walls were thin, and she did not deliberately lower her voice while talking to the family. From the room on the right, I heard the total of 4 yuan, the 2 she currently possessed, and their departure time the next day. Later, I also saw her take a silk scarf from her luggage. Beyond that, I did not know how she weighed the matter in her mind. I could only conclude from the facts before me that she urgently wanted to cover the shortage. The man next door did not blame her. Instead, he told her not to bear too much for a student she had never met. "Teacher Lin, thank you for thinking of our boy. We'll find another way to cover what's missing." His wife held their son and silently wept, while the boy stared wide-eyed at the adults. Lin Anru did not withdraw the promise she had already made. She only said she would go out and think of another solution. She returned to the room on the right and searched through her woven sack. I was eating a white flour bun with hot water when I saw her take out an embroidered silk scarf. I remembered that scarf. She had received it while she was a student and treasured it ever since. Its pattern was delicate and fabric like it was rare in New Jiaguan. She turned it over in her hands several times, clearly preparing to exchange it for money. A foreign teacher had given her the scarf as a memento. It was not a daily necessity, but it carried memories of her school years. Her willingness to sell it showed that this was not a momentary impulse. She placed the student's education ahead of her personal keepsake. I wanted to ask whether she needed help, but she concentrated on arranging her things without looking at me. Because she remained wary of me, I did not force the question and simply left the remaining bun on the table. Lin Anru soon went out. I worried that she did not know the city and was rushing to raise money before dark, so I followed at a distance. I neither approached nor interfered, but made sure I could see if she encountered trouble. She asked around at the department store and first visited the clothing counter to inquire about the scarf's value. The clerk realized she wanted to resell a privately owned item and immediately warned that such a transaction might be treated as speculation and profiteering, ordering her to leave. The clerk neither appraised it nor wanted any record of a transaction. Lin Anru could only fold the scarf again without arguing at the counter. The legitimate channel had failed, and her options narrowed rapidly. Without protesting, she put away the scarf and left the department store. Official counters would not buy it, while private sales lacked protection. She went to the gate of a plastics factory, apparently intending to wait for the workers' shift to end. Government employees and factory workers had stable wages and were more likely to spend 2 yuan on a decorative silk scarf. It was around 5 in the afternoon, and the plastics factory closed at 5:30. She waited outside the iron gate while I stopped far away beside a red brick wall so she would not think I was watching her. The factory entrance was crowded and public, making it safer than a side street. She planned to approach women workers after their shift. 2 yuan would cover the tuition shortage without being so high that no one would consider it. The reasoning itself was sound. The danger came from the person who later initiated a conversation. A young man with a crew cut walked past, approached her voluntarily, and asked whether she was waiting for her boyfriend to leave work. Lin Anru did not answer. He noticed the scarf in her hand and praised its pattern extravagantly. Seizing the opportunity, she quoted 2 yuan. The young man agreed verbally, then searched every pocket and claimed he had forgotten his wallet. He asked her to follow him home for the money. A normal buyer could return for cash and come back, or arrange the transaction for the next day. He refused to leave Lin Anru at the factory gate and repeatedly demanded that she accompany him immediately, revealing that the scarf was not his true purpose. Lin Anru refused. "Go get the money. I'll wait here." Money in one hand, goods in the other. He took out a 5-fin coin and offered it as a deposit, but continued insisting that she follow. She neither accepted it nor moved. The young man changed his story. He claimed the scarf was a birthday gift for his paralyzed mother, who had to see it in person to know whether she liked it. He would let Lin Anru keep the 5 fun as an errand fee, even if his mother rejected the scarf. He gave a specific address, described his mother's illness and birthday in detail, and swore solemnly that he meant no harm. This was not one improvised lie. He repeatedly used filial devotion and the 5-fin deposit to lower her guard. I could not hear every word, only see him repeatedly point toward a distant alley while Lin Anru shook her head. Just as I prepared to approach, I realized that the Dakiaman cigarette between my lips could not be lit because I had no matches. A small store stood at the street corner. I left only briefly to buy a box of matches. When I looked again, the two had already left the plastics factory and were walking toward a secluded alley. I put the unlit cigarette back into my pocket and immediately circled the factory wall in pursuit. There were fewer and fewer pedestrians. If they vanished deep in the alleys, finding which room they entered would become difficult. A strange buyer had no money, yet led the seller toward his own residence. That was abnormal on its face. I hurried after them, kept them in sight, and stopped treating it as an ordinary transaction. The young man with the crew cut gave his address as number 14, Donghing Alley, and swore on the spot that he would never deceive her. When I reached the alley entrance, I saw Lin Anru stop inside the dark shantytown instead of continuing. She demanded to wait outside and absolutely refused to enter the home. The young man agreed verbally and pointed to a low shack with a floral curtain, claiming his mother was inside. Low, damp shacks lined both sides of the alley, beyond the sound of the main road. The supposed number 14 had no clear house plate, and the dirty old floral curtain provided no way to verify his story about the household. Lin Anru had already sensed something wrong and insisted on remaining several meters away. She handed him the scarf and told him to take it inside alone to ask. The young man disappeared into the shack and failed to emerge for a long time. She called several times and received no answer. By then, she clearly realized she had been deceived. The 4 yuan tuition was still short by 2, and the silk scarf was the only way she could think of to raise it. Unwilling to abandon it immediately, she approached the door to demand its return. She did not cross the threshold. She only reached up to lift the curtain and call inside. That boundary should have protected her, but the young man hiding behind the door used it against her. The curtain suddenly flew aside. He seized her wrist and dragged her toward the shack. "Let me go." Lin Anru immediately pulled back and shouted for help. Confident that the alley was isolated, he refused to release her. Most of the nearby low shacks housed elderly people. Several cries for help brought no one at once. I charged from more than 10 meters away, grabbed the young man's collar and shoulder, and tore him away from the doorway. Lin Anru broke free and retreated to a safe distance. The man turned and reached for my throat. I told Lin Anru to retreat to the alley entrance and call for the police while I remained between her and the shack. If the man fled in the other direction, I would not chase him into an unknown building. I would only prevent him from approaching her again. I knocked his hands aside and kicked him in the abdomen, destroying his ability to keep grabbing people. He doubled over, but tried to attack again. I took him down a second time and pinned both arms. I saw no obvious knife on his body, but did not know what was inside the shack. I kept my back away from the doorway and did not loosen my hold enough to let him dive inside again. Once he was restrained, I stopped striking and waited for Lin Anru to confirm that we could turn him over to the authorities. The guilt from my previous life made anger surge inside me, but I did not continue beating him without control. Killing or seriously injuring him would only draw us into trouble as well. Lin Anru immediately reminded me of the same thing. "Stop hitting him. Take him to the police station." I ordered the young man to reveal where he put the scarf. Restrained and frightened, he no longer dared lie and pointed inside the shack. Lin Anru did not enter alone. I first checked that no one else was inside, then had her watch from the doorway while I found the scarf and returned it. The scarf had been stuffed beneath a pile of clutter near the door and had never been shown to any supposed mother. There was no paralyzed old woman inside, proving beyond doubt that his story was bait. I twisted the young man's arm behind him and brought him out of the alley. Lin Anru and I went to the police station together and separately described the initial approach: deception, taking of the scarf, and forcible dragging. After registering our statements, the officers detained him. The case no longer remained a matter for us to handle privately. The police recorded the location in Dongheng Alley and the items inside the shack. They warned Lin Anru never again to leave a public area with a strange buyer. She kept the recovered scarf as her personal property, while the statement explicitly recorded that he grabbed her wrist and dragged her without consent. I described only what I witnessed: the young man grabbing her from behind the door, Lin Anru calling for help, my intervention, and the recovery of the scarf from the empty shack's clutter. Lin Anru herself described how he approached her and what price he promised. I did not supply words for her or turn the case into an ordinary dispute. Only two accounts that confirmed each other on time, place, and physical evidence would give the police material they could continue investigating. Taking statements and verifying the location consumed a long time. It was 7 or 8 in the evening when we left the station, and the sky was fully dark. The city had little nighttime activity. The plastics factory workers were long gone, and only an occasional bicycle passed along the street. The police gave us a clear acceptance record and noted the guest house address. If they needed additional statements later, they would contact us through our local work units. Lin Anru described the entire sequence and did not hide the forcible dragging out of embarrassment. Only a complete factual account could keep such conduct from being minimized as an ordinary sales dispute. Lin Anru gripped the recovered scarf tightly and was visibly depressed. She had nearly suffered a terrible crime and still failed to raise the missing 2 yuan. I did not first accuse her of foolishly following a stranger. When someone had just escaped danger, the immediate need was a safe return, not interrogation from another person. We followed busy, well-lit streets toward the guest house. Only after confirming that no one followed us did I speak. On the way back, I kept her on the side nearest the shops and stayed half a step away without touching her wrist. Whether she wanted to talk or needed to stop and rest was her choice. The rescue was over. The most important thing now was returning her safely to a public place, not using the incident to force intimacy. I bore responsibility too. I had noticed the strange young man repeatedly trying to lead her away, yet briefly turned aside to buy a box of matches. We were fortunate I caught up. I could not call the outcome a heroic rescue, and I certainly could not use it to demand a change in her attitude. Why did you have to sell the silk scarf tonight? Are you still short of money for the boy next door's tuition? She stopped walking and, for the first time, voluntarily told me the family's entire situation. Lin Anru had promised to advance 4 yuan for tuition, but possessed only 2, so she rushed to sell the scarf and cover the difference. After hearing her, I admired her willingness to help a student, but could not accept that she had entered a secluded alley with a stranger for 2 yuan. Money can be found another way. If something happens to you, you don't get a second chance. She immediately challenged me. You think 2 yuan is a small amount? That's almost half a month's wages for me. I realized that I had spoken from the perspective created by my wealth in my previous life. 2 yuan was not a small amount in 1977. More important, she was responsible not merely for money, but for whether a child could continue attending school. She explained that 2 yuan was nearly half a month of her base pay, while 4 yuan was the threshold for an entire semester. It was not an impossible sum for a family with extra grain, but to a household paying for illness while raising a child, it could decide whether the boy stayed or left. I apologized and stopped describing it as only 2 yuan. I did not continue debating the amount. I only reminded her that whenever she sold something or traveled to an unfamiliar address in the future, she should bring a trustworthy companion and at minimum complete the transaction in public. She planned to make me return to Nujiagwan alone the next day while she stayed in the city and continued trying to sell the scarf. She would leave only after raising the tuition. I did not want her risking herself again, but I also knew that ordering her home directly would fail. I did not immediately tell her that I could cover the money. If I produced cash right after rescuing her, she might believe I was using assistance to purchase trust and might insist on repaying me. If I first ensured the family received the tuition and let them thank Teacher Lin, I could avoid a direct struggle. We still had little to say after returning to the guest house. Lin Anru's attitude had softened somewhat since our first meeting. At least she would walk beside me and explain her reason. But that was only because I helped her in the alley. It did not mean her old impression of me had vanished. The moment we entered the same room, she became tense again. I voluntarily retreated to the courtyard. I'll stay outside. Bolt the door behind me. The courtyard had electricity, and dim, incandescent light shone through the windows. I did not stand beneath hers. I walked to a place far from the door. The couple in the left dormitory began arguing again, still over the father's treatment and the boy's education. I should not have listened to another family's private affairs, but the voices passed through the thin wall and could not be avoided. The man wanted to abandon treatment and preserve the last of their money for the child. His wife believed the entire family would find survival even harder if its main support collapsed. Both tried to protect their loved ones. Their resources simply could not solve both problems at once. For Yuan was one semester's tuition. Lin Anru already had 2, leaving an actual shortfall of 2. I originally held 35 yuan, 30 from the snake gallbladder and the remaining 5 from selling the rabbit. The 7-day, 200 yuan deadline still stood, and every expense reduced my balance. But solving the tuition problem meant Lin Anru would not need to continue selling the scarf or fall into danger through another transaction with a stranger. For the family, 1 extra yuan could buy stationery or serve as emergency money. I knocked on the left-hand door. "I'm staying next door." Teacher Lin asked me to bring the boys' tuition. Then I gave the man 5 yuan and told them to repay Teacher Lin in the future when they were able. They did not need to abandon treatment now. 5 yuan was 1 more than the tuition. I explained that the remainder could buy paper and pencils or be kept for their return trip and medical expenses. They should not stop seeking legitimate medical treatment merely because of this money, and they should never again discuss removing the boy from school. The husband and wife thanked me repeatedly. The man even tried to kneel. I immediately supported him and prevented further questions about the source of the money. If I said it came from me, they might refuse it. Using Teacher Lin's name both honored her promise and allowed the boy to enroll smoothly. I told them to treat future repayment as an ordinary loan and not turn gratitude into an unbearable debt. If they truly could not repay it, then after the boy grew up, he could help another child in difficulty and pass the support onward. As I left the dormitory, I happened to meet the guest house manager. An official guest had checked out that evening. Remembering that we wanted separate rooms, he asked whether I would pay the difference to open another. I agreed at once, paid a discounted additional fee of roughly 30 cents, and moved to the guest house's main building. I also asked the manager to notify Lin Anru personally that I had changed rooms and that the courtyard room was entirely hers for the night. The original 60-cent room and bedding charge had already been paid, while the newly vacated room was a temporary addition. Only after the manager saw that we genuinely insisted on staying separately did he give the reduced rate. I took my floor bedding and returned the courtyard room key to Lin Anru. Only an independent door and real distance would allow her to rest. I also no longer had to freeze in the courtyard all night. Later, the couple learned that Teacher Lin was still in the room on the right and went over specifically to thank her. Lin Anru did not know I had used her name. She opened the door to find the family of 3 outside, and both parents dropped to their knees in excitement. The boy stood between them, still clutching part of the 5 yuan. He told Lin Anru that he would definitely remain in school. The more she heard, the more confused she became, because she knew she could produce only 2 yuan. She had no idea what had happened. I met Lin Anru outside the guest house early the next morning. She clearly had not slept well. The moment she saw me, she pulled me toward the roadside. "Qinyang, I haven't seen you in 2 years. Not only are you still lazy and gluttonous, you've learned to steal and deceive people too." She scolded me from the subject of my parents all the way to my late older brother. For a moment, I could not understand why. At first I thought she had learned about Lin Anru, and every nerve in me tensed. But she was in the city without a telephone and could not possibly receive news from Nujiagwan overnight. Only when she demanded to know where the 5 yuan came from did I understand. The couple next door had told her everything about the tuition payment I made in her name. She was grateful that the boy could stay in school, but did not believe that the old me could earn 5 yuan through honest labor. Her first assumption was that the money came from wrongdoing. She did not ignore its source simply because it had been used for a good deed. In her view, if the money was stolen, robbed, or obtained through fraud, using it for tuition would still hurt another family and implicate my parents. Her question was entirely reasonable. "I earned the money myself. You think I'll believe that?" One sentence could not overturn years of bad reputation. I did not argue with her on the street or show off my income from the snake gallbladder. After we returned to Nujiagwan, you can ask Uncle Chen and Aunt Lu, or verify it at the supply marketing cooperative restaurant in town. I sold 1 wild rabbit. The millet, rapeseed, and cloth at home all matched the accounts. I also gave her the 18 yuan income and 13 yuan purchase total, 20 jin of millet, 10 jin of rapeseed, 2 zhang of cloth, grain, oil, and daily necessities, leaving exactly 5 yuan. The separate 30 yuan from the snake gallbladder could be verified at the clinic, but I did not use it to confuse the source of the original 5. I hoisted the 10 gene of rapeseed onto my back and headed toward the bus station. She stopped scolding but followed with her luggage, still maintaining her distance. At 8 that morning, the minibus to Town departed. I bought 2 tickets instead of making her pay for the return. After giving 5 yuan to the student's family and paying for lodging and fares, most of the cash I held came from the roughly 30 yuan earned through the gallbladder. The 200 yuan target had not disappeared. I could only replace the spent money through further hunting. Lin Anru insisted on writing down the ticket price and said she would repay me after returning to the village. I did not insist on appearing generous. I told her to keep her cash for teacher registration and living costs for now, and we could settle every account later. In my mind, I kept the verifiable sums separate. The initial 18 yuan from the rabbit became 13 yuan in supplies and 5 yuan in cash. Last night, that 5 yuan paid tuition in her name. The 30 yuan from the gallbladder was separate income that also had to cover the guest house, bus tickets, and the cost of my next trips into the mountains. For small expenses without immediate receipts, I recorded only their purpose instead of claiming an artificially precise balance. The 200 yuan promise had to be met with new game. I could not count money that had already been spent a second time. As the bus bounced along the rural dirt road, I reviewed my hunting equipment. At present, I had only a slingshot, 3 foxhide snares, and a chicken cage. The slingshot worked for pheasants and other small animals. The foxhide snares should theoretically capture wild rabbits alive, but the previous night I never saw so much as 1 rabbit hare. I caught only a mini-banded crite by accident. I no longer doubted old Pijia's hide cords. A more likely explanation was that the crite occupied the rabbit trail and forced the rabbits to move to other burrows and routes. A cunning rabbit had 3 burrows and more than 1 regular path. Watching a single place could never produce a stable harvest. A hunting dog was the most effective helper for finding new rabbit trails. A good hound could track scent, flush hidden prey, and continue pursuit across open ground. Sighthounds were especially skilled at chasing rabbits and could also help track suro, roe deer, and badgers. A hunting dog could not simply be released to chase and bite on its own. It had to understand recall, stop, and guard commands. Otherwise, it might chase prey into poisonous miasma or disturb a dangerous animal. Yuan obeyed old Pijia's commands, showing that it already had basic training and was far more reliable than a random farm dog. I remembered Yuan at old Pijia's home. The half-grown yellow dog had a broad chest, narrow waist, and quick reactions, and likely carried some sighthound traits. It did not reject me either. If I obtained old Pijia's permission to use it for short-range tracking, my rabbit-catching efficiency would rise substantially. The minibus reached Town at noon. I did not return directly to the village. Following my father's instructions, I first took the 10 gene of rapeseed to an oil-pressing workshop. The craftsman said 10 gene of rapeseed would yield roughly 4 gene of oil. I watched the weighing and pressing in person and confirmed it was never mixed with another customer's batch. Lin Anru also witnessed the rapeseed being weighed and the finished oil filling the container. The press cake was returned according to the raw material and was not extra income gifted by the workshop. That way, once home, we could clearly explain where the 10 gene went and why we brought back only 4 gene of oil. The remaining weight became press cake and processing loss, not something I secretly sold along the way. Pressing required a service fee and produced oilseed cake. I took the cake as well. It could fertilize the fields or be reused according to local practice. The 4 gene of finished oil went into a sealed container that had to be protected from tipping and direct sun on the road home. Used sparingly, for gene of oil will last the whole family a month. As I calculated the daily allowance, I also planned how to use the remaining oil residue. Standing nearby, Lin Anru stopped accusing me of theft and fraud. She only watched me ask the price and yield item by item. The old me never cared about the grain jar, cooking oil, or a family's daily life. I could not decide on her behalf whether she now believed I had changed. But at the workshop, she voluntarily asked whether my parents had already eaten the rice I bought. Since meeting at the station, this was the first time she spoke to me about home for a reason other than danger or accusation. At the very least, she did not rush me or refuse to carry the 4 gene of rapeseed oil back to Nujiagwan together. The pressing workshop was filled with the warm fragrance of rapeseed. I felt my pocket. All 3 Tinyuan notes were still there, but only 13 fen remained in small change. The family lacked many things. For now, however, the most important task was getting the oil and both of us home safely. While waiting for the oil, I spent 3 fun at a roadside stall on a small packet of pear syrup candy and put one piece into my mouth. When I returned to the workshop, the tin gene of rapeseed had finished pressing, and the owner was pouring golden oil into a jug through a funnel. Lin Anru had remained beside the scale and oil jug. Just as the owner prepared to remove the funnel, she stopped him, took a clean handkerchief from her woven sack, carefully wiped the oil clinging to the inside into a plastic bag, tied it shut, and stored it. The owner teased her with a laugh. "Young man, you're lucky to have found a wife who knows how to run a household." "Who's his wife?" Lin Anru denied it immediately, picked up the woven sack, and walked out. I did not exploit the joke. I lifted the 4 gene of rapeseed oil and followed her. The moment we reached the street, she began scolding me. "That oil belongs to your family. Why weren't you watching?" An ounce left in the funnel might not seem like much, but small losses add up. I admitted my carelessness and glanced at the white handkerchief soaked in oil. Oil matters, but the handkerchief wasn't free either. I plan to use it as a dishcloth anyway. It isn't wasted. Her answer made it even clearer why she refused to abandon Yuan. She was not deliberately harsh. She knew the life of having too little grain and money, and every bit of material had to be put to practical use. I offered her the pear syrup candy. "You didn't eat this morning. Have something first." She looked at me for several seconds, then accepted one piece. I took the opportunity to remove the woven sack from her hands and swing it onto my shoulder. It was heavier than I expected. Besides clothing, it contained books and various items she was bringing home. She asked why I was willing to spend 3 fun on candy. I gave her the accounts directly. The 30 full yuan could not be touched casually. I spent 3 of the 13 fun in change and had 10 fun remaining. The pear syrup candy was not an attempt to show off. It kept us from fainting on an empty stomach during the journey of more than 10 li back to the village. If she refused to eat it, I would never claim that I had bought it for her as a favor. "Give me the oil. I'll carry my own bag. There are more than 10 li left to the village. Spilling the oil would be worse. I'll carry both." Without waiting for another argument, I held the oil jug in my left hand, carried the woven sack on my right shoulder, and followed the dirt road toward Nujiagwan. She had no choice but to follow and put the remaining candy into her pocket. I had originally wanted to eat lunch in town, but she refused to spend more money and said a few candies would sustain us until home. I knew she wanted to save, and I also wanted to set the foxhide snares before dark, so I did not drag her into a restaurant. But I slowed my pace and repeatedly checked that she was not dizzy. A shortcut over the slopes led from town to Nujiagwan and reduced the distance, but it was narrow and steep and past the edge of an uninhabited forest. Carrying the oil jug in her luggage, I did not choose it merely to save time. I followed the dirt road visible to villagers traveling in either direction. The additional distance was predictable. A shattered oil jug, twisted ankle, or making Lin Anru uneasy in an isolated place was not worth saving half a shurchen. The April midday sun was already warm. After several li, sweat soaked my back and the sun flushed Lin Anru's face. She pointed toward the shaded side of a ridge and told me to stop and rest. There was a breeze beneath the trees. I first set the oil jug somewhere stable, then placed the woven sack on dry ground. She wiped her sweat with a handkerchief and indicated that there was a clean one inside the bag for me to take. "No need. My sleeve is enough." I wiped the sweat from my forehead, but did not rise at once. The Chun home lay not far ahead. Lin Anyu had to decide whether she wanted to tell her sister, but I could not hide behind her silence and push responsibility onto the victim. Before resting, I also checked the lid of the oil jug and the plastic bag. If 4 gene of oil leaked onto the road, the 10 gene of rapeseed and processing fee would all be wasted. The press cake had to reach home too. It could fertilize fields or be mixed into feed according to local practice. Only after seeing that I finally knew how to check everything did Lin Anru stop scolding. She wrapped the oily handkerchief separately so it would not stain the books and clothing. All along the road, I considered how to begin. Telling her everything on an isolated ridge would trap Lin Anru in a place with no witnesses and no way out. Continuing as if nothing had happened would be another escape. So I first asked only, if someone committed a terrible wrong and only now wants to accept the consequences, what should he do? Lin Anru stopped wiping her sweat and looked at me warily. "First tell the truth. Then find out what the person he hurt needs. Saying he has changed doesn't force anyone else to forgive him." Her words struck the center of the matter. I nodded and remembered them. I did not test whether she might plead on my behalf. Once we reached home, I would cooperate whether Lin Anyu chose to report me, demanded that I leave, or did not want the matter made public for now. Earning 200 yuan in 7 days was only one small thing I could do. It was never a price for forgiveness. I also told her that if the atmosphere at home felt wrong, she could first take her sister to a neighbor, the village office, or town. She did not have to protect the Chun family's reputation. She did not ask why I had already planned an escape route, only committed the words to memory. After a short rest, I lifted the luggage again. Lin and Ru could tell something was wrong with my expression, but did not keep asking. The mountain wind passed between us, and the road home suddenly seemed longer than the journey out. Lin and Ru watched me for a moment as if trying to decide what I meant by the question. Is there something on my face? I asked. She looked away. No, I only think you're acting very strange this time. Silence settled beneath the tree. A bird called occasionally in the distance, and no other traveler was on the dirt road. This was not an appropriate place to discuss something that would enrage her. I could not use her reaction to ease the pressure on myself. Yet she asked voluntarily, "Are you seeing anyone?" I shook my head. "Then is there a girl you like?" Lin Anyu's name nearly escaped me, but I swallowed it. After committing violence against her, I had no right to package my desire to marry her as love. I certainly could not announce it to her sister first and force Anyu into a predetermined relationship. I used to be a bastard. I looked at her directly. Now I want to change and make amends for my wrongs. But I'm not the only person who gets to decide what making amends looks like. She frowned. You were lazy and said ugly things before. You were certainly unpleasant. But why do you sound as if you've done something terrible? I did not minimize it for myself. If I truly committed a serious wrong, an apology doesn't end it. Whatever I must bear, I'll bear. Lin Andrew stood at once. Did you cause trouble? Do uncle and auntie know? Her questions became more specific. If I revealed everything here, she could neither see her sister immediately nor verify the facts with my parents. She would have to carry the shock for several more li through the mountains. That would not be honesty. It would be dropping the burden on her without warning. She asked whether I had stolen money, beaten someone, or drawn the police's attention in the city. I denied each guess, but did not use the opportunity to claim that I had committed no crime. Whether law enforcement should become involved was for Lin Anyu and the authorities to judge. I had no right to define my own case in advance. See Anyu first after we get home, I said. There are things she should decide when to reveal and who to tell. I won't stop her, and I won't ask her to hide anything from me. That was enough for her to realize the matter involved her sister. Her face darkened, and she asked whether I had hurt Lin Anyu. I did not say no or invent an excuse. When we return, I'll be there. If she's willing to speak, I'll admit it. If she doesn't want to say it publicly, I'll follow her arrangement. Lin Andrew clearly could not accept such an ambiguous answer. She moved in front of me and demanded an immediate explanation. I could only say that I would not expose her sister's trauma on an empty mountain road and would never decide the scope of disclosure on her behalf. You'd better not be playing another trick, she said coldly. I shifted the hand holding the oil to the outside, kept her on the field side of the road, and remained several steps away. If she turned around and went to the town police station now, I would follow and make a statement. If she chose to return home first, I would deliver the luggage to the courtyard gate and never use the journey as an excuse to delay. I shouldered the woven sack, steadied the oil jug, and continued. After that, she stayed several paces away, neither chatting nor accepting more pear syrup candy. Her defenses had risen again, and I deserved it. We finally returned to Nujiagwan at around 5 in the afternoon. When we pushed open the courtyard gate, my mother, Lu Shufeng, was shelling peanuts. Lin Anyu's door was open only a crack, and the setting sun shone into the room through the gap. Anru is home. My mother dropped the peanuts and rushed forward. She wanted to embrace her, but feared the dust on her hands would dirty the floral dress and repeatedly wiped them on her apron. Auntie, I'm home. Lin Anru embraced my mother first. She had been gone for 2 years and still treated my parents as family. My mother's eyes reddened as she asked whether the journey exhausted her and how she had lived in the north. She asked first about my father's health, then about the harvest. My mother said we were managing, but her gaze repeatedly drifted toward Lin Anyu's door. 2 years of life in the north had made Lin Anru more observant, and she quickly noticed. I placed the woven sack and 4 jean of oil beneath the eaves. I did not use the excitement of their reunion to hide. My mother looked at me, clearly waiting for what would happen next. Anru, Anyu is inside, I said. Go see her first. Lin Anru immediately walked toward the half-open door. At the entrance, she steadied her breathing before softly calling, "Little sister?" A moment passed before an answer came from the room. I could not see Lin Anyu's expression, only hear her hoarse voice. "Sister, you're home? Was the journey tiring?" Lin Anru entered without closing the door completely. She quickly noticed her sister's haggard face and red eyes and asked whether she was ill. "It's nothing. I just haven't slept well for the past 2 days." The words sounded forced. Even I could hear it from the courtyard. Lin Anru looked back outside. Her gaze landed first on my mother, then stopped on my face. The questions from the return journey and the abnormal scene before her finally connected. I did not avoid her eyes. My mother tried to explain, then saw Lin Anru still sitting on the bed and swallowed her words. The person harmed could not be excluded from the decision about who spoke and how much they revealed. Lin Anru did not erupt immediately. She only closed the door gently. The moment the door panel met the frame, I knew the real questioning had begun. After the door closed, neither my mother nor I approached to eavesdrop. Lin Anru had the right to decide how to tell her sister. Whether she revealed everything, only part of it, or remained silent for now, I could not arrange it for her from the other side of the door. Later, when the family needed to explain the events together, Lin Anru repeated that afternoon's conversation to my parents and me. Only then did I learn that after entering the room, she first asked whether I had hurt her sister. At the time, Lin Anru did not admit it. She only said my parents would never permit me to behave outrageously. She had personally watched my father chase me with a knife, so the statement was not entirely an attempt to excuse me, but it did not explain that the harm had already happened. Lin Anru was not easily fooled. She described my strange behavior throughout the journey, my sudden decision to earn money, and everything I said about a serious wrong before we returned home. "What in the world made him change like this?" she asked. Lin Anru said only that I truly had been hunting during the past several days, bringing home pheasants, a wild rabbit, and a snake. The family's newly purchased grain, rapeseed, and cloth had also been exchanged for game. Lin Anru also mentioned the 5 Yuan intuition money from the city. She could not understand why someone who once refused to work in the fields would suddenly risk his life in the mountains and give a considerable sum to a strange child. Those changes did not lower her guard. They proved instead that something serious enough to transform me had occurred in the household. Lin Anru also gave her every account she could confirm. The first dead rabbit sold for 18 yuan, and I brought back 20 jin of millet, 10 jin of rapeseed, and 2 zhong of cloth. The mini-banded Kreitz gallbladder sold separately for 30 yuan, while the snake meat came home for food. Every transaction could be verified through the cooperative, the clinic, or the physical goods at home. After hearing it, Lin Anru only said that the source of the money could be checked, but the change in the person remained unexplained. "I can verify where the money came from later," she said. "Right now, I'm asking only about you. Why won't you look at me?" Lin Anru still insisted that nothing had happened. No one had the right to force her to reveal the assault. In the end, Lin Anru stopped pressing and told her that no matter what happened, her older sister would stand on her side. They were not biological sisters, but that had never weakened their bond. Years earlier, Lin Benchun found Lin Anru as an infant and raised her alone until she was 5 or 6. Later, while traveling in the north, he encountered a family fleeing famine. Lin Anru's biological parents starved to death one after another, leaving the 3-year-old child crying beside the road. Lin Benchun brought her home too, gave her a name, and gave her a way to live. The 2 children, both without relatives, depended on each other from childhood. Lin Anru was slightly older. Whenever her sister had nightmares, she held and soothed her. Whenever the family had one good bite of food, Lin Anru always thought of her sister first. As children, they lived in the same small room and shared one old quilt. In winter, the older sister gave the thicker side to the younger. In summer, when grain was short, the younger sister hid half of any wild fruit she found until the older one returned. Those details from a shared life explained their importance to each other far better than blood recorded in a family genealogy. Not long afterward, Lin Benchun followed his unit south into battle. On the battlefield, he took a bullet for my father, Chen Yuanshao, and never returned. After the war, my father brought the 2 orphans into the Chen home. There were already 2 boys in the family. My brother and me in grain was desperately tight, but my parents gritted their teeth and raised all 4 children together. My brother later died in the reservoir flood, leaving only the rest of us. Our relationships had long since become too deep to be separated by the phrase, "not related by blood." There had once even been an indistinct understanding that Lin Anru might marry my older brother. After he died, she left Nujiagwan for the north and rarely returned during those 2 years. The moment she stepped into the courtyard this time, she discovered that something was wrong with her sister. To her, it meant confronting the terror of losing another family member. That was precisely why Lin Anru feared her sister could not endure it. Her silence did not mean the matter was minor or that she had forgiven me. It meant only that after being harmed, she was not yet ready to disclose it. After a long silence in the room, Lin Anru held her sister's hand and said only, "If you don't want to talk now, I won't force you. But if you need to report something, leave this place, or have me accompany you anywhere, I will." Lin Anru nodded without making an immediate choice. Lin Anru also told her clearly that marriage could not be used to clean up a disaster. Even if the household had already discussed a bride price or promises, the first question had to be whether Lin Anru wanted it. If she did not, no elder could use reputation to force her to agree. In the courtyard, I could not hear the entire conversation, only broken voices. My mother softly asked what I would do if Anru revealed the truth. If she wants to report me, I'll go to the police station. If she wants me to move out, I'll leave immediately, I answered. Her sister can hit or curse me and I'll accept it, but no one is allowed to decide for Anru whether she marries. My mother sighed and stopped making excuses for me. After a while, a faint laugh unexpectedly came from inside. The sisters were remembering childhood events. It did not mean Lin Anru had recovered or that the storm had passed. Instead, I understood even more clearly that she was still protecting her sister's emotions at the worst moment in her life. Her kindness could not become my shield for continued concealment. The door remained closed. I stood in the courtyard waiting for them to emerge, and for Lin Anru to decide the next step herself. "Mom, do you think Anru will tell Anru?" I stared at the closed door and realized the question was wrong as soon as it left my mouth. The choice belonged to Lin Anru. I should not speculate about whether she would keep my secret. My mother's face was cold. "If only you had thought of that before." I had no defense. She also warned me that if Lin Anru came out to question me, I was not allowed to fight back or turn the accusation around by claiming I had been too drunk to know what I did. "If she hits or curses me, I'll take it," I said. "If she wants to go to the police, I'll go too. But the family can't pressure Anru into marriage." My mother watched me for a long time, then said only, "First, do what you ought to do." The sisters' voices occasionally came from the room, followed later by a short laugh. I did not breathe easier. A suffering person might force herself to appear strong for someone she loved. The absence of an argument behind the door did not mean the truth had disappeared. The sky was not fully dark, so I decided to place the 3 foxhide snares old Pijia had given me on the back slopes. The 7-day, 200 yuan deadline remained. Every lost day reduced the family's chance of solving its real problems. Seeing me take the hunting gear, my mother called for me to eat dinner first. I calculated the remaining light and told her I would only place the snares in the familiar outer area and return soon. I first reached the slope where I had found the rabbit trails. A foxhide snare had to sit on a narrow path repeatedly trodden by animals. The cord had to remain near the ground without being lifted by weeds or carrying a heavy human scent. I used a branch to move the loose grass aside and never stepped directly into the game trail. I wrapped the fixed end around a sturdy root, adjusted the height of the loop to the width of the rabbit path, and covered it lightly with dry leaves. Foxhide cord resisted abrasion, but placing it did not guarantee success. Half a chi out of position and an animal might brush past the edge. The many-banded crite from the previous attempt might have frightened away the rabbits, so I did not crowd all 3 snares into the same point. I set the first 2 above and below the slope, blocking 2 common routes. That way, if a rabbit temporarily changed its path, it might still enter the other. Once they were ready, I went to the small earthen gully. The gully marked the approximate 1-kilometer boundary of the outer zone. Ordinary villagers gathered firewood and cut grass on this side. Beyond it, both terrain and animals became harder to judge. Veteran hunters could travel deeper, but my experience remained far from sufficient. I did not recklessly enter the deep forest. I crossed the gully and probed only 20 meters ahead. A faint game trail ran between 2 eucalyptus trees. Its grass had been pressed low repeatedly, but I could not determine what kind of animal passed there. I placed the 3rd foxhide snare there. First, I examined the surrounding prints and droppings and found no fresh signs of a bear, wild boar, or another large animal. Then I memorized the return route. 20 meters was a short distance, but it was the first time since my rebirth that I crossed the outer boundary. The significance was not that I had become braver, but that I had begun testing the mountain's resources within a controlled range. Several tufts of old fir and flattened grass lay beside the 2 eucalyptus trees, but the fading light made identification impossible. I did not imagine it into a rabbit trail. I treated it only as an unverified clue. If the snare showed anything unusual the next day, I would ask old Pijia to identify it before deciding whether to continue. After securing the trap, I did not follow the trail farther. Darkness was approaching, and every additional step through unfamiliar forest increased the danger. On the return trip, I rearranged tomorrow's order in my mind. At daybreak, bring the chicken cage, bamboo basket, and tools. Inspect the 2 rabbit trail snares first, then the 3rd beyond the gully. If I found a live rabbit, preserving its pelt and live value would come first. If I found a venomous snake or tracks from a large animal, I would retreat immediately. I could not depend on memory alone for all 3 positions. I labeled the upper slope snare by the crooked pine, the lower slope one by the exposed root, and the 3rd between the 2 eucalyptus trees beyond the gully. I also told my mother those locations in the same order after returning home. That would reduce backtracking tomorrow and keep old Pijia from searching the entire slope blindly if the family had to ask him to find me. After I returned, my mother told me Lin Anru had come out to help cook and asked why I suddenly knew how to hunt and cook. My mother nearly let slip that the change had occurred only in the last few days, but stopped herself. She also said Lin Anru personally saw the remaining half pheasant and confirmed it was one of 2 taken in a single night. She helped wash wild greens and rice without praising my skill. She only remembered the number of animals and the timing. Clearly, she planned to verify each item rather than listen to the family say good things about me. These were merely things my mother saw and heard in the kitchen. She did not know what the sisters discussed behind the closed door, and neither did I. I could not assume Lin Anru had concealed the truth merely because laughter had come from the room, or mistake Lin Anru's temporary silence for forgiveness. This proved that Lin Anru's suspicions had not disappeared. I did not plan to use a few animals as proof that I had become a good person. Earning money, cooking, and taking blows without fighting back were only the most basic repairs. The true matter I had to face remained in Lin Anru's hands. My father had returned from the fields. Seeing Lin Anru home after 2 years, he wanted a rare drink and told me to buy half a jean of edamame from the village entrance. All 3 snares would remain in the mountains overnight. I told my mother their positions and arranged that if I had not returned by afternoon tomorrow, my father should first find old Pijia instead of letting the family search the deep forest without any clue. I put away the remaining tools and turned toward the gate. Tonight, the entire family would sit at the same table. I did not know whether Lin Anru would come out or what Lin Anru might ask over dinner. But this time, I would not run. By the time I returned with half a jean of edamame, dinner was already on the table. For the first time, Lin Anru had left her room. She wore a faded floral jacket. Her face still had no color, and exhaustion shadowed her eyes. Both of my parents looked uncomfortable when they saw her. I put down the edamame and did not take my usual seat. The square table could not fit 5 people. I brought over a small stool and ate my bowl near the wall, leaving the proper seats for the sisters. That was not atonement, and giving up a chair could never offset the harm. I simply did not want to force Lin Anru to squeeze beside me. Lin Anru looked at me, then at my parents. Uncle, Auntie, did he do something very serious? Lin Anru's chopsticks stopped for an instant. I did not answer for her or signal her to hide anything. My father opened his mouth, then looked at my mother. She only said that I had caused trouble every few days in the past, and that today was a happy occasion because Anru returned home, so we should eat first. The answer did not eliminate suspicion, but Lin Anru saw that her sister did not want to discuss it at the table and suspended the subject. My father put a piece of pheasant in her bowl and asked about life in the north and her plans to report to the town elementary school. Sitting in the corner, I listened as they discussed old times. Lin Anru occasionally answered her sister. Her voice was soft, but she managed to eat half a bowl of rice. My father drank 2 small cups and poured no more. Half a jean of edamame and half a pheasant made the meal richer than usual, but no one used the appearance of celebration to conceal the problem. At the end, Lin Anru put down her bowl first, and my mother accompanied her to the room. I never blocked her path or tried to speak. After dinner, I cleared my own dishes voluntarily and stayed away from their room. The sisters had been separated for 2 years and would sleep in the same room that night, with many things to discuss. The next day, Lin Anru told my mother that she had asked whether the family was hiding something, but Lin Anru only said she was tired and refused to continue. Her decision not to disclose it did not mean I could rest easy. At dawn, my mother steamed coarse grain buns and dressed a basin of wild greens. I took 2 from the kitchen for the mountain, but she decided that was not enough and stuffed several more into my arms. I placed the chicken cage inside the bamboo basket and packed the sickle and herb hoe. Remembering that I might encounter pheasants, I tucked the slingshot into my waistband before leaving. The sickle would clear entanglements. The herb hoe could dig medicinal plants and prod an unknown snare from a safe distance. I remembered the previous night's many-banded kite and would never again reach barehanded merely because a cord moved. Of the 3 snares set last night, 2 were on the familiar slope and 1 20 meters beyond the earthen gully. I would inspect them from nearest to farthest and never rush directly into the deep forest for prey. As I parted the brush below the slope, I first heard a thin, sharp cry. The first snare had indeed caught a wild rabbit, its hide cord wrapped around a foreleg. The animal had exhausted itself struggling and lay on the ground panting rapidly. Frightened rabbits could die easily. I first controlled its body and placed it inside the chicken cage, then loosened the snare from outside the bars to avoid bites. A live rabbit was worth more than a dead one. Chef Yi at the cooperative restaurant had offered 5 yuan per gene. This one felt heavier than 4 gene and might bring more than 20 yuan by itself. I checked that the cord had not broken the foreleg, though it had rubbed away some fur. I lined the cage with dry grass and covered part of it with cloth to reduce the light and prevent more panic jumping. To receive the live rabbit price, I could not let it die from fright during transport. A second commotion came from higher on the slope. Another wild rabbit had been caught by the hind leg and was still leaping frantically within a 3-chi range. It had torn up the surrounding soil and grass, yet the hide cord remained intact. I did not reach out carelessly. I let the animal tire itself for a while longer and first went to inspect the third snare. Together, the 2 probably weighed close to 11 gene and might sell for 55 yuan at Chef Yi's quoted rate. But that was only an estimate of gross weight. Whether the restaurant bought both and whether the scale confirmed the amount had to be settled there. I did not count the money toward the 200 yuan goal in advance. After crossing the small gully, I walked only as far as the 2 eucalyptus trees I had marked yesterday. From a distance, the snare looked empty, and I initially assumed there was no harvest. Up close, I discovered that the hide cord had been dragged from its position and several tufts of gray-brown fur clung to its surface. Grass stalks had also fallen in the same direction, proving that something was caught and escaped. If it were an ordinary wild rabbit, the foxhide cord should not have failed so easily. The loop was not broken, and the fixed point remained intact. It looked more as if the creature freed itself through violent struggling or some special method. I crouched to inspect the area and found a small puddle of yellow liquid beside the cord. The moment I leaned closer, a piercing stench rushed into my nose. I immediately held my breath, stepped back, and stopped touching anything with my hands. It was not rainwater or mud. The smell resembled a secretion released by a frightened animal. Gray-brown fur, foul yellow fluid, and an ability to escape from a foxhide snare. The stain connected with the drag marks, yet there was no blood nearby, suggesting that the animal probably was not badly hurt. The edge of the loop had been forced wider, and the gray-brown fur was longer and coarser than rabbit fur. I lifted a small tuft with a branch, wrapped it between leaves, and prepared to ask old Pijia to identify it. The evidence proved that whatever moved beyond the gully was not necessarily a rabbit. I memorized the position and direction of the drag marks without following them recklessly. Another live rabbit still waited on the slope. I had to ask old Pijia about this unfamiliar clue before making any judgment. The animal had escaped last night, but the smell it left behind was drawing me toward a species more valuable and perhaps more dangerous than a rabbit. The stench was harsher than a rotting drainage ditch. I retreated upwind and took a long time to recover before approaching again. The foxhide snare itself was not broken, and its anchor had not loosened, meaning the escaped animal had not bitten through the cord. Long gray-brown fur, foul yellow liquid, and the stretched loop did not match a rabbit. I wrapped the fur sample in leaves, avoided any further bare-handed contact with the secretion, and prepared to ask old Pijia to identify it. The drag marks quickly disappeared nearby, and I did not pursue them blindly into the forest. 20 meters beyond the gully was already my exploratory limit. Chasing an unidentified creature farther was not worth risking my life. More than 10 minutes later, I returned to the earthen slope. The second rabbit had finally exhausted itself and lay panting on the ground. I held down the snare cord with the herb hoe, stayed clear of its teeth and hind legs, placed it inside the chicken cage, and released the hide cord from outside the bars. Both live rabbits were secure, but I could not leave the snares at the same location. A kite had appeared first, followed by 2 captures. Rabbits would probably avoid this area for some time. I crossed the small gully and advanced only several hundred meters into the mountain, then reset all 3 snares beneath a sunny, sheltered slope with a clearly visible return route. There were no fresh prints from large animals at the new site. I placed subtle markers on tree trunks along the way, memorized all 3 locations and their spacing, and immediately withdrew. The traps were only probes. I could not expand my operating range without limit for 1 extra rabbit. The 3 snares remained separated into upper, middle, and lower positions instead of crowding one trail. I tested every anchor with the herb hoe and left natural grass beside each loop. If all 3 were still empty tomorrow, it would mean I had chosen the wrong rabbit trails and had to move them rather than add more equipment. On the way down, I cut some wild greens and returned home before noon. Lin Anru and Lin Anyu sat side by side in the courtyard. Some of the darkness had faded from the younger sister's face compared with the previous 2 days, but I did not mistake that for forgiveness. After hearing from my mother that I had gone into the mountains, Lin Anru demanded to see the game herself. I placed the basket several steps away from them, removed the wild greens first, then lifted out the chicken cage. 2 rabbits crowded inside with their ears drooping. Lin Anru was clearly surprised, and even Lin Anyu turned to look. "Are we eating rabbit today?" Lin Anru asked. "These 2 have to be sold alive," I said. "I estimate they weigh around 10 gene altogether." Chef Yi offered 5 yuan per gene, but the final payment depends on the scale. When she heard they might sell for 50 yuan, she finally connected the 5 yuan tuition from the city with my hunting income. "Do you believe now that I didn't steal the money?" "It counts only when the accounts can be verified," she said without praising me. Seeing is believing. Her attitude was more trustworthy that way. When someone suddenly changed, family members should not believe it based on a few sentences. I also explained the difference between the first dead rabbit, which sold for 18 yuan, and the current live rate of 5 yuan per gene. Live game was valuable not because its size had changed, but because the restaurant could slaughter it as needed, ensuring quality and preservation. The total price for both depended on net weight. The chicken cage could not be included on the scale. She tried to touch the cage. I immediately warned that wild rabbits could bite or kill themselves by panicking against the bars. She withdrew her hand and asked what I planned to do with the money. I glanced at Lin Anyu but did not announce a marriage for her in front of her sister. First replenish the family's grain and oil, then complete the 200 yuan I promised. Once the money is gathered, Anyu will decide what happens to it. Lin Anyu did not answer. My deadline could not force her to accept the money or remain in the Chin home. My mother came from the kitchen and asked me to help with lunch. I washed the wild greens I had just cut, blanched them, and dressed them into a plate. My father was still in the fields at noon, so after eating, my mother carried him a meal. I added water to the cage, shaded it, and confirmed that both rabbits could still stand. Only then did I shoulder the basket and walk toward Nyujia town. The journey took 3 hours on foot. I had to reach the restaurant before it stopped receiving goods while minimizing jolting. At intervals along the road, I stopped to check them. The snare mark on the second rabbit's hind leg was worse than on the first, but there was no continued bleeding. If its condition deteriorated, I could no longer expect the live rabbit price. Suffocating the game while rushing would lose money and prove I was not a competent hunter. The waitress with braids at the cooperative restaurant recognized me and did not drive me away. She only told me to wait farther from the entrance. Chef Yi soon came from the kitchen, first asked whether the animals were alive, then told me to carry the cage into the rear courtyard for weighing. I did not shake the cage to prove they were lively. I let the kitchen assistant inspect them one by one. Vegetables and pork were stored in a corner of the rear courtyard. Live rabbits had to remain separate to avoid contaminating ingredients. The assistant first weighed the empty chicken cage, then weighed cage and rabbits together and deducted the cage to report the net amount. I stood beside him and clearly watched the position of the scale weight. I also confirmed that the restaurant had a separate enclosure after taking custody. The first transaction depended only on a verbal price. This time, weight, unit price, and payment all had to be confirmed in person. When the beam balanced, the assistant called out, 2 rabbits exactly 11 gene. At the previously agreed live rate of 5 yuan per gene, that came to 55 yuan. I did not put the money into my pocket in advance. I looked at Chef Yi and waited for him to confirm that the price still stood. Front counter, pay him 55 yuan. Chef Yi did not lower the price. The 2 live rabbits weighed 11 gene, and he paid 5 yuan per gene in full. Once the money was in my hands, I counted the amount on the spot. The original 30 yuan from the snake gallbladder remained. Together with the 55, I now held 85 yuan in cash. I was 115 yuan short of 200. Less than half the deadline had passed, and I was already nearing half the goal. Chef Yi also told me the restaurant did not buy only wild rabbits. As long as the source was legal and the game was handled cleanly, I could bring other species permitted for trade for inspection. The restaurant would decide the specific species, price, and quantity on the spot. A vague promise did not authorize me to kill protected wildlife. I remembered that boundary and did not linger in town simply because I had money. The trip required 3 hours each way. By the time I reached Nujiagwan, it was dark and my stomach had long been empty. The 55 yuan consisted of 5 10 yuan notes and 5 1 yuan notes. I kept it separate from the original 30, so I would not expose everything if I counted money on the road. There were few travelers on the dirt road back to the village. Even with an empty basket, I followed my original route and did not cut through unfamiliar woods for a shortcut. The family had certainly saved dinner, but I first turned toward old Pijia's home at the village entrance. Several half-grown hounds began barking before I reached the gate. Old Pijia called them to silence and invited me into the courtyard. One look at my expression told him that the foxhide snares had produced something. I truthfully told him that 2 live rabbits sold for 55 yuan. I also explained that the original trail had been repeatedly disturbed and that I moved the 3 snares several hundred meters beyond the gully. Old Pijia did not merely praise the harvest. He first asked whether I checked for large animal prints and remembered the return route. Only after confirming I had not rushed recklessly onward did he explain the habits of different game. Animals that flew, burrowed, bit, or hid could not all be tracked the same way, and bows, cords, guns, and hounds each had limits. The more tools a hunter possessed, the more important it became to identify the species first. When he mentioned the grass crawler, he said hunters long ago used bait to force one out of its den. I did not ask for details because he immediately emphasized that radio broadcasts now identified it as a protected animal that could not be hunted privately. Remember, just because something is valuable doesn't mean you can touch it, old Pijia said. The first rule of the mountains is knowing when to stop. I later learned that grass crawler was the local term for a pangolin. People might once have treated hunting it as a skill, but laws and conservation requirements had changed. Old methods could not simply be repeated. I would support the household only through species permitted for trade and never risk everything for a high price. Old Pijia also told me to develop the habit of asking before acting. Village nicknames might refer to several species, and judging legality merely because people used to catch it was dangerous. When encountering unfamiliar fur, paw prints, or burrows, a hunter should preserve evidence and ask for identification, not chase, kill, or sell privately. That mattered more than memorizing 100 traps. After explaining, he took the gray-brown fur wrapped in leaves. He first examined the color and length, then smelled the lingering odor from a distance. His eyes immediately lit up. You even encountered a washuli? I had never heard the name. He explained that the washuli resembled a civet. Its meat was not particularly valuable. The rare substance came from specific glands and was known as civet musk. It carried a musk-like fragrance that a medicine shop or fragrance buyer might purchase. He discussed only legal, non-lethal collection and never told me to harm the animal on the spot. If a medicine shop required proof of origin or refused to buy, a captured animal should be released. Something was truly valuable only if 4 conditions were met: correct species identification, legality, acceptable quality, and a buyer. Without any one of them, the claim was nothing but rumor. I immediately remembered the puddle of foul liquid beside the snare and wondered whether he had identified the species incorrectly. Old Pijia explained that a frightened washuli first released a foul defensive secretion. That was not the same as usable civet musk. Is it really valuable? I encountered one more than 10 years ago. He held up 2 fingers. If the quality is acceptable, 2 qian might bring more than 100 yuan. But I can't promise whether a medicine shop buys it now or what price it pays. The 2 qian referred to weight, not 2 portions, and more than 100 yuan was only his remembered valuation from over a decade earlier. We first had to capture the animal alive, legally confirm the species, then ask a legitimate medicine shop for a price. We could not kill it for material merely because someone said it was valuable. I converted 2 qian to roughly 1/5 of a liang, but still did not dare apply the old price directly. The cooperative restaurant's willingness to buy rabbit meat did not authorize it to purchase civet musk. If I ever obtained any, I would have to use a town medicine shop or public health channel and leave records of the name and weight. I asked for clarification on every restriction. If the income truly reached 100 yuan, I would nearly complete the 200 yuan target. But the washuli had freed itself from a foxhide snare, proving it was far more alert than a rabbit. Old Pijia studied the fur for a moment and asked whether the puddle of foul liquid remained at the site. I nodded. 20 meters beyond the little gully, beside 2 eucalyptus trees. A day has passed. I don't know whether the scent remains. He turned toward the hunting dogs in the courtyard. I understood too. An old scent that a human could no longer detect might still give a dog a trail to follow. I described how the foxhide snare had been stretched open, where the foul yellow liquid fell, and the direction in which the drag marks disappeared. Old Pijia was unsurprised. A washuli is slipperier than a fox. An ordinary snare won't hold it. You hate the stink, but that's exactly what a hunting dog can use to find the trail. The stench was not civet musk, but a defensive secretion released under fear. After a day and a night, the scent would fade beyond human tracking, but a trained hound might still distinguish it. He did not guarantee a capture and emphasized 3 things. First, identify the den and activity route. Use only live capture traps designed to avoid injury. And after a capture, return to verify the species and handling method instead of extracting anything or killing the animal in the mountains. With that, he looked toward the half-grown dogs in the courtyard. Yuan had one playmate pinned beneath its forelegs. Old Pijia stamped his foot. The yellow dog stopped instantly and lifted its head to wait for a command. Come. Yuan ran over. I extended my hand and let it smell me first without trying to seize it. It recognized me, soon pressed against my leg, and wagged its tail. Old Pijia laughingly scolded it for forgetting its owner the moment it saw someone familiar. I'll lend you this one, Old Pijia said. It has the best nose and obedience in the litter. I had not expected him to lend me his most valued hound. A hunting dog was not an ordinary tool. It could be bitten by a venomous snake, injured by a wild animal, or lost during a chase. To an old hunter without children, the dogs were more like family members and longtime companions. When should I return it? Once you've investigated this washuli trail, bring it back whether you capture anything or not. You may not lend it to anyone else, and you may not let it enter the deep forest alone. I repeated the agreement on the spot, then asked about the commands for recall, stop, scent-seeking, and alert. Old Pijia had me practice several times inside the courtyard. Only after confirming that Yuan would obey me did he truly hand over the lead. During the first recall test, Yuan only turned its head and did not approach immediately. Old Pijia told me to lower my voice and maintain the same hand signal instead of frightening the dog back by shouting. Only on the second attempt did it stop accurately at my left side. The fewer and clearer the commands during tracking, the better. Changing a command without warning would only confuse the hound. Even if you find civet musk, ask whether the medicine shop buys it first, he reminded me again. Don't treat a prize from more than 10 years ago as cash in your hand today. I nodded. 2 Qian bringing over 100 yuan was only a possibility, not money already earned. My current cash remained 85 yuan, and the deadline would not pause because I found a first sample. As darkness fell, Old Pijia explained the washuli's habit of moving at night and hiding in a den during the day, along with how to approach from downwind. If we found a burrow, we could not seal every exit or use fire and smoke. We should set a bag net beside a regular route that would not strangle the animal, use the scent of small live bait to draw it inside, and inspect the trap promptly the next day. He also explained that Yuan would suddenly freeze and lower its body when it encountered a snake, and might growl at tracks from a large animal. If I saw either signal, my first response had to be recall and withdrawal, not urging the dog forward. A hound could find the path, but could not bear every danger for a human. I mentally reviewed every step I could remember. A live capture trap could never be left unchecked for too long, or the animal might injure itself struggling. Yuan could not be allowed to attack and bite directly either. When we left, Yuan turned and barked twice at Old Pijia. The old man waved for it to follow me. He said it was only alone for several days, but his eyes followed us all the way beyond the gate. The road back to the village was not far, and I did not carry the dog the entire way. I first let Yuan walk on the lead so it could learn the route between my home and Old Pijia's. When passing children and poultry, I shortened the lead to keep it from chasing. After entering the courtyard, I released the lead under supervision and let the dog familiarize itself with the surroundings. Yuan first smelled the corners, chicken coop, and water jar. It neither lunged at the poultry nor entered rooms without permission. I also showed it the water basin and temporary bed. Our home did not have extra meat for long-term dog feeding. Old Pijia had explained that ordinary leftovers were sufficient, but sharp bones, moldy food, and excessive salt were forbidden. If the borrowed dog became ill or injured, it had to be returned to its owner immediately for care. My mother came out, saw it, and assumed I had found a starving dog. Where did you get that? It's old Pijia's hunting dog. Its name is Yuan. He lent it to me. I'll return it after I investigate the trail in the mountains. My father looked twice through the doorway and also recognized it as one of old Pijia's dogs. Once they heard it was only borrowed, my parents did not object, but warned that we could not use the family's grain to feed it indefinitely. Poor dog. You haven't eaten, have you? My mother asked, then beckoned to me. And don't just stand there. I saved your dinner. Come inside and eat. Only then did I realize the first half was addressed to the dog and the second to me. Wild greens, vegetable soup, and a plate of chili fried meat sat on the table, with a substantial amount of meat deliberately saved. My father had just drunk a little wine. Seeing me enter, he rose to wash his face and told me only to sleep early after eating. I first gave Yuan clean water, then put leftovers without sharp bones or too much salt into a basin. The abandoned chicken coop served as a temporary kennel. I kept the entrance ventilated and separated it from the poultry. Only after settling the hound did I sit down to eat. A kerosene lamp burned in Lin Anyu's room, and the sisters were still talking. I did not disturb them. We would depend on Yuan to track tomorrow morning, which made quiet rest even more important for everyone tonight. Yuan followed rules remarkably well. Without a command, it moved only around the courtyard, never entered the rooms, and never lunged at the chickens. When my parents passed, it smelled their trouser cuffs, confirmed their scent, then returned to the old coop to lie down. The night passed without incident. At first light, a few short barks from the courtyard woke me. I got up to look. Lin Anru was already awake and crouched beside the open ground, allowing Yuan to smell her hand. Only after deciding she was no threat did the dog roll over and expose its belly. I did not stand there studying her and asked only, "How did Anyu sleep last night?" "We talked very late. She's still asleep." Lin Anru rose. "Auntie said you picked up a dog?" "I didn't pick it up. Old Pijia lent it to me for tracking. I have to return it unharmed in a few days." When she heard the name Yuan, she found it unusual. I explained that the owner had named the dog and that I was responsible only for using his original commands. Temporary affection did not give me the right to rename it or train dangerous behaviors without permission. After washing and eating, I packed the bamboo basket, sickle, herb hoe, clean water, and simple bandages. Yuan had eaten last night. I fed it only a small amount that morning, so it would not run on a full stomach. I also told my father where I had found the first sample. We agreed that if I had not descended by noon, he would first go to Old Pijia and confirm the route. There were no telephones in the mountains. Leaving a destination and expected return time before departure was the only missing person plan available to us. Seeing the hunting equipment, Lin Anru immediately understood that I was taking the dog into the mountains. "Don't let it get hurt," she said, then added, "and be careful yourself." I agreed without misinterpreting one expression of concern as a change in her attitude. She was more likely worried about the borrowed hound and did not want another person in the family to suffer. Only after leaving the village did I lengthen the lead and let Yuan learn the path itself. A hunting dog was not a pet to be carried into the mountains. It had to build a route through footsteps and scent, but until it fully obeyed me, I could not simply release it and let it vanish. More than an hour later, we crossed the small earthen gully and reached the 2 eucalyptus trees. The yellow liquid had dried, leaving only a pale brown stain. A human could barely detect the remaining stench, but Yuan immediately lowered its head, sniffed repeatedly, then gave one short bark. The first sample from last night had remained wrapped in clean leaves and stored separately from the foxhide snare and other game to avoid contamination with rabbit hair or my sweat. I used a branch to hold the leaf near its nose instead of rubbing it with my hand. If other odors overwhelmed the sample, a faster hound would merely run farther down the wrong trail. I first let it smell the preserved fur, then gave the scent-seeking command Old Pijia taught me. Yuan did not charge away. It circled the mark halfway, eliminated the scents of the rabbit and me, then entered the grass to one side. I gripped the sickle and kept the herb hoe within reach as I followed its route. After advancing some distance, Yuan looked back to confirm I remained behind instead of pursuing alone in excitement. Visibility was poor inside the grass. I did not compete with the dog for the same narrow path and stayed 2 or 3 steps behind. If it stopped suddenly, I would have time to halt. When it passed thorny vines, I used the sickle to press them aside before following so my clothes would not snag and destroy my balance. The scent had sat through the night and was repeatedly broken by wind and vegetation. The dog paced and sniffed in place, separately checking flattened grass, roots, and low rocks before choosing the next direction. I did not rush it. A mistaken trail was more dangerous than a slow one. If it confused another game path for our target, we could walk straight into a boar or snake den. At one point, Yuan stopped beside a rotting log. The scent came from a mouse burrow, not our target. After smelling the preserved fur again, it abandoned the distraction on its own and returned to the main trail. That self-correction proved it possessed more than a sharp nose. It had been trained to distinguish a target scent. The wind came from the right side of the slope, but ground scent collected more strongly in low places. Yuan sometimes lifted its head into the wind and sometimes lowered its nose to recheck the earth. The two movements did not always point the same way. I treated only several consecutive returns to one direction as a valid clue. One stop might indicate nothing more than a mouse burrow, old droppings, or my footprints from last night. After some distance, Yuan stopped before several diverging traces. The grass was deep on the left, the ground damp on the right, and a nearly invisible rub mark lay in the middle. It probed 2 steps left, returned to the starting point, and sampled the wind again. A moment later, it raised its head and barked repeatedly toward the front right. That was not the low warning it used for a large threat, but a signal that it had confirmed the scent direction. I let it continue but kept the length of the lead within sight. The forest became unfamiliar, and the small gully was no longer visible. At intervals, I left inconspicuous return markers on the trees while memorizing the slope direction and sunlight. The markers did not damage the bark. I used combinations of dry branches broken in the same direction and small stones. If the hound became injured and could not lead us back, I could still reverse the trail. I could rely on a dog inside the mountains without abandoning my own sense of direction. The farther Yuan followed, the more certain it became and the faster it moved. Its nose reconnected the clue I had lost last night, but it could not judge the terrain ahead for me. About an hour later, it stood on a slope, stamping all 4 paws and staring fixedly below. I immediately commanded it to stop. A concealed crack lay behind the weeds ahead, resembling an animal den. If the scent had not crossed with another trail, the washuli that escaped from the foxhide snare might be inside. I did not treat resembling a den as a conclusion. We still had to inspect hairs at the entrance, tracks, and Yuan's reaction, and rule out a snake hole or badger den. Until then, reaching inside under any circumstances was forbidden. The crack Yuan found was hidden beneath the slope, with weeds covering the entrance and leaving only enough width for an animal to crawl through. I first observed the surroundings instead of sending the dog forward. We were already in unfamiliar forest. Yuan had tracked for more than an hour, probably taking us another 700 or 800 meters beyond the small gully. In old forest, a few hundred meters was enough to become lost. Confirming the return route mattered more than catching game. I tightened my grip on the sickle and examined fresh tracks, droppings, and digging marks. I found no sign of a large animal. Yuan was excited by the entrance, but did not issue the alert it used for a powerful enemy, making a washuli more likely. I patted the dog's back, gave the silence command, and led it several dozen meters downwind. Washuli usually hid in dens during the day. Blocking the hole and grabbing inside could injure us or force it to escape through another exit. Old Pija's plan was first to identify its travel path, then set a non-lethal bag net. Nearby vines were resilient. I selected sections without burrs that would not cut the pelt and wove a pouch large enough to contain a cat-shaped animal. 2 flexible vines supported the opening about 2 chi above the ground. When an animal entered, its weight would pull the pouch down and tighten the opening. With its limbs suspended, it would struggle to gain leverage. I repeatedly tested the closure, made sure it would not tighten around the neck, and left enough room for air. The trap could remain only for one night. I had to return first thing tomorrow morning. The 2 anchor trees were suitably spaced, and the loaded vines would not swing the pouch into either trunk. I used a water-filled cloth bag to simulate weight and tested it 3 times. The entrance closed, and the bottom never touched the ground. If the pouch landed, the washuli could tear free with its claws. If it hung too high, the fall might injure it. After testing, I restored the pouch to the same height and inspected all 4 anchor points. If any one vine loosened, the net could tilt and place the entire load on the neck or one foreleg. There was no established trail between the den and trap, so I flattened only the few necessary blades of grass instead of clearing a wide area that might alert the animal. Dead meat could not be used as bait because it might draw snakes. Following a command old Pija taught me, I asked Yuan to find a field mouse. Before long, it entered the grass and returned with a fat mouse still breathing, restrained but not killed. Good dog. I told Yuan to release it and secured the mouse with vine inside the deepest part of the pouch. It could move enough to spread scent, but could neither escape nor be bitten directly. The method was not entirely reliable. After returning, I still had to confirm it with old Pijia as soon as possible. If nothing was captured, the bait also had to be released the next day. Yuan could not remain on guard. If the Washuli emerged at night and smelled the hound first, it might change routes. Direct conflict between the animals would also defeat the goal of a live capture. I let the dog learn the trap's location from the perimeter, then gave the departure command. After setting the trap, I did not remain beside the den. The Washuli was nocturnal and unlikely to emerge during daylight. The longer a man and dog stayed, the more likely their scent would force it to change dens. We withdrew along the original route. Yuan smelled our incoming footprints while searching for the tree markers I left. Half an hour later, the terrain gradually became familiar, and I confirmed that we had not gone astray. The return was faster than tracking, proving the route had not circled. Even so, I roughly estimated the distance between the den and gully and used the slope, the 2 anchor trees, and a fallen log as 3 consecutive references. Even if I left before dawn tomorrow, I had to wait until there was enough light to navigate. Saving time was not worth falling into a ravine. I also memorized the relationship between the setting sun and the face of the slope. Broken branches could be disturbed by wind and stone piles kicked by animals. Only when several references matched could I consider myself on the original route. If one marker was missing after daybreak, I would search from the previous confirmed point rather than gamble on unfamiliar footprints. When I returned to the area where I had reset the foxhide snares, all 3 were empty. There were no obvious rabbit droppings or fresh tracks, proving I had been too optimistic about the location last night. I did not blame the empty snares on the tools. If the game route was wrong, even the best cord would catch nothing. I collected all 3, walked several hundred meters west along the gully, found a newer rabbit trail beneath some trees, reset them separately, and left markers that would not mislead another person. I had no ready game today, and the time pressure was increasing. Only 2 days remained before the deadline for gathering 200 yuan. My cash still totaled 85. Even if the Washuli entered the net, I might not sell the civet musk that day. The 3 foxhide snares could remain empty as well. Even if the old estimate of 100 yuan proved accurate, adding it to 85 would produce only 185, still 15 short. If the medicine shop reduced the price or refused the material, the gap would be greater. I had to pursue wild rabbits, pheasants, and marketable medicinal plants simultaneously instead of tying the family's entire plan to one animal that had not even appeared. I could not stake every hope on one high-priced animal. On the return journey, I slowed down, kept the slingshot in hand, and watched for pheasant calls, shed feathers, and feeding marks. Yuan remained several steps ahead, smelling the ground but prepared to return instantly. Hunting did not produce income every trip. Farming was slow but could be estimated by the season. Mountain income might equal several months' earnings in one night or produce nothing for days. For that reason, I had to record the cause of every failure rather than mistake luck for skill. Halfway down the mountain, I saw no pheasant, but Yuan suddenly stopped with its nose toward a patch of low brush. It did not bark. It only scratched gently at the earth with one forepaw. An extremely faint sound came from behind the brush. Perhaps today would not end empty-handed after all. Yuan remained energetic throughout the descent. Swaying grass, dry branches, and unfamiliar scents all intrigued it. Several times it tried to enter the brush, and I used old Pijia's recall command to keep it within sight. A hunting dog required initiative, but every burst of random running could not be mistaken for tracking. I did not chase it with a branch. Whenever it strayed too far, I stopped, recalled it, and waited for it to return to my left side before continuing. At the edge of the forest, I heard a familiar clucking. Ahead was the same thicket where I had first shot a pheasant. I gripped the slingshot and prepared to lure the bird out with goat nipple fruit, but my foot snapped a dead branch. The moment it cracked, the thicket fell silent. Just as I assumed the opportunity was gone, Yuan darted into the grass from the side. It did not charge blindly. It followed the sounds left by the startled pheasant and circled toward the opposite side. After several urgent calls, a pheasant burst from the thicket and flapped 2 or 3 meters into the air. Before I could steady my slingshot, Yuan planted a paw against a nearby trunk and launched itself toward the bird. Its jaws caught one wing, dragged the prey to the ground, and immediately pinned the neck. The pheasant struggled only briefly before its neck broke. I ordered Yuan to release it at once, checked that nothing had punctured the dog's mouth, and confirmed that the pheasant was dead. The entire capture depended almost entirely on the hound's pursuit, judgment, and explosive force. I could not call it my personal skill. Only several breaths passed between takeoff and landing, and the stone in my slingshot never fired. If I had forced the shot, I might have struck Yuan in midair. Once a hunting dog participated, the hunter had to change his habits, locate the dog first, then decide whether to use a ranged weapon. I placed the pheasant inside the basket and remembered that the credit belonged mainly to the hound. Old Pijia had lent the dog to track the washuli. This pheasant was an accidental harvest along the road and did not alter the return agreement. If I wanted to work with hounds permanently in the future, I had to learn from the old hunter and raise and train my own legally, not plot to keep Yuan. As I entered the village, I nearly collided with an older woman. She recognized me, still called me Second Chun, and asked whether I was coming from the mountain. I did not want to expose the game in public. I said my mother had sent me to gather wild greens and used my body to shield the basket. She mocked me for never listening to my family before. I did not argue and continued with the dog. No footsteps followed, but she stared at the basket for a long time. I remembered it. Repeatedly bringing game down from the mountains would soon attract curiosity and might bring theft, reports to the authorities, or followers. I could no longer leave and return on the same routes and trading schedule without concealment. I did not invent a larger lie. I only pressed the pheasant beneath the wild greens to avoid showing off along the village road. Legal game did not need to be displayed everywhere. Once everyone knew that one trip could earn dozens of yuan, both the mountain road and the equipment old Pijia lent me could become unsafe. I returned home at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. My parents were still in the fields, and the Lin sisters sat beneath the eaves. The moment Lin Anru saw the basket, she wanted to ask about the harvest. Lin Anru pulled her back and said her stomach hurt. Her sister first helped her into the room. I did not approach to explain and took the pheasant into the kitchen. I boiled water to remove the feathers. Yuan had broken its neck, so the meat had to be cleaned and cooled quickly instead of sitting in the spring warmth. I first drained the remaining blood, then scalded the feathers quickly to avoid soaking and damaging the texture. I handled the organs separately, reserved the edible portions for the family, and buried the rest deeply so stray dogs would not be drawn to the courtyard. Although Yuan had made the kill, I gave it only appropriate food and never let it tear at raw organs and develop food aggression. After settling her sister, Lin Anru entered and saw the pheasant on the cutting board. Another harvest? Yuan caught it. I only carried it home. I did not seize the opportunity to boast or claim the hound's credit. She said, however, that seeing me enter the mountains, sell rabbits, and cook over the past 2 days truly differed from the person I had been. A dramatic change doesn't erase what happened before. I lowered my head and pulled away the remaining feathers. Before you return to town, you should ask Anyu again what she needs. Lin Anru heard the meaning beneath my words and demanded to know what happened between us. I stopped my hands. She should decide how to tell it. All I can say is that I wronged her, and it wasn't some small mistake excused by drunkenness. This time, I did not pretend innocence. Every hint of ease vanished from Lin Anru's face. She did not continue pressing me in the kitchen. She only said she had to report to the town elementary school tomorrow and would speak with her sister again tonight. I nodded and cut the cleaned pheasant apart. Whether Anyu remained, made a police report, or stayed away from the Chen family should first depend on her own wishes. Lin Anru did not repeat that I had truly changed. She demanded that I not avoid them tonight. If her sister chose to explain, I had to admit everything in person instead of hiding in the mountains. I promised to attend dinner and the family discussion first, then inspect the traps according to the safety plan. When my parents returned from the fields that evening, the fragrance of stir-fried chicken already filled the courtyard. But my mother did not look pleased as she had on the previous occasions. She stood beside the stove in silence for a long time before telling me something that could change the family completely. The village chief valued my father's military experience and planned to make him a forestry patrolman in Yoshin Mountain. A forestry patrolman had to enter the heart of Yoshin Mountain and spend most of his time living in wooden huts. He had to guard against illegal logging and dangerous animals alike. In my previous life, my father accepted that job and later encountered a black bear. He never returned alive. The memory froze the spatula in my hand. Did Dad agree? My mother shook her head. He's still considering it. Your father has trouble refusing people. If the village chief asks a few more times, he'll probably accept. I served the chicken and put out the stove fire. My father did not seek danger for its own sake. The family lacked money, and the collective believed a veteran suited the position best. To stop him, I could not merely shout that the mountains were dangerous. I had to solve the income problem and determine who would bear the responsibility instead. At dinner, my father admitted that the village had approached him. Lin Anru tried first. "Uncle, patrolling the deep mountains is too dangerous. Can't you take another job?" My mother opposed it clearly as well. I asked about the pay, 12 yuan per month. That was considerably higher than Lin Anru's 5 yuan base salary and was no small sum to the Qin family. My father's face darkened. "Plenty of people want that money and will never get the chance. But you still have several mu of fields to manage," I said. "Patrols will keep you away for long periods, and all the farm work will fall on mom. 12 yuan might not make up for that." My father said the village tentatively planned for the position to begin after the autumn harvest. Patrol work included not only protecting trees, but recording fire hazards, stopping illegal logging, and reporting wildlife damage. There had been no official notice about whether patrolmen would live in the mountains permanently, how many would work together, or whether they would receive firearms. Deciding now based on 12 yuan a month was premature when none of those basic matters were settled. A patrolman also had to confront illegal loggers, while food, lodging, equipment, shifts, and rescue procedures remained unclear. If my father received neither formal training nor a partner, he could never enter the mountains alone merely because someone issued a call for volunteers. I asked when the assignment would begin. My father said after autumn, around September, still nearly half a year away. That suggested another possibility. If the Chun family had to provide someone, I could compete to replace my father. But the purpose could not be gaining convenient access to hunting. Formal appointment, training, paired patrols, and issued equipment had to come first. "If they still need someone then, I'll apply," I said. My mother slammed her palm onto the table. "Absolutely not." She cursed that I had behaved for only a few days and was already chasing fantasies. Lin Anru told me to stop making trouble as well. Their reaction was justified. I had walked only on the outer slopes with several snares and a borrowed dog. That did not remotely qualify me for patrol duty in the deep mountains. I did not repeat that greater risk brought greater reward. A patrolman's first responsibility was to protect the forest and stop illegal logging, not use legal status to kill animals freely. Even if firearms could lawfully be issued at the time, they had to be stored and used according to regulations. Nor did I call the heart of Nyoshin Mountain my personal gold mine. No matter how abundant its resources were, they remained subject to collective, forestry, and hunting rules. My father's death in my previous life reminded me that lawful status created duties. It did not eliminate black bears, becoming lost, or conflict with illegal loggers. "I'm not saying I'll go now," I explained. "First, we ask about the position, training, staffing, and equipment. If the conditions aren't safe, neither Dad nor I will accept it. If I still can't understand the outer slopes after half a year, I won't even be qualified to apply." My father did not agree and only said September was far away and we would discuss it then. My mother ended the matter by declaring that neither of us would go. The argument paused. Lin Anru would return to the town elementary school tomorrow. My mother repeatedly reminded her to lock the dormitory door, protect her key, and watch out for the other women teachers who shared the residence. After dinner, the sisters washed dishes together, clearly reluctant to separate again. Lin Anru later told me that Lin Anyu had asked that afternoon whether she should marry someone. Instead of following the rural custom of early marriage and deciding for her, the older sister asked whether anyone was pressuring her and whether the choice was voluntary. Lin Anyu did not name anyone. Lin Anru also told her sister that she was only 18 and did not need to decide whether to marry within a few days. Even if someone offered 200 yuan, they first had to determine the money's purpose, source, and conditions. She was willing to let her sister live in town for a while and consider the future only after her emotions stabilized. That information made me even more alert. The promise of 200 yuan in 7 days might have made her believe marriage was unavoidable. Before the deadline, I had to explain again that the money was part of compensation and financial security, not a bride price that purchased her freedom of choice. Worried about the bag net in the mountains, I decided to inspect it at night. My father sat on the steps smoking his pipe. Seeing me leave with Yearwang and the basket, he only warned me to be careful. I did not mistake his silence for support for becoming a patrolman. I told him the route, the trap's location, and that I expected to return before dawn. Entering the mountains at night was substantially more dangerous. If Washuli were not nocturnal and the bag net could remain safely unattended for long periods, I would not have chosen this hour. I carried the sickle, water, fire-making supplies, and bandages, while Yuan remained within the length of the lead at all times. 2 hours later, we found the slope where I had set the trap during the day. Moonlight barely revealed the outline of the pouch. I stopped 20 meters away and did not approach. Yuan looked at the trap, looked at me, then sat quietly, meaning there was no obvious game scent for now. The washuli would not enter easily. I decided to wait downwind until it left the den at night, but could not allow myself to truly sleep. I rested my back against a tree and set short intervals for checking my alertness. Yuan listened for movement, while I kept the recall lead in my hand. The mountain wind grew colder, but the woods remained silent. Late in the night, I could no longer control my fatigue and briefly closed my eyes. My father said the forestry patrol assignment would not formally begin until after September, but my mother still refused to yield. Black bears were not her only fear. Conditions in the deep mountain huts were poor. Illness, injury, becoming lost, or retaliation from illegal loggers could each prevent a person from returning. Military service did not allow my father to erase those dangers through experience alone. My proposal to replace him received no support either. My mother stated it plainly. I had only just learned to set snares on the outer slopes. Yet borrowing one hunting dog made me talk about entering the heart of the mountain. I was treating the family's worry as a price someone else had to pay. My father finally suppressed the subject. There are still 6 months. Once the village clarifies the staffing, shifts, and equipment, we'll discuss who goes. That was not agreement to let me enter the mountains. It only meant the Chen family would make no commitment now. I listed the conditions that needed verification in my mind. Formal appointment, at least 2-person teams, patrol routes, resupply, communication or scheduled reporting, medical rescue, and firearm use rules. If anyone remained vague, 12 yuan a month could not persuade the family. After dinner, Lin Anru and Lin Anyu cleaned the kitchen together. The older sister would return to the town elementary school tomorrow, and they quietly discussed when they could meet again. Lin Anyu did not reveal that night's events before the family, and I did not demand to know why she remained silent. As agreed, I told my father the route out of the mountain and packed the basket, sickle, clean water, fire supplies, and bandages. Yuan would track and warn tonight, but judgment and recall remained my responsibility. My father sat on the steps smoking his pipe. Seeing us prepare to leave, he said only, "Don't show off at night. If you aren't back by sunrise, I'll find old Pijia first." I agreed and asked my mother to remember that the trap lay roughly 700 or 800 meters inside the small gully on a slope. There were no telephones in the mountains. At minimum, the family needed to know which line to search. Night travel was much slower than daylight. Even bright moonlight left ditches and drops hidden beneath tree shadows. Yuan walked several steps ahead and stopped to smell the route at every fork. I verified the fallen log, stone pile, and broken branches I had marked during the day instead of surrendering all navigation to the dog. 2 hours later, we reached the area near the bag net. I did not walk directly to the trap, but stopped 20 meters downwind. Moonlight showed only the outline of the vines, not whether anything was inside. Yuan sat without immediately warning, meaning the target had not approached or its scent remained weak. I first selected an escape route. A tree stood behind me. The original path back to the gully lay on the left, while the low ground to the right was unfamiliar. If Yuan warned of a large animal, I would abandon the trap and retreat left immediately. One potentially valuable washuli was not worth trapping myself inside brush with no second route. Washuli left their dens at night, but not at a fixed hour. This one had already escaped from a foxhide snare and would be even more cautious of human scent, cord, and unfamiliar objects. I made Yuan lie down and fastened the lead around my wrist. With my back against the tree, I stayed out of the wind and watched the open ground between the net and den. The slingshot was only a final defense. The goal remained live capture, not firing at an unidentified shadow. Time passed slowly. The temperature fell at night, and dampness in my clothes began to chill me. Insects and leaves occasionally sounded in the forest. Each time, I had to distinguish wind, a rodent, or something larger. Several times, I wanted to approach and inspect the trap, but feared leaving fresh scent and remained in place. Fatigue was the hardest enemy. I had not rested enough the previous night and walked a long distance during the day. I required myself to move my fingers and check the lead and moon's position at intervals, yet still briefly closed my eyes late in the night. Closing my eyes proved that my preparation remained inadequate. Yuan could warn me, but could not bear the night watch on my behalf. If the target struggled while I slept, the net might injure it, and the hound might attack on its own. On any future night watch, I needed to sleep in advance, arrange shifts, or shorten the wait. I could not mistake one lucky outcome for a reliable method. A cold gust startled me awake. Yuan still lay in place, but its ears stood erect. I first confirmed that no large animal was nearby, then looked at the trap. A dark mass seemed to have appeared beneath the pouch and moved slightly. Yuan rose silently and lowered its body. Without looking at me, it fixed its eyes on the shadow and crept forward. Fully awake, I gripped the recall lead and kept it from attacking. The shadow smelled around the mouth of the net. Its body resembled a cat, but its tail was thicker. Several times, it extended its head toward the opening, then withdrew just before touching a vine. The scent of the field mouse inside attracted it, while the lingering human scent on the trap made it hesitate. I remained motionless, cold sweat soaking my back. The washuli was far more cautious than a rabbit. Rabbits charged along fixed paths, allowing a hide loop to tighten through momentum. This creature stopped, tested, and circled. It might even take the bait without entering the net. At last, it extended its head through the opening and quickly withdrew. The second time, it entered half a body length farther, yet kept one hind leg braced firmly against the edge. Its body weight already pressed on the pouch, but that leg blocked the closing vines. Old Pijia was right. This creature was difficult to capture. The shadow stretched its body until its teeth nearly reached the field mouse. If it seized the bait and backed away, the entire night's weight would again produce nothing. I did not release the slingshot. On the other side of the grass, Yuan had already circled silently behind it. Yuan lay hidden in the grass with only its eyes exposed. Most of the washuli's body extended into the pouch, but one hind leg still blocked the opening. It bit the field mouse and immediately pulled back. The vines failed to close. If I fired a stone now, the most likely result would not be a live capture, but hitting Yuan by mistake or knocking the prey into its den. I remained still and entrusted the opportunity to the trained hound. Holding slingshot rubber under tension too long also reduced accuracy. I slowly relaxed it while keeping the slingshot in hand, preventing a sudden release from making noise. Less than 10 meters separated the washuli and Yuan. Any follow-up shot was no longer safe. Yuan did not attack. It suddenly exposed itself behind the shadow, gave one short bark, and blocked the route back to the den. Startled, the washuli instinctively kicked forward. The hind leg bracing the opening released, and its entire body entered the pouch. Its weight pulled the bag net down, and the opening snapped shut. Got it. I gave the recall command first. Although excited, Yuan retreated from the net to my left side and never bit the trapped animal. Stopping in front of prey proved the quality of its training more than mindless pursuit. I held the bamboo basket in front of my body and approached from the side. The washuli writhed repeatedly inside the net. Its limbs passed through the mesh but could not reach the ground. The bottom of the pouch remained away from the tree trunk, and no vine tightened around its neck. The trap had achieved the intended live capture. I first inspected both anchor trees and all 6 vine knots to confirm that none were cutting into the pelt. The more the animal struggled, the tighter the net wrapped around it. Leaving it too long could still cause suffocation or abrasions, so I had to transfer it into the basket immediately rather than stand admiring my harvest. The field mouse no longer moved. Using a long branch, I removed the remaining bait from outside to prevent the animals from becoming further entangled. Then I slowly lowered the entire pouch and animal into the ventilated basket and secured the opening, minimizing the time it hung suspended. In the moonlight, I finally saw the shadow clearly. It had a cat-like build. Coarse yellow-brown fur lay against its body. Its unusually thick, long tail carried alternating dark and light rings. Its teeth and claws remained dangerous, and its eyes followed every movement Yuan and I made. Its appearance, fur, and defensive odor all closely matched old Pijia's description, but I still did not inspect it barehanded. A frightened civet-like animal could scratch, bite, or spray a powerful secretion. Identification had to begin from a safe distance. I first sent Yuan upwind and tied the lead to a tree where it could see me. The hound was uninjured, and no secretion marked its nose or mouth. During any sampling, I could not let the dog circle the net and keep the animal agitated. I gave it several sips of water and checked whether thorns had scratched it during the stealth approach. Only dry leaves clung between the fur of its chest and belly, and its paw pads were intact. After confirming the hound's condition, I returned my attention to the basket. I covered most of the basket with thick cloth and left only one observation opening. Darkness would calm the animal slightly and still allow me to check its breathing and limbs. Old Pijia had explained that the foul fluid released by a frightened Washuli differed from civet musk. The former drove enemies away. The latter was a pale yellow, paste-like secretion with a musk-like fragrance. If a sample could not be collected without harming the animal, it should be released directly. I prepared a clean small gourd, oiled paper, and cloth, intending to perform only one necessary inspection. The moment I lifted the observation cover, the Washuli's thick tail rose. I turned my head at once, but was still one step too slow. Yellow fluid grazed my temple and the outer cloth. The stench instantly flooded my nose. I staggered back several steps, my stomach heaving, and braced myself against a tree while retching. Hearing the movement, Yuan tried to approach. I immediately commanded it to stop. It whined anxiously in place, but did not break the lead. I poured clean water from my temple outward and confirmed none entered my eyes or mouth. The outer cloth went separately into an empty bag, and I did not rub my face with my hands. Only after a long while did my breathing recover. If the fluid entered the eyes, the first step would be continuous rinsing followed by immediate descent for medical care, not continuing to work for a sample. Fortunately, this splash touched only skin, and I still had enough water for another accident. The stench exactly matched what remained beside the foxhide snare. The clues were complete. This animal was the same Washuli that escaped the snare the previous night and left the gray-brown fur and yellow secretion. But capturing it was only the first step. Safe sampling, weight verification, and confirming whether a legal buyer would accept the material could not be solved through excitement. I did not repeatedly frighten it to make it empty its defensive spray. I covered the basket again and waited for it to calm. Any sample would be taken only once, and I would stop after obtaining a small amount. During the wait, I checked again that the small gourd was clean and its cap sealed properly. If mud, water, or foul fluid contaminated the sample, even a genuine fragrance might lose its identification value. I kept the sampling tools separate from food and drinking water and would wrap everything after completion. Yuan lay several steps away, eyes still fixed on me. Good dog, I told it. Its patient stalking, blocking the escape route, and immediate obedience had truly made the trap succeed tonight. If it had rushed forward to fight, the prey, hound, and I might all have been injured. I also remembered the weakness in the bag net. A hind leg could brace the opening, making the trap unreliable by itself. If the law ever required another live capture, I would have to improve the trigger rather than depend on a hound to force the animal into a more dangerous structure. I arranged the tools again and prepared to collect the musk. Only after the Washuli calmed did I approach from the rear side. The heavy cloth and bag net restrained its limbs while the basket supported the weight. I neither twisted its body directly nor brought my face close. Following the non-lethal method old Pijia had taught me, I confirmed the location and performed one brief collection. A lump of pale yellow paste soon appeared at the bottom of the small gourd. Its odor differed completely from the stench a moment earlier and carried a rich, musk-like fragrance. I stopped immediately, sealed the gourd tightly, and wrapped it in oiled paper. I never touched it with my fingers or extended the restraint merely to obtain more. I had washed and dried the gourd beforehand and marked the outer wrapping with the collection place and date so a medicine shop could judge its origin. If identification showed that it was not a legally accepted material, I would not attempt to sell it again. There was no precise scale in the mountains, and the eye could not determine the weight. Old Pijia had said that 2 chien might bring over 100 yuan, and 2 chien was roughly 10 grams. Misremembering that as 2 milligrams would create a 5,000-fold difference. For now, this could be called only a small sample. A legitimate medicine shop had to weigh and identify it before anyone could know its quantity or value. I did not add the old estimate to my cash in advance. The money actually in my hand remained 85 yuan. After sampling, I lowered the bag net to the ground, retreated several meters, and released the closure from the far end. The Washuli remained inside at first and observed. After confirming that I controlled Yuan, it leaped into the brush and disappeared in an instant. I waited in place and heard it move into the distance without falling or returning. I released it near its original den instead of carrying a wild animal into the village or an unfamiliar habitat. It could run normally, and there was no obvious blood inside the net, showing no visible serious injury. I collected the pouch, bait remains, and anchor vines so the abandoned trap would not capture another animal. Yuan wanted to chase. One recall command stopped it at the grass, and it returned beside my foot. The sample had been collected and the target released. I would not repeatedly trap the same den in the future, much less interpret a renewable secretion as permission for repeated capture. Near the small gully on the return route, I checked the 3 foxhide snares to the west. The first 2 were empty, but the third held a live rabbit weighing roughly 3 or 4 gene. The hide cord wrapped around its foreleg, and the animal still had strength. I fixed the cord in place with the herb hoe, moved the rabbit into the chicken cage, then released the snare. I confirmed there was no fracture or continued bleeding. At Chef Ye's earlier price of 5 yuan per gene, it might sell for 15 to 20 yuan, but the final amount still depended on weighing without the cage. 85 yuan in cash, 1 sample awaiting identification, and 1 live rabbit awaiting the scale. If the civet musk truly sold for 100 yuan, the rabbit payment might allow me to reach the 7-day, 200 yuan goal. If the medicine shop refused it or the sample was too light, a gap would remain. Until a sale occurred, I would not claim I had gathered enough. Dawn paled the horizon, and roosters began calling in the village. I had remained out all night, so I descended along the planned route instead of searching for more game in my excitement. Waiting and sampling consumed an entire night, and hunting had to account for time as well. My body and the daytime fieldwork could not endure this every day. One high-value harvest might never become a stable livelihood. Rabbit trails, farming, and legitimate work still had to proceed in parallel. After returning home, I added water to the rabbit cage, left the clothes stained with foul fluid outside for washing, and inspected Yuan's limbs, nose, mouth, and belly. Only mud marked its paw pads. There was no wound. I had barely lain down when my mother knocked. Anru returns to town today. Get up and see her off. Fatigue made my head heavy, but I sat up. The trip to town would also let me sell the rabbit and ask a medicine shop about the sample, and I could help carry Lin Anru's heavy luggage without pestering her. My father had already eaten and sat on the steps tapping ash from his pipe. He saw the rabbit in the basket and smelled the lingering stench outside. After I voluntarily recounted the night's events, he asked only one question. I described the departure, arrival, weight, capture, and return time item by item. My father cared less about the value of the animal than why I failed to descend earlier before dawn as expected. Fortunately, my route had not changed, and the family had not yet begun a search. You still want to become a forestry patrolman? I want to learn about the position, but dozing last night was a mistake. Without training and a partner, I won't enter the interior directly. My father nodded. First, learn not to gamble your life against sleep. I remembered the warning. Yuan crouched beside me and stared at the white flower bun. I broke off a small piece as a reward for its work last night and ate the rest myself. My mother complained that refined grain was precious, and I promised never to let a dog consume the household's food over the long term. Before leaving, I asked through the door whether Lin Anyu felt able to talk. She had her sister remain inside and did not invite me in. I reported the accounts clearly, 85 yuan in cash, with the rabbit and sample still unsold. Even if I reached 200 today, that money did not obligate her to marry me. You can refuse the marriage, ask me to leave, or make a police report, I said. If the money is given to you, you will control it yourself. Silence remained inside for a moment. Lin Anyu answered only, first make the accounts clear. Then we'll talk. That was neither agreement nor forgiveness. I did not force another answer. Lin Anru then emerged carrying her luggage. Smelling a trace of odor still on me, she first made me wash my face again and change clothes. I briefly explained that the washuli had been released and the sample awaited identification. I also admitted that guarding the mountain alone at night was unsafe. Don't lose control again just to earn money, she said. I nodded and packed the live rabbit, sample, and luggage separately. Yuan remained home to rest. I would return it to old Pijia immediately after I came back. The result of today's trip to town would determine whether I met the 7-day deadline. My mother was still angry over the forestry patrol matter. I gave Yuan a little less than half a bun and said it deserved the reward for this tracking job. My mother rolled her eyes. At least the dog doesn't say insane things just to make people furious. She did not deny the hound's contribution. She simply refused to let me treat one success as justification for entering the mountains at night or for future patrol work. I stopped arguing and refilled Yuan's clean water first. Lin Anru and Lin Anyu emerged after they had already finished dressing. The older sister wore the same blue floral dress from the journey home, while the younger wore a black dress patterned with white flowers that her sister had brought back. I did not comment on their appearance. Lin Anyu's willingness to leave the room mattered more than any clothing. With her sister beside her, a little color had returned to her face, but she still kept her distance from me. After everyone ate breakfast, Lin Anru prepared to report to Town Elementary School. I put on the basket containing the rabbit cage and took her heavier woven sack. The sample remained separate from the live animal, so medicinal material never touched it. My mother and the sisters said goodbye in the courtyard. Town was not especially far, but after living at the school, Lin Anru could return only on rest days. Lin Anyu insisted on accompanying her to the village entrance, and my mother did not stop her. I walked behind the sisters with enough distance between us. This was Lin Anyu's first voluntary trip beyond the courtyard in several days. If she felt unwell, her sister was beside her. She did not need me to approach. Yuan did not come. It had remained awake all night and needed rest in the courtyard. Leaving it also prevented a hunting dog from following us to school and drawing a crowd. My mother promised to give it only clean water and normal leftovers. I would return it to old Pijia as soon as I came back to the village. At the village entrance, the sisters held hands and again agreed on how to stay in contact. Lin Anru said that if the school opened a position in the future, she would inform her sister about the teaching qualification examination or recruitment assessment. Only then did I learn that Lin Anyu wanted to be a teacher too. She had completed high school and, in a township school of that era, had a chance to compete for a teaching position. Whether she was admitted depended on openings, examinations, and school arrangements. One promise from her sister could not guarantee it, but the goal at least let her life extend beyond the Chen family and marriage. Lin Anru told her to begin reviewing Chinese, arithmetic, and basic teaching material. She promised to bring home any public school notice. Application documents, age, and education all had to satisfy the year's requirements. They could not use a private connection to take someone else's position. I'll prepare, Lin Anyu replied. At parting, she looked up and met my eyes. Her expression immediately became cold. I did not demand friendliness and moved aside to clear the road. She had every reason to despise me. Several days of hunting and a 200 yuan goal could not change that. After saying goodbye to her sister, Lin Anru walked with me toward town. During the journey of more than 10 li, she mentioned last night's conversation. Lin Anyu still did not reveal everything, but confirmed that she did not want to decide about marriage now and was willing to prepare for the teaching examination. She also asked why I did not explain everything in front of the older sister at once. I said it was not to protect myself, but to avoid taking away the harmed person's control of her own account. But if Lin Anyu asked me to explain voluntarily, or if the police or parents questioned me formally, I would give a complete statement and never use "she didn't say anything" as a shield. If you say you respect her, don't let the family use 200 yuan to force her, Lin Anru warned. The money will be given to her or someone she appoints, without any condition of marriage. I also agreed that if Lin Anyu wanted to stay temporarily with her sister in town, the Chen family had to cooperate. Lodging, work, and safety would need separate arrangements. We could not simply say go and push her away without support. Around noon, we reached Town Elementary School. The school stood at the end of the old street in a courtyard said to have once belonged to a military scholar who passed the imperial examination. The vermilion wooden gates had long ago been replaced by iron bars. The former training ground was covered in cinders and used as a playground, while several rows of one-story buildings had become classrooms. The sound of reading came through the windows, and children played in the yard. Lin Anru first had to report to the school administrator, then move into a one-story dormitory shared with another woman teacher. A schedule and visitor registration notice hung beside the gate. Outsiders could not enter classrooms during lessons, and the residential area had boundaries between men and women. I read every rule. Even if I brought a message later, I would contact her only through the gatekeeper or office. At the school entrance, I returned the woven sack and voluntarily stepped back. She did not need co-workers misunderstanding our relationship or me accompanying her into the dormitory. "This is far enough," she said. I nodded and prepared to go to the supply and marketing cooperative restaurant. Seeing the basket, she asked whether I planned to sell the rabbit first. I explained that I would weigh the rabbit, then go to the medicine shop. The civet musk counted toward the 200 yuan only after a completed sale. I also reported how the cash might become 100 yuan, the original 85 plus an estimated 15 for this rabbit. It remained only an estimate until settlement. She did not calculate that I had probably gathered enough. She only reminded me to retain every transaction location. "Keep the accounts clear and keep the boundaries you promised," she said. I agreed. Before leaving, I asked whether, if I brought Lin Anyu for the examination later, I could first contact her at school to confirm the time. This was legitimate business, not an excuse to pester anyone. Lin Anru considered it. "All right. Leave a message with the gatekeeper in advance. Don't enter the women's dormitory directly. Her permission had a precise scope. I remembered the school, gatekeeper, and dormitory boundary without interpreting it as a change in our personal relationship. Then I carried the live rabbit toward the cooperative. The real task today was turning value that had not yet reached my pocket into verifiable cash. The waitress with braids at the supply and marketing cooperative restaurant already knew me and sent me directly to the rear courtyard to find Chef Yi. The rabbit was lighter than it felt, weighing under 3 Jin after the cage was deducted. Chef Yi disliked its small size, but still paid 15 yuan according to his prior verbal price, effectively settling it as 3 Jin without cutting the odd fraction. I counted 1 10 yuan note and 5 1 yuan notes in front of him. The original 85 yuan plus 15 for the rabbit made exactly 100. Only if the civet musk sample sold for at least another 100 could I truly complete the 200 yuan target. I first visited several traditional Chinese medicine clinics in town. Most doctors who smelled the sample could identify it as civet musk, and several clearly wanted to purchase it. But the moment they heard the price might exceed 100 yuan, they shook their heads. Town clinics had limited working capital and could not realistically produce 100 yuan at once. Something could have value without a market, but either way it could not fulfill my deadline. I did not divide the sample and sell pieces to several buyers merely to close a deal. Once medicinal material left the original container, it could collect moisture and mixed odors, preventing a buyer from judging its full origin. At each clinic, I opened it only at the counter, let them smell it, sealed it immediately, and recorded that the reason for refusal was lack of funds rather than a false product. I thought of old Dr. Yuan Binyang, who had purchased the mini-banded Crite gallbladder. He understood medicinal materials and had broader channels. The problem was that both minibuses had already left. After noon, no public vehicle traveled into the city. If I waited for the early bus tomorrow, I would first have to return to the village and walk more than 10 li again. Remaining in town would require lodging expenses. Either option could push me to the final edge of the 7-day deadline. I checked the bus station timetable personally rather than surrendering because a passerby said there was no vehicle. The ticket office confirmed 1 morning and 1 noon departure, no additional service that day, and no legal passenger transport at night. As I prepared to leave the final clinic, a middle-aged man wearing a medicated plaster for his back called to me. "Are you going to Binyang?" He wore glasses and a mouse suit, with a briefcase beside him. I did not infer his identity from his appearance. I only said that I had planned to sell medicinal material in the city, but missed the bus. He said he had a vehicle and could take me part way. A stranger's invitation could not be accepted merely because he looked like a cadre. I first asked his name, work unit, vehicle, and traveling companions, and had the clinic doctor confirm that he was genuinely a patient who passed through often. He introduced himself as Shui Weidong, director of the Binyang machinery factory. His chronic back pain had flared while passing near Jia town, so he came inside for a medicated plaster. The clinic doctor recognized the factory driver and could confirm that the vehicle waited on the street. I also asked to inspect the license plate outside and had the clinic record that I was taking the machinery factory vehicle to the bus station. In the 1970s, there were no mobile phones. At minimum, that public statement reduced the risk that no one would know where I went after entering a stranger's car. Only then did I accept the ride and explain that I would get out near the bus station, not at a private residence. Shui Weidong's driver was surnamed Liu. The young man drove an army green Jeep from the alley entrance. The plate, driver, and factory director's identity matched one another. I placed the empty basket on the back seat and did not hand the gourd containing the sample to a stranger. Cars were rare in town, and a crowd quickly gathered. Shui Weidong did not want to delay and urged me inside. I sat with him in the rear while little Liu drove. Before entering, I opened the mouth of the basket for the driver to see, proving it held no prohibited goods and preventing any later dispute over ownership. The small gourd remained at my waist. A high official position did not entitle him to possess it. The dirt road was full of holes, the Jeep's suspension was mediocre, and the cabin rattled throughout the journey. I did not lower my guard merely because it was my first automobile ride. I remembered the direction and landmarks and confirmed that the vehicle truly traveled toward Binyang. Shui Weidong enjoyed conversation. He first asked which village I came from and what my family did. I answered only public information. I was from New Jiaguan and recently supplemented the household through legally traded game. I revealed nothing to a stranger about Lin on you, the 200 yuan deadline, or the family's trauma. He asked whether I belonged to a work unit. I truthfully said I had no formal job and that forestry patrol work remained only a village proposal for after autumn. I did not invent an official post to appear respectable or exploit my father's veteran status to build a connection. The subject soon shifted to civet musk. I explained that I had released the washuli and possessed only one sample awaiting identification. An old hunter had given a historical estimate, but the town clinics lacked enough working capital, which was why I urgently needed a legitimate city pharmacy. This can be worth more than 100 yuan. Shui Weidong was visibly surprised. Possibly, I corrected. Without weighing and a completed sale, it still isn't money. He wanted to see the gourd. I did not hand it over, only let him view its appearance through the sealed wrapping. The car was bouncing, and opening it carelessly could contaminate or lose the sample. Shui Weidong accepted the reason and told the driver to slow at the roughest patches. The journey took a little longer, but both sample and passengers were safer. The ride was a favor along his existing route. It did not create a promise that I would repay him with medicinal materials or game. Shui Weidong did not insist, and instead asked whether I knew how to hunt. His voice suddenly became excited, as if the subject interested him more than expensive medicine. Shui Weidong said he had been born in Lingnan and often entered the mountains with his father as a child. He knew the old methods for hunting wild boars, bobcats, and badgers. He mentioned that people once smoked badgers out of their dens. I did not treat it as a method that could simply be repeated. Smoke might kill young animals, cause a forest fire, and violate hunting rules for the place and period. Before any real action, the species, season, and legality would still have to be confirmed. Shui Weidong also said that surrounding large game required a group. Entering the mountains alone with several tools was nothing but showing off. That matched old Pijia's warning. A method came from old experience, but that did not make it appropriate in every situation. I described only the general sequence of this tracking attempt. The foxhide snare left fur and foul liquid. Old Pijia identified the species. Yuan followed the scent to the den. The bag net captured it without killing, and after I collected the sample, I released it on the spot. I did not give a stranger the precise den or trap locations. Shui Weidong listened intently and reminded me that some people around the machinery factory understood metal fabrication. If I ever lawfully needed a safer cage, I could ask about materials through proper relationships, but could never remove factory property without authorization. When the vehicle entered Binyang, he asked where I wanted to get out. I chose the bus station, a public place where I could orient myself and which was not far from old Dr. Yu's clinic. Before I left, Shui Weidong wrote the machinery factory office telephone number in a notebook. He said I could call when I had time. It was not his private residential number. I placed the slip in my notebook and did not mistake one ride for a powerful benefactor from whom I could demand endless help. I recorded the driver's surname, Liu, the drop-off location, and arrival time. If the experience ever needed verification, I would at least have an office number and public bus station as evidence, not merely an unprovable chance encounter. After the jeep left, I followed a familiar route to old Dr. Yu's clinic. The elderly practitioner recognized me. He accepted the small gourd, performed only a preliminary smell test, and confirmed that it resembled civet musk. He neither claimed an exact weight by eye nor offered a price immediately. First, he checked whether moisture had entered the seal. Then he used a clean bamboo strip to remove a tiny amount and assess the texture before resealing the sample as it was. The clinic lacked both an appropriate precision scale and sufficient cash, so he could not conduct a formal transaction. The material is good, but I don't have more than 100 yuan in cash here. He admitted that the clinic needed its funds for ordinary medicine and patients and could not tie up working capital in one rare item. Even if the sample met the historical price, it exceeded the resources of an individual clinic. I did not request credit or split the sample for sale. It was small, and dividing it risked contamination and made the accounts difficult to verify. Since he would not buy, I prepared to ask at a larger pharmacy. Old Dr. Yu stopped me and said he knew Li Mingyu, the owner of Rongda Hall, and could contact him first. The buses out of the city had stopped for the day. He recommended registering at a legitimate guest house and returning in half an hour for the address. I opened one single room at the same guest house where I had stayed before, provided my information, and locked the empty basket inside. The small gourd remained on my body instead of sitting unattended in the room. The room fee would come from my additional personal cash, not from the 200 yuan prepared for Lin Anyu. The guest house registration also proved that I stayed in the city that night, preventing the family from knowing only that I vanished overnight. When I returned to the clinic, old Dr. Yu had already sent a message. He wrote down the address of Rongda Hall and told me to ask directly for Li Mingyu. Before any sale, The buyer had to identify and weigh the material in front of me and state the price clearly. Rhonda Hall stood 2 streets north. A lean old man waited behind a wooden counter. Before I spoke, he asked whether Dr. Yu had sent me to sell civet musk. I first confirmed his name. Li Mingyu, he answered quickly, already extending a hand. Let me see it. The owner was impatient, but I did not skip the process. I required the container to be opened within the counter area, kept the sample in sight, and insisted on identification before discussing price. Li Mingyu agreed and used the pharmacy's small scale and instruments. The sample met his purchasing requirements for quality and quantity. I recorded only 1 net sample instead of treating the unverifiable 2 qian or 2 milligrams as a fixed number. The pharmacy's on-site weighing controlled the transaction. He smelled it, inspected the texture, and confirmed there was no foul defensive fluid mixed inside. Finally, he offered 110 yuan. That was 10 yuan above my minimum expectation. I did not nod thoughtlessly. First, I asked whether he would pay in full at once, whether there were deductions, and whether the pharmacy had the right to purchase the material. Cash. 110. No separate deductions, Li Mingyu said. Once the conditions were clear, I accepted. I also required him to record the date, product name, full package price, and person handling it in the pharmacy ledger. A private seller might not receive a formal receipt, but at minimum the shop would retain a record. If anyone later questioned the source of the money, they could verify it here. But he placed one hand over the cash drawer. I can pay you, but I still have one question. The relief disappeared from my face. He truly did need to verify whether the medicinal material had been obtained legally. Li Mingyu first asked where the sample came from, then whether the washuli had been killed. I said only that it came from near the outer region of Niuxin Mountain. The animal had been captured alive in a bag net and released at the same place after a small sample was collected. Precise den coordinates, the hound's owner, and the exact route were not necessary for the transaction, so I did not reveal them all. Only after confirming that the sample had not been stolen from pharmacy stock or removed from an animal of unknown cause of death did he continue discussing payment. I also asked how the pharmacy would use and store it. Li Mingyu said it would enter the medicinal material accounts and never be resold privately through an unidentified channel. Only after both sides confirmed the source and destination did the transaction become more than closing one's eyes for money. Are you a hunter? I only just started learning. I can handle rabbits and a few kinds of small game. I asked a veteran hunter to identify unfamiliar species. One sample of civet musk did not make me claim veteran status. Li Mingyu also asked whether I could catch badgers. He was willing to pay 30 yuan for each qualifying adult, but the source had to be legal and both species and medicinal part had to meet requirements. Protected species and young animals could not be mixed in. The old me might have promised immediately. Now I only said that I would first confirm whether Niuxin Mountain contained a badger species legal to hunt, investigate local regulations and a safe route, and then decide. Badger dens often had multiple exits and might contain young. Li Mingyu's demand for acceptable medicinal material did not encourage me to destroy a den regardless of season. I wrote those limitations beside the quoted price, so I would not remember only 30 yuan later. How long will your 30 yuan offer stand? I asked. For the near future. Bring one in, and I'll inspect it again. That was not an order and did not guarantee income. It was only a possible sales channel. I recorded Li Mingyu's name, the address of Rhonda Hall, the species requirements, and the per animal price of 30 yuan. Then he counted 11 10 yuan notes from the cash drawer. I inspected them one by one, confirmed that none was damaged or stuck together, and kept them separate from my existing 100 yuan. Li Mingyu entered the full package payment of 110 in the ledger, and I watched him finish. The small gourd and sample remained at Rhonda Hall. At that moment the transaction was complete, ownership transferred, and I could not demand the item back tomorrow. After the rabbit payment, I had 100 yuan. The civet musk sold for 110, making my cash total 210. The 7-day, 200 yuan goal was finally met with money actually received, with 10 yuan extra. Lodging and tomorrow's ticket still had to come from the excess or my personal balance. I could not touch the full 200 prepared for Lin on you. I did not wander the city carrying that much cash. I returned directly to the registered guest house, locked the door from inside, and hid the money in 2 separate places on my body. The transaction gourd remained at Rhonda Hall, eliminating any possibility of selling it twice. I sealed the full 200 into an inner pocket and reserved the extra 10 for essential transportation and food. Even if I spent part of the 10, I had to return with the full delivery amount intact. I could not confuse, I once earned a total of 210, with, I still possess 200. I woke several times that night to confirm the money remained. Not because 200 yuan could buy back anything, but because it proved I had at least fulfilled one practical promise I made. It still could not erase the assault or require Lin on you to accept me. Early the next morning, I boarded the minibus back to Nyojia town, then walked more than 10 li. When I reached Nujiagwan that afternoon, my father was standing in the courtyard. He first asked where I had spent the previous night. I explained item by item that I missed the bus, rode into the city in a machinery factory vehicle, stayed at a legitimate guest house, and completed the transaction at Ronda Hall. I also produced Dr. Yu's clinic, the pharmacy address, and Shui Weidong's office number instead of vaguely saying I had met a powerful man. My father first checked that I was uninjured, then asked whether anyone witnessed the ride. Only after hearing that the clinic knew the driver and I exited at the public bus station did he stop pursuing it. Even so, he required me to find a way to send word through someone whenever my route changed unexpectedly. Did you finish the task? My father asked. I patted the inner pouch at my waist. 15 for the rabbit, 110 for the sample, and the original 85. 210 altogether. The 200 for on you has already been separated. My father remained silent for a long time, lit his pipe, and sat on the steps. What shocked him was not that one animal was valuable, but that I had truly accumulated 200 yuan from each payment within a week. I did not wait for him to celebrate. I went first to Lin Anyu's door. Anyu, can we speak for a moment? There was no immediate reply. I neither knocked a third time nor pushed the door, only reported the amount and source from outside. The full 200 has been separated. It isn't a bride price and does not require you to marry me. You can keep it yourself or appoint Aunt Lu, Anru, or another person you trust to hold it. After a while, she asked through the door, you think giving money means it never happened? No, I did not say that I would take responsibility all the way to the end, a phrase too easily interpreted as requiring marriage. The harm already happened. This money is only one part of what I must bear first, not hush money. If you want to make a police report, leave, or refuse any relationship, I'll cooperate. I placed the envelope containing 200 yuan on the courtyard table instead of shoving it through the door crack or forcing her to accept it in person. I also explained that the extra 10 belonged to operating and travel funds and would not be used for a wedding banquet. Even if my mother temporarily held the 200, it would be sealed separately and no one could use it without asking on you first. No further answer came from the room. I stepped several meters away and gave her genuine space to decide. Lin On You never opened the door. I did not interpret her silence as her heart beginning to waver, nor could I assume persistence would guarantee success. She might be frightened, angry, unprepared to deal with anything, or simply unwilling to interact with me. The 200 yuan envelope remained on the courtyard table. I did not put it into her room without permission. I took it back and waited to give it to my mother after she returned. My parents came home from the fields at dusk. The moment my mother entered the kitchen, she demanded to know whether I had truly gathered enough. I calculated the income again and showed her 210 yuan, 200 as unconditional financial security for Lin On You, and 10 for lodging, tickets, and future household expenses. After counting the money, my mother's first question was not about marriage, but whether Lin On You was willing to accept it. She didn't take it. I asked my mother to hold the 200, but the account had to state clearly that it belonged to Lin On You. Without her personal consent, the family could not use it to buy land, hold a banquet, or call it my bride price. My mother found an old envelope and cloth wrapper and wrote 200 and the date across the seal while my father witnessed. The family had no bank account. At minimum, this crude method separated the money from ordinary fuel, rice, oil, and salt expenses. If I hold it, I'm holding it for on you, my mother said. I agreed, had her seal it separately in the cloth wrapping, and clearly recorded the amount before my father. Whether Lin On You later withdrew it, transferred it to her sister, or used it to leave the Chun home would be entirely her decision. At dinner, Lin On You came out without her sister beside her. For the first time since that night, the four of us sat at the same table. I did not deliberately move away as a performance, nor did I sit beside her. My parents occupied opposite sides, leaving a space between us. The atmosphere was heavy. My mother served food normally without persuading her that her son had changed. Lin On You ate more than during the previous few days and thanked my mother as she left the table. Her recovering appetite was a change in physical condition, not in her attitude toward me. No one mentioned the 200 yuan over dinner or urged her to consider how hard I worked. If she wanted to know where the money was, she could ask my mother directly. If she did not want to touch the subject, the family would not pressure her while she ate. Afterward, I fulfilled another agreement and returned Yuan to old Pijia. The hound ran to its owner the moment it saw him. Old Pijia first rubbed its head and inspected its paw pads and body, then asked about the tracking. I truthfully described how it flushed the pheasant from the thicket, followed the foul fluid to the den, stalked silently at night to block the escape route, and stopped on command. I also admitted that I dozed during the watch. I explained what Yuan had eaten at the Chun home, whether it contacted the washouli secretion, how much it drank, and how it rested. When returning a borrowed animal, its condition and experiences had to be disclosed. Saying only that it wasn't lost was not enough. How was the dog? The old man asked. Its nose, speed, and obedience are all excellent. The most valuable thing is that it comes back when called. I did not ask to keep Yuan. Alone was alone. Once I returned it unharmed, old Pijiao would decide whether we ever cooperated again. The old man was pleased, but sighed that age made it difficult for him to take the half-grown dog on long journeys into the mountains. I proposed only that if he agreed in the future and the route was safe, I could help train Yuan under his guidance. Ownership would remain his. Old Pijia said he would consider it. Then I asked about Rongda Hall's offer for badgers. Li Mingyu quoted 30 yuan each, but I did not know where to find them in Yoshin Mountain, whether hunting them was permitted, or how to do it. Old Pijia corrected me first. Finding a badger is harder than catching one. There aren't many in Yoshin Mountain, and the dens are deep. You can't see a hole and immediately fill it with smoke. He did know one area with badger activity, but it lay in more complicated terrain. Slopes and gullies connected in confusing patterns, and even experienced hunters could become lost. Without a guide familiar with the route, stable weather, and sufficient supplies, no one should enter. You can already support a household by catching rabbits and shooting pheasants, he said. Why take another risk? I described another plan: renovate the Chun family's old house within 6 months. Wind blew through the yellow earth walls, and the roof, doors, and windows all needed repairs. If the forestry patrol position still required someone in September, my parents should at least live safely. But I did not treat repairing the house as a reason that required immediate badger hunting. We first had to estimate materials, labor, and what the collective might provide. I could not work backward from 30 yuan each and decide I must enter dangerous land. Old Pijiao agreed to lead me through orientation exercises on the outer slopes first without promising a trip to the badger area. He required at least a substitute for a compass, rope, dry food, water, weather assessment, a team of 2 or more, and a return time left with the village. He also required me to complete several directional round trips through familiar areas before discussing complicated terrain. If I could not find the small gully in fog, overcast weather, or without a hunting dog, I had no right to approach the badger range. Being young means you can see the world. It doesn't turn getting lost into courage. I accepted the boundary. The 200 yuan deadline was complete, and the next stage no longer required me to gamble my life for a 7-day promise. Renovating the house, forestry patrol work, and badger hunting all had to be verified before any action. When I left old Pijia's home, Yuan remained in the courtyard instead of following. Its task this time was over. Old Pijia agreed to let me practice navigating around the outer edge of the badger range and was willing to lend me Yuan again, but absolutely refused to lend his hunting rifle. No, he did not even consider it. You haven't received firearms training, and you don't have legal authorization to use one. You don't need a gun to catch a badger. If you encounter a large animal, retreat. I said that without ranged protection, I would be helpless against large animals. He answered with only one sentence. Knowing when you're no match for something is a skill a hunter ought to have. Old Pijia locked the hunting rifle inside and did not let me touch it for practice. He explained that firearm use involved more than aiming. It included storage, ammunition, accidental injury, and village registration. Lending a dog and lending a gun were entirely different matters. This boundary was not open to discussion. The conditions for borrowing the dog were stricter this time. Return the same day without spending the night in the mountains. Go only to the long table-shaped hollow he marked. Retreat immediately if the weather changed. And do not continue tracking if Yuan warned of a large animal. Only after I repeated the route and requirements did I lead Yuan away again. When my mother saw the dog return immediately after I had sent it back, she assumed old Pijia also found it troublesome. I explained that this was only a second temporary assignment and the dog still did not belong to the Chin family. Before departure, old Pijia inspected Yuan's paw pads, nose, mouth, and collar in front of me, confirming that the previous tracking trip left no injury. He made me repeat the 3 commands for recall, stop, and alert, emphasizing that I could not change the wording without warning. He would inspect the dog again after its return. Catching prey was a benefit. Bringing the borrowed animal home safely was the bottom line. I went to bed early that night. At dawn the next morning, I packed the basket, chicken cage, clean water, dry food, sickle, herb hoe, rope, and a small shovel for smothering fire. Before leaving, I told my parents the target area was roughly 3 kilometers away. I expected to return in the afternoon, and old Pijia was the person who knew the route. All 3 foxhide snares near the small gully were empty. I did not waste time, only confirmed that the hide cords were intact before following old Pijia's terrain markers deeper. 3 kilometers was a rough distance along mountain trails, not a straight line. We crossed sloping woods and tall brush for nearly 3 hours. Yuan remained within the lead at all times, while I repeatedly checked the sun, slope direction, fallen logs, and stream gullies. 2 forks looked nearly identical. Following old Pijia's instructions, I first searched for a half-burned lightning-struck tree, then a shallow gully bending north. If those appeared in the wrong order, I had to retrace my steps instead of continuing because the land looked familiar. Yuan could smell the incoming route, but I still left return markers of branches and stones. After pushing through brush taller than my head, the view suddenly opened. The hollow ahead resembled a long table, level through the middle with few trees and knee-high grass. It matched old Pijia's description. Yuan excitedly rushed into the grass. I recalled it immediately so it would not disturb everything before we confirmed a den. When I released it a second time, I gave only the den search command and did not let it pursue moving targets. Before long, it barked repeatedly several dozen meters away. When I arrived, I found a hole as wide as the mouth of a bowl, with relatively fresh soil dug around its edge. Yuan tried to enlarge it, but I stopped the dog in time. Badger dens usually had several entrances. Blocking one only made the animal escape elsewhere and might trap young inside. I inspected paw prints, fur, and droppings and confirmed that they resembled badger activity. Then I sent Yuan to search the perimeter for air openings. It identified 4 entrances, one hidden beneath flattened grass and nearly impossible to discover without a hound. The 4 openings were not equally fresh. 2 had wet soil at their edges, one contained old leaves, and the best concealed one bore the newest rub marks. The tunnels might connect or merely belong to neighboring dens. Without confirmation, I could not seal every entrance at once. Old Pijia had mentioned an old smoke flushing method. I did not build a large fire or seal every exit. Only after confirming there was no dry leaf fire hazard did I use a small amount of damp grass to create short-lived smoke while leaving one exit completely open. Yuan waited outside and did not lie at a smoke opening breathing concentrated fumes. Before lighting anything, I checked the wind so smoke would move away from both Yuan and me and placed water and the soil shovel within reach. I allowed the attempt only several minutes. If nothing appeared at the open exit, I would extinguish everything without adding dry wood or digging farther into the den. The internal structure of the 4 openings was unknown. More smoke could not compensate for inadequate judgment. The method still carried risks. There might be young inside, and smoke could cause suffocation. Whenever cages and observation could replace it, smoke should not become a routine tool. This would be one brief flushing attempt only, stopped immediately at any abnormal sign. After smoke entered 3 vents, I controlled every spark with soil and kept water at hand. Within minutes, frantic movement came from the unsealed opening. A gray shadow burst from the grass. Before I could see it clearly, Yuan pursued from the side. I could not aim the slingshot safely through tall grass, so I never fired and followed the flattened line to judge their direction. The barking moved near and far, then stopped abruptly 20 meters away. The grass became unnaturally silent. I did not charge blindly along the trail. A frightened badger might turn and bite, and Yuan might already be fighting it. When I could not see their positions, neither slingshot nor sickle could be swung. I could only recall the dog while preparing the chicken cage. I tightened my grip on the cage and recall line, worried not only that the prey might escape, but that Yuan had been hurt. Several seconds later, a small gray animal curled into a ball was dragged out from beneath the grass. Yuan followed closely, gripping the loose fur at the back of its neck. I first ordered Yuan to release the small gray animal and placed it inside the chicken cage. It had a round body and pointed muzzle and curled tightly in fear, matching old Pijia's description of a badger. There was no obvious tear at its neck, but running and smoke made its breathing rapid. I moved the cage upwind and observed its condition instead of smoking out a second animal. Cloth covered half the cage, reducing fear while preserving ventilation. I did not decide its sex, age, or medicinal value on the spot. Rhonda Hall would have to inspect all of that. I stopped searching whether more badgers remained in the hollow. 3 patches of damp grass still smoked. I buried each one under soil, soaked it with water, turned the earth, and did not leave until there was no heat or spark. One gust of mountain wind could carry a tiny ember into the forest. Capturing game never justified leaving a fire hazard. There was no injury to Yuan's mouth or nose, only mud on its fur. I gave it water and a small piece of white flower bun. Rewarding the hound did not mean letting it chew sharp bones or overeat at once. I accounted separately for my own dry food. The 3-hour journey in, the capture, and the return all required strength. If I fed everything to the dog and collapsed halfway home, that would be equally dangerous. Only after a short rest did I shoulder the cage again. The foxhide snares were still empty on our return. Repeated empty traps proved the location was wrong. I would have to remove or relocate them instead of continuing to depend on them. On the outer slopes, we heard another pheasant. Yuan forced it from the treetop, while I fired my slingshot into an empty space ahead to make it turn, never toward the dog's direction. When the bird dropped lower, Yuan pinned it. I rushed forward and took control, finally obtaining a fat pheasant weighing roughly 6 or 7 jing. The stone never struck the pheasant directly. Yuan still performed the true capture. It seized the wing and neck, then released on command, but the bird could no longer survive. I recorded the hound's roll honestly instead of claiming the fat pheasant proved my slingshot never missed. The 2 kinds of game from this trip would be handled separately. I planned to take the badger to Rhonda Hall for identification, while the pheasant would remain home to improve our meals. Whether the badger sold for 30 yuan still depended on its species, size, and the pharmacy's needs during that half-month. I returned to the courtyard at dusk. My father sat on the steps smoking his pipe. "We're eating chicken tonight." I lifted out the pheasant. He only grunted and first asked how I would handle the badger. I explained that it would remain temporarily in a separate chicken cage away from poultry, dogs, and children and would be delivered to the city as soon as possible tomorrow. If the pharmacy refused it, I would follow the lawful option for handling or release. I had just entered the kitchen and prepared to boil water when Wang Wu's voice came from outside. "Second Chun, are you home?" He had not visited since attacking me with a stone and being subdued. My father heard him and went outside first, stating clearly that the Chun family did not welcome him. Wang Wu smiled and said he wanted only to discuss something with me. I put down the knives and went outside the gate while keeping my distance. My father remained inside where he could see us. "What is it?" Wang Wu first asked whether I had brought another pheasant from the mountains. Then he said people in the village had begun noticing how frequently I went hunting. There was no concern in his voice, only an attempt to exchange secrecy for a benefit. "Anything I hunt legally, I'll explain to the people who need to know," I said. "If you believe I violated a law, report it to the village office." He had not expected me to be unafraid and held up all 10 fingers. Give him 10 yuan, and he would keep my secret. 10 yuan equaled nearly 1 month of the forestry wage offered to my father. It was also all the cash I kept at hand after placing the 200 in my mother's custody. That 200 belonged to Lin Onyu and could not be used to answer blackmail. The remaining 10 did not belong to Wang Wu merely because he extended his hand. He offered neither work nor information, only threatened to spread rumors for money. This was no longer borrowing grain or freeloading. Once blackmail was rewarded, his next demand would only rise. No, Wang Wu threatened to spread the news through the village and bring people to the Chun home to beg for meat and seize hunting equipment. I did not attack him at the gate or agree to pay. My father stood just inside and could have served as an immediate witness. I needed only to repeat Wang Wu's 10 yuan demand and ask the village office to handle it. Then at least the dispute would not become one man's word against another's. But I feared questions about my hunting income and did not want my father to know I had drawn new trouble. In the end, I failed to use the safest solution. To make Wang Wu stop pestering me, I proposed a dangerous compromise. If he truly wanted game, he could accompany me up the mountain and keep whatever we legally captured. On the surface, I wanted him to understand how hard the game was to obtain. In the depths of my mind, something darker had already formed. Take him far from the village and make this trouble disappear permanently. That thought was neither mature nor decisive. It was a deliberate escalation from blackmail to potentially fatal revenge. The moment I spoke, I knew anger controlled me. Wang Wu had poor stamina, no equipment, and no discipline. Entering the mountains at night would easily end in disaster. The reasonable response should have been notifying my father and the village office about the blackmail, not using the danger of the mountains to teach him a lesson. But the promise of game worth dozens of yuan attracted Wang Wu, and he immediately asked when. I said tonight. He was clearly afraid, yet could not withstand the provocation, and finally agreed. After Wang Wu left, my father asked what we discussed. I said only that he wanted to learn hunting and would enter the mountains with me tonight. I did not fully reveal the 10 yuan blackmail. That concealment planted the most serious consequence that followed. The moment my father learned Wang Wu planned to enter the mountains with me at night, he objected. He can't even manage farm work. How many steps do you expect him to last on a mountain trail? If you're taking him, wait until daylight. I lied that badgers were easier to encounter at night and promised to remain on a familiar route. I did not reveal my true thought. Wang Wu dared demand 10 yuan today and would demand more tomorrow. I did not want to be pestered again and again, and I had pushed ending the trouble into a matter of life and death. I was not forced into it. It was my choice. I had planned to stir-fry the pheasant. My father reminded me that the smell of meat had recently drawn attention, so I changed it to chicken stewed with mushrooms under a covered lid. My parents and Lin Onyu ate dinner together. No one knew I had formed murderous intent toward Wang Wu. At the table, I served food and soup as usual and even answered my father's questions about the price of the badger. The calmer I appeared, the more clearly this decision was not a passing impulse. After dinner, I confirmed that Yuan was willing to follow and pulled the hunting dog into my plan as well. Yuan ate only a small amount of unsalted chicken with every sharp bone removed. It was merely an obedient hound and did not know what the man traveling with us would face. After dinner, I packed the equipment. My mother asked where I was going so late, and I said only that I would inspect the snares. My father looked at me meaningfully and said, "As long as you aren't going to do anything evil." The sentence nearly stopped me. The proper course was clear. Tell my parents, the village office, or the police about the blackmail and let Wang Wu answer for his own behavior. At minimum, I should cancel the night trip. I still walked out. Wang Wu waited on the path empty-handed, without water or a lamp, thinking only of game. Seeing Yuan, he complained that I had no gun. I told him that if he wanted benefits, he had to keep up on his own. I prepared no equipment for him and never again recommended leaving in daylight. Leading a person with no mountain experience deeper into the forest at night was itself how I planned to weaken him and isolate him from the village. Everything we catch tonight belongs to me, he confirmed again. It belongs to you. The promise existed only to keep him walking. The moon was not especially bright, but we could see the forest outline. Yuan walked ahead and frequently looked back to wait. Wang Wu kicked stones and cursed the path, frightening away nearby small animals long before we approached. I remembered every return marker at each fork, while Wang Wu recognized none of the route. Several times he asked how much farther. I answered only, almost there, and led him onward. Later, even if he wanted to return alone, he would struggle to find the small gully in the darkness. After 2 hours, we crossed the gully in the Fox Heights Nair area. He panted too hard to speak in full sentences and leaned against a tree to demand rest, yet still threatened that if we returned empty-handed tonight, he would tell the entire village by morning that I often brought meat down from the mountains. I did not answer the threat, and said only that badgers lived in the long table-shaped hollow ahead. Rongda Hall paid 30 yuan for an accepted animal what villagers would call dozens of yuan. The number made his eyes shine. Really dozens? Only if we catch one and it passes inspection. He ignored the conditions and immediately urged me forward. Greed drove the exhausted man another half hour. When we pushed through the last wall of tall brush, the hollow suddenly opened beneath the moonlight. The grassland looked level, but its edge met a cliff dropping several dozen meters into dense forest. I knew this terrain. I had seen the drop while catching the badger during the day. Bringing Wang Wu here tonight was not an accidental wrong turn. Something rustled in the grass. Wang Wu screamed in fright. Several more lines through the grass scattered in the distance, probably small animals emerging at night. At first he retreated, then became angry from embarrassment when nothing attacked. He urged me to release Yuan. I did not release the dog and walked toward the edge of the hollow. Wang Wu followed, cursing that I was playing tricks. Near the cliff, he finally saw that the ground ahead dropped into blackness. His legs weakened, and he stepped half a pace back. This place is too high. I turned toward him and demanded an account for everything he had eaten and taken from the Qin family over the years. Then I asked what entitled him to demand 10 yuan for silence. At first he denied it, then said that the Chun family now had meat and money, so sharing with him was only right. If you don't, I'll make it impossible for you to live in the village. After speaking, he tried to turn away. I grabbed his shoulder and held him at the cliff edge. Only then did Wang Wu truly recognize the danger. His voice shook as he asked what I planned to do. I stopped pretending I had brought him hunting. You should never have threatened my family. Wang began barking urgently beside us. It sensed the conflict, but did not understand why I gave no command to retreat. Wang Wu struggled desperately, prying at my fingers while his feet crushed loose soil. He began begging, said he no longer wanted the 10 yuan, and promised never to spread rumors in the village. If my purpose had only been stopping the blackmail, this was already enough. I still refused to release him, proving that teaching him a lesson had been nothing but self-deception. At that moment, I could have pulled him back to safety. I did not. Mountain wind swept the grass, and his cries carried only a short distance. Then came one scream, followed by the sound of branches breaking in succession below the cliff. The surroundings became quiet again. The promise of dozens of yuan had lured him here, but my murderous intent, formed long before, was what brought it to this end.